I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
got to the point where we can control the laws of nature by guided electronics.
The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Way too far back from this, and GMT has the perfect timing! And Inspire is just gonna double down! Caillou caught! Will get away with 1. 2 now! Come on the train, baby! Let's give Envy another ace! Three, and there's your real fragger talking.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. A whole year for some of these players, all leading up to this moment with the lower finals ahead. Ascension on the line. It is going to be an absolute banger of a day today. Well, welcome back, everyone. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here by Gompers and Dan. I missed you guys. Gompers, how are we doing?
It's been so long, Sierra.
It's been so long. I missed you too.
It's fun. I'm having a good time, honestly. It's nice to be back with my 2 girls. So I don't know. I feel like it's always a riot up in here. Whereas I feel like I should have disco lights. Obviously, my energy is there. It's not showing, but it's there.
It looks like you have cat ears, so that's good.
Yeah.
That's the energy. That's the energy.
There's the energy. You guys match. You know,
and a
right?
real cat.
Yeah,
I love
right
that.
off the
My
gate.
cats are sleeping right now.
They're not ready for today. They're not ready for today. But Dan, we are ready for today, right? Because we got the lower finals of Challengers ahead of us. And like this playoffs has been so crazy as well.
It has been pretty insane. I feel like a lot of the teams that maybe we expected to make it to this lower final, grand final, are not really the ones that we're seeing right now. But that just, proves of the things that we expect when it comes to Challengers. A lot of teams stepping it up, like we see for QOR. maybe not last series, but in general, the way that they've been improving week after week, especially in this playoffs, has been insane. Winter University that got eliminated early on, and obviously a QOR that got eliminated yesterday. So we're down to only 3 teams, 1 best of 5 today, 1 best of 5 tomorrow, and I'm excited to see the teams that are going to be sent to Ascension because there's a lot of stakes today, as you were mentioning.
There really is. But before we get into that, you were talking a little bit about yesterday, so let's dive into that. Because I was on a flight. I hop off the flight. I cannot believe what I've seen. Because looking back at the series, not only the TSM win over a QOR Academy Gompers that has looked absolutely electric, but in the fashion that they did it, especially in the second map, like this TSM is just different.
Dude, TSM 13 won them on the second map of Icebox, and rightfully so. They were running such a good comp. They were playing together. They had this unity that honestly just feels like it keeps getting stronger and stronger every time they play, which is why this is such a deadly team, right? We've talked about it. Oh, they had such an easy playoff run, whatever. Yeah, but now look at them, and they're at the top, and sorry, Swiss stage run, but now look at them. They're in playoffs. They're doing absolutely amazing, and they're performing numbers. Timotino being like such a pivotal factor too within this game.
Timotino's just been on one lately. I mean, we knew before he was onto the team that he would be, but it's just crazy. And talking about the second series, I mean, Dan, you kind of touched on it a little bit here. For QOR, they're definitely coming in today with a little bit of a chip on the shoulder. But again, the loss against Envy, when you are looking at Envy and what they've accomplished, I feel like you can't feel too bad about this. Just learning moment to move on, right?
It was an Envy that was looking for revenge after last time that these two teams faced each other, where QOR got the win, and it was the first time that we saw Envy lose a match in what it was this stage. So going into this one, it's incredible how Envy are so good at making teams look bad. I cannot talk about this enough. QOR have been looking insane, like one of the best teams that we've seen when it comes to how they've been setting up these defense, how they've been setting up these set plays on the attack as well. But yesterday was a different story. Envy just made them look like not a team that was competitive at all, but we know that hasn't been the story for the stage, and QOR should be good alongside TSM for today.
Especially to QOR, when you're talking about teams that would be making this run throughout the playoffs, especially within this upper bracket. I don't know if QOR is necessarily the first name that's come to mind, but being able to see them take these wins, it has been so deserved. And yeah, you're right in the fact that I don't think that last series really reflects what they've been able to do. TSM, on the other hand, Gompers, I mean, you look at this bracket, it's been a TSM that took that loss early also to Envy and has had to fight their way through this lower bracket.
Yeah, it's been difficult for them, but I think they've taken their stride. Definitely the hardest game being that against QOR, but obviously we saw how that happened. I don't think a 13-1 was what we were going to assume was going to come into fruition, but sometimes it is nice to be in the lower bracket and not have to go last second against really, really big teams like Envy, and then have to then kind of like migrate over to another big team like QOR. So it was unfortunate, yeah, but at the same time, I don't know, it works for TSM. Now they're going up against QOR, and this is the ultimate matchup.
I mean, TSM trying to submarine doesn't necessarily work out too well when they go up against Winthrop, then they go up against QOR anyway. So they tried to have it, like, they were not given a free run by any means. And today's series, with the 2 fights that these teams have been putting up, is going to be absolutely amazing. So let's start talking about today's matchup, especially to the stakes, because for TSM, you're looking at a team that, yeah, Dan, they got their spot. But for QOR, I mean, this is everything on the line for them.
QOR, they need to make it to the grand finals to have a chance to make it to Ascension. It's winning today or it's nothing. And so, they're going to be showing their A game in the way that they've done for other matches, as we just talked about. Envy, when they were playing against TSM, when they played against QOR, they completely dominated. But for every other match, QOR has been looking like that team that it continues to be the underdog. I feel like even today, they're facing a TSM team where that QOR was in Ascension last year, already have that experience. And for these players to come up out of nowhere, and even if they struggle in the last match, to look as good as they've had in the stage is great to see.
Especially that come out of nowhere, because I feel like for QOR and these members, like, they have been putting in the work. Don't get me wrong. We've known this throughout the year and everything else. But I feel like when we're talking about the big teams, Gomps, it hasn't been the team to think of. But this team, like, the glow up is crazy. And again, that performance yesterday doesn't reflect them.
It's been absolutely insane, and I think Core wasn't necessarily a team that I would have kept at the top of my radar, like you had said. And I think that's what's so cool is, I mean, Darkest even tweeted it, right? If off days define us, there would be no good players, teams, tomorrow's ours. And I think this team in particular is so consistent too with their compositional picks and just like the strategies they like to play, but it gets better every time. And that's why this team is so set on the fact that no matter what, even the worst days are their best days, but they're going to make it even better.
I mean, they definitely have that opportunity to today, considering, again, their fate for Ascension lies all on today's match. And looking at this core and what they've accomplished throughout this stage, I mean, it's definitely within the realm of possibility, especially too when you're looking at individual player performances and talking about one of the more recent changes on the team. This is a Core Gaming that they had that opportunity, Gomps, after Kess getting pulled up to tier 1 to maybe then fall apart, but no, Nerve coming into the team never missed a beat, and we can really see the synergy and coordination throughout this run.
Yeah, listen, Darkest tweets like the whole story here, which I love, but even Darkest was like, they were scared, to be honest. I mean, you change one person, which is an initiator, such an important role, and give it over to Nerve. You're kind of thinking to yourself, I don't know how this is going to work out. And that's a really big fear that's very valid. And I think Core handled themselves so well with Nerve. And Nerve actually ended up being such a really good shift into this team. And that's exactly what Darkest had said. So to kind of also have that support coming through from your teammates and everyone liking you as that 5th player, it really does kind of help with the gameplay and just allow you to assist the team the way that you should.
Nerve has been really, really good this stage. And again, without focusing too much on the last series, I mainly want to focus on how good he has been in that role of that initiator with it so well with the Fate specifically. I feel like in Road, he has a massive amount of impact for the amount of aggressive plays that they want to do towards mid. And then you see a little bit more of that on Ascent. He's been really good at setting up a limb for those positions when they want to be a little bit more aggressive, when they want to take those fights. Nerve is always there, and I feel like it's someone that we've talked about just a little bit, but not enough for, you know, what you guys are mentioning, the changes that they had to go through at some point to where they are right now.
Yeah, and for Core, being able to see the changes, how it comes to light, like, I feel like this is the time that we fully, truly give them their props. And yeah, I feel like there's a really solid chance in today's series. On the opposing end, though, got to look at your opponents and give them the props as well. Because again, when we were looking at the regular split in comparison to playoffs, I was a little worried for TSM at first because it kind of, I mean, a little Katy Perry, hot and cold, yes and no. TSM kind of seemed a little up and down at some points, but the stretch they've gone in through the later half of the split, and of course, after that loss to Envy, that run through this lower bracket, Dan, this team is looking so strong, and this is the TSM that I've always wanted to see.
It's really cool to see a team that, you know, gets criticized a lot, gets judged a lot, gets questioned a lot with that core of GMD and 7 from last year to now be so close to making it to the grand finals and then have a chance to make it even further. I feel like the evolution that the team has had has been great. And again, the opening match for playoffs wasn't great. They played against Envy. They got 2-0. They went to this lower bracket, and they've been on this lower bracket run for quite some time. And you look at the opponents, it was against Winthrop University, it was against QOR Academy. Yesterday was incredible for them. Everything that they were doing on the defense for Haven specifically was really impressive to me. I love the way that 7 was willing to give that space to maybe sometimes sell some fakes with that breach utility, and the team just always had a perfect read of what QOR Academy we're gonna be doing on the attack side. I just feel like the experience that they have plus these great additions that they have really complemented what they want to be as a team.
Yeah, and to be able to see TSM like this, I think is so nice, especially then too with the fact that, yeah, Ascension is theirs, but going into today's series, there's definitely a lot of stakes, but maybe for other fans that are going to be watching out there, looking at this tweet from none other than Winthrop Moves, talking about, yeah, favor today. If you could just beat Core, that would be a nice one. Don't mind that. But Dan, yeah, when you look at the stakes, Core is fighting for their life, but if TSM wins, that's Winthrop University with the spot.
Yeah, just to explain it a little bit easier, Envy is 100% in going to Ascension, but then you have, if QOR make it to the grand final, they also make Ascension. But also, if TSM win today, then that also means that QOR is eliminated and that Winthrop are going to Ascension. So you see, you know, whatever Moves was saying about GMD, it was not that serious. They're great friends, and they're just asking for a small favor.
Yeah, some beers in Brazil, as long as TSM can clutch up today and take QOR down on behalf of Winthrop University. But I mean, TSM, they have that opportunity. I feel like if you're putting all your eggs in a basket, Gompers, the TSM basket does look pretty good right about now.
They've looked nothing but promising, to be honest. And this was honest. I will say this was one of the hardest matchups where I had to choose who would win, because QOR had shown in a lot of circumstances that they can beat teams like these, and they haven't played against each other since a long time ago, and the rosters were looking a little different too. So when you look at it this way, I don't know, TSM, though, they're just such a solid pick for me. This is a team that has never been stagnant in the beginning, right? They were just getting used to these new players that they had added onto the roster, and now they look like they're full-fledged, but they're still getting better, and that in itself is so absolutely dangerous.
I love the improvements that they make also just in the matches itself. We talk about this match against QOR that happened yesterday in Haven. There were some early mistakes. They lose the bonus run. They're able to save 3 of those rifles going into the 4th round, and then they start to recover into that first half. I feel like a lot of the early mistakes that they've made of, you know, leaving that A side for a retake when there was a Viper spit on the attack side. A lot of the giving that space early on, or trying to gather that space towards C, pushing and not really finding the timings. They correct right away, and they're able to close out these rounds so clean. Part of it, I feel like, comes from Alvinvoy, how insane he has been for this team, how good he was on the Cypher, not only gathering that space, but also helping out with those kills as everybody's trying to fight on side when the side of QOR Academy were going towards B. There were just so many things that they were doing that were one step ahead of what QOR were trying to bring to them, and that's what I'm expecting to see from TSM today as well.
I mean, for TSM, I feel like we could talk about any player here and it would just be so valid for the team. But the player that specifically wanted to bring up ahead of today's match is actually Moob's favorite player. we got GMD. But I mean, when you're looking at the journey of TSM throughout the year, when there has been those ups and downs, I feel like GMD Dan has been a pretty big consistency in the team. And when you are looking for a TSM that is then stringing together those wins and everything else, I look back at the core and everything else, and I have to put a lot of that on GMD.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned it last time that TSM was playing, and is that GMD, he's in this roster, he's been the IGL, he has stepped away from the IGL role, but whatever it is, he's still that leader, he's still that captain of the team, and you can see it in the way that he's bringing that confidence to the rest of the squad, and also how good he's been performing mechanically. I feel like sometimes that was lacking a little bit last year when we were talking about Ascension and the expectations that we had for TSM, but this year he's found some consistency with that controller role that I feel like has a lot of the reasons why the team has been so successful in this lower bracket run.
And now looking ahead at these two teams, I feel like there is just, I think obviously it's such a perfect matchup in today's match. It's going to be so much fun, but I think the head-to-head is the one that I'm most excited to talk about here, especially too with how these two duelists have really just been playing. Alim is someone who we've just complimented so much throughout, and Timotino on his old team as well as this team has just been absolutely crazy, Dan. Both are just electric. Both can turn up at any moment in time, and I think that's what's going to make today's series truly exciting.
Timotino and Alim, there are number 1 and number 2 when it comes to the stats that we've had in playoffs. They are the best players that we have, and that is putting Kenzera third. That player that is winning in the grand finals, to see which one of these two he's going to have to face this time around, he is third. Timotino's number 1, Alim is number 2, and it's not only in ACS, but also what is the most impressive about them is the amount of first kills that they're getting and the amount of kills per round that they're getting too. You see it in the stats as well. They're getting at least 1 kill a round with the stats. It's either 1.01 or 0.99, and it just sounds like a lot of numbers, but basically knowing that your duelist player is at least going to get his 1 is incredible. So it just makes for a great match.
It really does. And again, going back to the fact that at any point either of these can just turn up and completely dominate the server in a way that is completely just going to shift the match in their favor. I've gotten to see it in the past with these two. I think that's what makes these teams so exciting to watch, and they're just always been so strong. So I think that I'm the most excited for that going into today, and we'll definitely get a lot of opportunities to see them because, of course, when we are looking at the lower finals, Gomps, we have this best of 5 ahead of us. So we really get to test both of these teams to their limits. And I want to get to the map picks and bans and see exactly where this battleground's taking place. If there's any map weaknesses, they're going to be exposed right about now. And starting off, it's going to be TSM picking up Icebox.
I like this. And actually, what's pretty cool is the first 2 maps are differing between what these players can actually play well, which is pretty cool. So, I mean, we've only seen Icebox being played once by QOR, but this isn't necessarily a map they choose to pick, they choose to enjoy. Of course, that being vice versa on the side of TSM, where they do like this map. And then Lotus being vice versa, where TSM aren't really that good on this map. And then there's Lotus there for QOR, where they're really good at this map. So I think these first 2 maps differing this way are pretty interesting to bring like this dynamic firsthand for these first 2 maps, and then leading into, I mean, the potential possibility of going up to the 5th, right? So if it goes as planned, it does feel like it is a very back and forth sort of map selection here.
It's a super smart first pick for TSM. Not only did they win against QOR Academy 13-1, as we mentioned before, that's the score that they got yesterday, but also it's a map of Icebox where QOR haven't really been feeling comfortable. Sometimes they're banning it first, sometimes they're banning it second, but we haven't really seen it in recent times. And last time that they played it, it was also against QOR Academy, but it was about a month ago, if not more. So just understanding that win condition worked out so well for TSM yesterday on this map, and willing to make QOR a little bit uncomfortable because they know this is not a map that they are willing to play as much as them, could be the perfect way for TSM to get started early on.
Yeah, this first map of Icebox, when I looked back at QOR's last performance, it was like, oh, like a 9-13 to loss to QBert. QBert's super strong on this map. That's super respectable. Then I look at TSM and it's like, oh, TSM won 13-1. Yeah. Oh, that is a little crazy. So I definitely think when we're looking at that early momentum that TSM has a lot of favor in their way here. But I think for QOR, as long as they can bounce back from yesterday's series and maybe even just kind of get over that mental hurdle of what could be Icebox, it could be okay. But I'm kind of just looking at this series overall, Dan, and I think when we get to the tail end of it as well, I kind of have this worry because I look at Corrode as the decider. And we've gotten to see quite a bit from these teams now, but it's still one for QOR that I'm not 1,000% sold on.
Yeah, as you're saying, I feel like there's a couple of things that you can do here in QOR just to bring that last change and just, you know, if you're putting in that decider, are you bringing a surprise or bringing any sort of change? I feel like where things really start to get interesting and a little bit more messy is going to be the third map of Haven too, because I just talked about how good TSM were looking, but for QOR, a little bit of the defense and how good they've been, how much time they've been putting into the defense here in Lotus as well. I feel like those are the things where you start to question how is this going to end up, because it's a series that can definitely go all 5 maps.
Yeah, now I definitely hope we get 5 maps, but I want to talk about what we think this, like, who's going to be winning today and get into our official predictions. I'm a little worried after the maps, but going into this, I don't know. I just got a feeling, and Dan, I kind of thought I was going to be alone on this, but you're also on the QOR train.
Yeah, it's Gompers was saying it. This match is really hard to predict.
Yeah.
It's really hard to tell what's going to go down, but I feel like QOR just continue to be this underdog team that people are not talking enough about. And going to the second and third map of Lotus and Haven, I think they can absolutely bring it back if that map of Icebox doesn't go their way. I think today, for people that haven't been watching QOR, you're going to get an understanding of, okay, this is actually a really, really good team.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I was having so much trouble. It's just like they've proven everyone wrong so many times. So it was just difficult because TSM has also kind of done the same thing where, you know, they've both elevated themselves to this pedestal that feels almost like you really can't knock them down. So I think this is most likely the most exciting matchup of 2 teams that have just grown to be these big dogs that are just going to go at each other now. We're going to see who's the bigger one, right? So I don't know. I had to go for TSM. They've had a lot more consistency throughout their duration, and they've just shown so much maturity in their gameplay.
See, for me, Again, I just have this feeling. I feel like on paper, when I look at this matchup, that I should be predicting a TSM win here. But I feel like anytime I've looked at the papers and have thought it's been a TSM win, there's just something in the atmosphere. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not an astrology person, but there's just something, and TSM just does not take those wins. I don't know. So I think going into today, there's very different stakes for these two teams. Remember, QOR has to win this series to move on to Ascension. I feel like that might just be that little extra burst of that adrenaline, everything else to close this out. Not saying for TSM there isn't stakes, of course, being able to take the stage 3, be able to have that extra boon going into Ascension, it would be so nice. But I think when you're looking at QOR, when it's a true do or die, that there's going to be this turn up. And I've just been so impressed with the journey that QOR has had so far. And always got to root for the underdog, even if it's someone that we really shouldn't be counting as an underdog anymore, considering this is the team that did make that run through that upper bracket. But this first map of the series, I think, is going to be a really interesting one with how QOR can maybe overcome that to go on further into the series. And heading into the agent select, I don't know if this is where we're going to see the switch, but I have to anticipate there is a switch somewhere. Going into this, it's not necessarily been the strongest map for QOR. And Gomps, how we feel about the matchup with the agent. But
You know, this is interesting because we have obviously seen Sage be played, not necessarily by QOR though, especially like throughout their duration so far within Challengers. So to bring out the Sage for Darkest, I do genuinely like this. I've seen Darkest play Sage a long time ago. So it is nice to kind of bring this back out, especially with the Chamber. But what worries me is Timotino was so radioactive the last time they played on a map like Icebox against Envy, right? So it's also another factor of, are they going to be able to really just ridicule and put this duelist down?
I'm so curious. I'm so interested. I mean, you see the changes here for Sage in the Chamber. Before QOR were playing that standard composition with the KO as well. Nerve, I know he's lighting up a little bit, but it's because last time that they played this map, Kess was still part of the team. So it's been that long since they played it. They're gonna continue playing with the Sova. But for the Chamber, especially starting on attack, I'm so curious to what are the things that they're going to be doing. Do they have a read on how TSM likes to get a little bit more aggressive? It was something that they were doing yesterday, especially towards Yellow. You see a fight of 4 players towards Yellow, trying to get a read into where that attacking set play was going to come from. But it's definitely not what I was expecting. I feel like we've seen Chamber played in a few maps as of recent, but this map of Icebox is not one of them.
I'm so intrigued here. I love that QOR is switching things up, and we've talked about the aggression of the duelists, and even if Alum is on the Chamber instead of a duelist, you know, the pseudo duelist, I'm so curious with what aggression Alum can take here and be able to just pressure into this match. So going into this lower final, a big switch up of QOR with so much on the line. I love the change. Time to see if it's one that's going to pay off, as our map is ready and so are our casters. So let's get to it and head over to Uber and Wyatt to take you through Icebox.
Thank you very much for that preamble, Sierra, and the desk. We've got Sage and Chamber here in this lineup, of course, going without the Killjoy. And no turret or alarm bot, at least they can supplement that lack with the trademark to watch those sort of flanking routes. Wyatt River on the call with me. What's going on, brother? All done with your travels?
What's going on? Yeah, we're back. We're back, and I've saved you. You no longer have to cast with Van Silly, Mitch. I know you're so grateful to see me.
It was quite pleasant, honestly. He's actually nice to me, so it was a bit weird, to be honest. Like, I'm always on my guard, and yeah, maybe I went too hard on Vans as a result of that. But you know what? He can take it. He's a good one. Mate, I have never seen a more disgusting performance in Challenges, I think, outside of Prime Kane Zero than what we saw from Timotino and Icebox yesterday. 480 ACS.
Yeah, no, it's disrespectful. You can't be putting up numbers like that.
I mean, yeah, not even close. Obviously, a 13-1 against a Cubit Academy, who we felt were relatively proficient at that map. And for QOR, it's been like 8 weeks since they've played this. You've noticed, obviously, big changes to their composition for obvious reasons.
And
It's been a hot minute since then.
Yeah, I'm a fan. They were just running the default comp before. Time to move away from that. The Sage win rate for this map is pretty obscene, but Timotino is going to make it look a little bit worse, possibly, if he just repeats what happened yesterday.
Just picking up where he left off. That is absurd. Yeah, I mean, look, TSM's comp need to fight for this space on the B side after the Viper Wall, whereas, QOR want those safer plants, but if you get cut to the quick like this, and if you have strong yellow presence, then you're not going to be able to get onto the site. I mean, they should thank the bloody lucky stars that Darkest wasn't the one that fell in that first encounter. But this is taking quite some time. Dark cover and poison orb being used here just to stall, and eventually Core have got to go for it.
Yeah, all they've really got to deal with GMD is going to be a recon, and well, he does feel pressured out enough to swing into a couple players, go down, so Plant should be relatively free. It's a nice pick from across the map.
Oh, look at this. Seven is not giving them any space, no time to work with. TSM keep just stepping up here at inopportune moments as far as Core are concerned, and as much as Alum has done across the rest of the map, Seven is tearing them apart. They're going to have a defuse. Alum can't do anything about it. And, all right, TSM pistol. These guys are a little different like that, I'm not gonna lie.
That was a fortunate second shot from Seven, I would say. Likely unintentional, if I had to guess, but respect. That was pretty insane. Core were looking really good there. Everything that they would have needed to have done to close out this pistol, well, it was going well until this, you know, it also, to give Seven some credit, placing that dark cover there as well to isolate the planter, that was a heads-up little move, so he's, you know, kind of guaranteed to get that one. But mental second shot.
Yeah. This comp is really designed, obviously, with that double controller to fight in those isolated pockets and try and catch some of those individuals out. But what I'm liking is just how proactive TSM have been. They kind of, to some degree, gamble on that A side a little bit more here. So Gimon is the solo player over at B and sees a Viper wall come up, and that's pretty arbitrary. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. But Core, they force him to a outlaw for Darkest, and he will match up pretty well against all but Gimon and Vora. Timo, swing. Okay. Not sure how that didn't quite properly fell. Darkest, he was armored up, down to 10.
Can bring himself back up a little bit if he wants to heal himself, and he does. Wall's about to be placed, so they can try to get a safe plant going, but all of TSM are here. That wall's going to be dealt with very quickly, but GMD not ready for the swing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be ready for the fight if you're going to try and break that wall down. Looks like the ping on Darkest. He walks away. No plant get. Plant was killed.
Oh, Seven saw the barrel of the classic there. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I worry about what we saw yesterday and the fact that today's looking, well, it's Groundhog Day so far. TSM looking sublime on this map. Obviously convert that round nicely with an outlaw force by Core, so they're going to have to go it again in this round. A little bit of a more humble full buy for their round 3 as that little force up doesn't pay off.
That man, Timotino, is putting up some pretty obscene stats across the playoffs, like an average 290 ACS, just crazy activity. And we saw like the flashes of brilliance, I feel like, throughout the past year of watching him play on various Challengers squads, but hadn't gotten the consistency going. And seems like maybe with TSM, with a couple experienced players around him, he's starting to find that.
It's actually going to be Seven as well playing that gen position at the start of this round. Core invest heavily in full armor here. That leaves Alamoni with the Headhunter and Darkest with the Stinger. Your economy gets a bit funky if you make that second round force. So that also softens the bonus up a little bit as far as TSM are concerned. Being able to convert here and get that, geez, get 3 rounds on the board and great econ lead early on defense is massive. And Alvin Boy knows. Does he show himself to the turret here?
Oh my God, that was a headshot through the wall. That's crazy.
Yeah, bro feels a little bit unsteady after that one. He's pulled out of tube entirely, so that's that mid-presence stymied for the time being for Core. And they are very slow when they're pushing towards the A side, but Timo just overextends and will be punished. That's the outlaw down. It's unrecoverable here for Alum, who is a little bit underarmed.
That is an exchange between number 1 and number 2 in the playoffs. ACS overall. Alum has been going crazy as well. Alvin now feeling in the mid-round that he has to do something proactive to wrangle this back for TSM, and he's going to be able to get that initial kill, but you know, not without Logan trading with some spam, getting one on GMD across the map to maintain an advantage for Core. Should be able to close this out easily from this point on, honestly. They still have these, you know, additional dark covers to cycle as well.
Yeah, calling it a little on the early side. Okay, so the wall is broken up a little bit. Albin's actually ready for Darkest. Oh, that's a pretty dirty recon. It would have had Logan's head turn, but he's going to take the fight instead. Seven wins it out, but now 1 versus 3. Seen him get these, but he just doesn't have the time to cut through the remainers of Core. So a good start with a couple important picks. Again, it's Alan creating something over on that A side of the map. But it's an early death for Gimon. This time playing more passively back towards Snowman that opens the way.
Yeah, I think he just got unlucky. That was just some spam through the dark cover, I want to say, unless there was like a slight timing window where, you know, he was waiting for it to bloom and gets caught or something like that. But credit to Alim, this was really the crucial moment in the round, finding that opener and then we're pivoting back towards this B site, just being able to throw down the dark covers. When the wall drops, dark cover phase, wall goes up, easy B plant. They've got a ton of great utility for that site, I will tell you that. Just being able to throw up the Sage wall, and then you have all those smokes. It's very tough for the defending team.
I still can't believe that stat, Wyatt. The 290 ACS over the course of playoffs. I think, like, fantastic performances in America's VCT is like 220. And 190 to 230 is just insane. So, yeah, Timo's been throwing haymakers at everybody so far. And he has some backup here. Gimon actually going to open it for him, so a better start to the round for him. But Lotus is going to be res back up. Gimon might try and get involved and punish that res, but instead goes down to 5.
He has to retreat back B. Another opportunity, I think, where Core can get a very, very easy plant on this B site if they want to. They can slow things down here in the mid round. You know, wait to get some of that charge back on the wall. Logan's got 2 smokes to play with. Actually going to teleport all the way. Sticks it, commits A. Starts throwing smokes down here. Yeah, Core trying to run some kind of crazy mid-round fake. No one from TSM are actually rotating off to this A site, though.
30 seconds
Alvin is too far forward. He's seen no one cross, so I don't think TSM are convinced by this. Dude, Alam is... goddamn. Early on in this game, huge on that part of the map. Playing like a KJ and just picking up these frags. Tuesday there for a trade. Seven actually finds his second there as the Ice Orb comes down. Nerve's going to be right there, and Vora's about to get crunched on in a moment. Logan's coming at him from mid, and he only has so much time. All brought down, and Alan just doesn't miss right now. Core looking very, very good, and TSM don't get to run roughshod over these guys.
It was genuinely, again, so pivotal that Alan gets that kill. It's back-to-back rounds where I think he gets the highest impact frag of the round. Core, it seemed like they were going to overplay this situation. You know, over on that B site, GMD and 7, all of a sudden, they can take a fight against less players than you would assume would normally be, though. There was a real shot that they would have won that out. And imagine if Alum goes down in mid. Very dangerous situation for Core, but they make it out alive.
Okay, Bolt comes in though, so this Hunter's Fury from Nerve in response just to stave off any reprisal from TSM, and Timo's already down. Much less successful in the early rounds after going like 10-1 in first kill, first death, I want to say, over that previous series. This is looking very clean from Core, and this is kind of what has enabled them to go on this run, so to speak. And Winthrop are not happy to see this, I'm sure. Alan will remain here, of course, being able to get back to the rendezvous should he have to. This is a strong position to hold him at A side of the map. But TSM already pulled out here, so they're kind of cottoning on a little bit to this mid-rounding from Core. But a safe play, but that Sage Wall in play will allow for a plant, and even a Snake Bite deters anyone pushing up.
Real nice to be able to have Alum just control that side of A almost entirely, and then mid as well. He has been crucial, you know, just in the map control game even. And Core can just keep pivoting back to B, where again, it's the util they have being so effective there. Wow, nice and Darkness. I mean, this is so far a very good game plan. I like what Core are doing. They're making the most of this comp.
I mean, a lot of the momentum they're generating is just thinning the numbers out on that early A sort of encounter every single time. Now, that was Arna's Fury that, you know, didn't exactly light up the world, but to play off the back of it, that early pick on Timo here is he just walks up, tries to get into jail a little bit early on. You see TSM pretty proactive in these early rounds. That's sort of been emblematic of their play so far. Core are kind of ready for it. And, yeah, strong showing. I'm not really sure what happened with the slow orb from Darkest at the start of that round. I think that ended up at the feet of Alum, but again, plenty in place here for Core to win these early round engagements.
TSM are trying to put a little bit more emphasis on B main, or at least Timatino by pressing up. Nerve just shows himself with the tracers.
Yeah, for a split second. That has opened things up here at B. Much more proactive.
And now TSM, they definitely don't need to be too, steadfast in their fighting here on this A site. They can give some of this space up. War is in a lot of danger, but fortunate to get another so they can, play out this retake with man advantage.
He's done about 220 damage there, Wyatt. I really feel like that's got to be enough. That allows for Alvin to scoop up Allen pretty comfortably. Spike over on the default plant location. So Logan has to cross past here. Alvin making sure no one's pushing out at them. It'll be Rafter's presence, and Gimoni's on Overwatch. So very, very difficult for Logan to extricate much value from this round. Might at least get a longer range 1 versus 1 against Gimon if he wants to take it. But for all intents and purposes, he's trapped here.
30
Yeah,
seconds
GMD
left.
simply needs to do nothing. Just contain towards that orb. TSM are just passively watching everything exactly as they need to be doing.
I have the spike.
And then this makes it pretty clear.
Yeah, they can begin to just close in when he sticks the plant in that dark cover, and all she wrote. Credit to Vora for coming up with a couple kills. And TSM, they definitely took a more, confident, brawly decision in fighting on that A side, especially given that Vora has that Hunter's Fury. They're in the 5v4. They could have tried to just pull off the site, go for a flood back in when the spike is being tapped. They opt to try and anchor heavily, and that works out for them well. So
again, it's only paranoia for the attack side here. So TSM probably feeling a little bit more confident in this kind of anchoring, Vora back aside, and obviously just behind 4-10, 7 was able to play. So
crazy shot.
I think he was very low. I think Vora already lit him up a little bit there. So
yeah, just unnecessary headshot for style points. Respect. Timatino is posting up close on B main again. I like this adjustment from TSM, putting a lot of emphasis on B main. Corbin finding their success finishing with those B hits late. So control this space, fight for it, make core use a lot of their util to get through this part of the map if they're really trying to finish on that B side again.
Even more aggressive posturing on the B side of the map with 7 up on top of green. And Alan with the tour de force in hand this round is just holding that closer angle. So 7 here has gained a lot of map control with this audacious positioning, and there were TSM players set up for trades. They've actually started to drift across the map a little bit more. So a lot of eyes on mid. Feel like Gimon has a lot on his plate here if there's going to be a cross. Timo feeling like this is the timing where there's actually a play for A, and he's a couple seconds too early.
Looked for a moment like GMD wanted to get proactive there in B main. Not going to do it. Timatino will certainly have an opportunity to hit a shot, and does. Him is so fast with a kill on a GMD, however.
Oh, dangerous. Timatino misses the shot and is punished as a result of it. Adam, I think, made a flip correction vertically there over at green to find that kill on 7. Hunter's Fury, Darkest had nowhere to go. Clear to Vora that he was trying to climb up on top of Crows, but there is a plan to now fall back to these A positions. TSM at least able to get him behind his lockdown though, when Tuzi just stuck in jail. Swing, yeah, it comes. Gimon at least able to take the trade. Tuzi low, but Alum now is getting involved. The tour de force hits. Vora's got to give this one a tap in a 1v3. Nerve and Alum healthy enough, and these tour de force shots, yeah, they're not missing at all. Another sick round from Alum. Once again, opening things up on a different part of the map, and then returning to claim the round.
Yeah, he's been really fantastic at just controlling whatever part of the map he's being sent off to as that loose end, while the rest of the pack go for their execute. Lovely shot there onto 7. And I think ultimately, on this side of the map, where TSM are sacked up defending, they don't really choose between fighting hard for the site, going in with Timatino, who's committing to taking more shots with the op, or just backing off and playing for retake after he has his, and they have the Hunter's Fury lockdown.
This narrows things down, doesn't it? God! Alum just catches Timo on the edge of his hitbox. That's enough to down him in one shot. That's an up clatter into the ground in mid. And an attempt to recover it here for 7. He's actually smoked that angle off and go in there and try and get the weapon back. In the meantime, Core not necessarily accelerating into B. It allows Alvin here to set up, and above him is Vora. So High-low setup in place. Expect that Viper wall, though, to obscure Alvin's vision. He might even try and swing it with Vora. Tick-tock for Core.
I like that TSM are trying to do something aggro there, you know, rather hoping the fights come their way. They need to find a pick, so they're going to open face for that high-low, and now Seven wants to get really deep with this operator. Drone posting him up on the angle. What a shot!
And that's a huge confirmation. Viper on this side of the map. The rest of Core lined up behind them. Now their options are limited. Do they run into the pit of the A side of the map without, I guess, the sort of sufficient util to clear it outside of what Sova has? Vora finds a good timing on this one. This is going to slow things up a little bit more. And wow, that's a lot of pings, a lot of info. Darkus has got to go for it now. Wall thrown down. This time across the way. Darkus still gets caught out though, and Vora is controlling this space from up above. Seven missed the first op shot, but is good for the second, and well, takes a very close engagement against Alum, who sees a shoulder from Vora. There'll be a double swing, should end him. Nice rendezvous work here. There's no time left in the round to get the plant, and Alvin gets cheeky to try and recover a weapon. So an expensive round to win for TSM, but still 4 on the defense side.
Oh my god, I was convinced he was getting that last one as well. Alum can't win the round out, but he does a crazy amount of damage and recovers the op. So even in TSM's victory, look at what they're left with. He is on fire at the moment, but big credit to TSM, who, after losing that initial player, are continuing to try to find ways to even things up in the round. They have that high-low setup, then they throw the op to Seven, drone him to get on the line. They're not just letting Core enact their game plan, you know, despite losing that player. They're hunting to even things up and to find advantages themselves, so credit to that mid-round play.
Once again, Timo's pushed up the jail side. This time not caught crossing either. And we know he can smeag him. He can updraft if he should choose to, but likely just stay tucked. This time Logan, because he has from the shadows, ready will be the insert, but he has been spotted out. So TP's back and has to just leave. This is very insightful, I think, for TSM. And Alvin has the diet milk angle. Turret watching the pick up. Oh god, that first shot, if only it hits. That's rough for Alvin. No damage taken by Core in taking that part of the map. Now TSM are trying to respond quickly. They can hear each other though, and Kimono's already set up. This is big. That's one. And that's all he's going to have for the time being. Darkus tops himself back up, and it's off to the B side. A lot of control of this part of the map for Core.
TSM's way back into the round as if Logan wasn't looking in the right direction at the right time. Timatino gets a free kill, shoots him in the back. Vora has a recon for this retake to be activated off the backup. Still smokes from Seven as well. Alum wants to play in front of it.
Darkus walled off kitchen. So based. Now, there's a bit of a timer here. Alum tries to get around the corner. There's going to be a backstab. I like that push up from Alum. Tries to take eyes off Darkus, but he actually loses out in that trade. Flick is good. My goodness, Timo trying to get to the edge of the smoke. And a missed shot on Vora will give him another chance. Nerve going to get pressed on here, but somehow there's no awareness there for Seven that Nerve is sat in that position. It's TSM unable to push up and reclaim yellow.
This B play from Core is really just stunning. It's excellent the way that they're working the map. They're just mixing in that big split through kitchen around that they have not attempted before in this half. Unfortunate for Alvin, he doesn't get any. They get this fast trade onto GMD. But then, yeah, from there, it's Alum being confident enough to fight forward, which allows Darkus an opportunity to flank. TSM feel pressured to have to go forward. They're surrounded on all sides, and when they're going forward, they're walking into an op line. Some really lovely play. TSM are thrown onto the eco.
Well, this is quite assertive.
No charges.
Good lord.
What?
Not what you want to see. Core.
What? I don't. Well, I mean, just no good reason he should be getting through there, but all right.
Okay.
I mean, all of Core are ready on that side of the map to absorb aggression. Unlucky.
And we've seen a couple of variations of that look from TSM. The play up on green. That though, that's something. That's a little different. All right, well, Nerve is going to have confirmation on what he probably already knew, is that all King's horses and them are over at B. Of course, with Vora now. Bear in mind that trademark is in place. So again, Killjoy-esque flank detection is still in play for Alum. Vora hears that, obviously.
I in no way doubt Core's abilities to close out this 2 versus 3, especially with Alum alive right now.
30 seconds left.
Here's the plan.
Spike planted.
Timitino is so weak.
Massive angle. Not covered. Nerv is able to win that fight out down a very nice amount of health. And this is a bit more awkward now for TSM. Alvin has got a rifle to hand, though, so he does walk past the killing field. And we saw earlier on the round, gets himself an upgrade. Vora, though, not so much. Recon here doesn't yield any information as Nerv and Alum playing a little bit separately, but that snowman position's about to be taken up, and Alvin has no armor. Nerv, though, staying tucked. Ready here to zap whoever tries to get over towards the spike. It's Vora. Very low after that one. That should do him in. Oh, Nerv down. Vora cleverly moves away. Already got it to half an hour. He's got no health, no time, no nothing. Just a diabolical bloody round from TSM. What a thrifty.
Yeah, I can't believe they've just pulled that one out. Timitino just activates individually, goes crazy in main. That's just about it. Like, what the hell, man? How is he able to get away with 2 Sheriff headshots, not being traded out? I do not know. He's just kind of on fire.
Goodness. Yeah, Alum able to break them out there, but the damage is well and truly already done. 3 players lost, and that's classy for Vora. He just gets ahead of that shock dart. First one was a direct hit. Okay, Tour de Force once more in play because Core are a little low on fundage. Or rather, the Guardian for Logan in play. From the Shadows for info, traded out by 70. Sees a fair bit of it. Alvin going to be able to win things out over towards Snowman. That's that Omen TP position now denied. Alum pushed up with his Tour de Force and the back was turned. Kimond not ready for that at all. Darkest though down to the Hunter's Fury. Still no plant. Nice shot from Timo. This is going to make it a little uncomfortable. Even with that Sage Wall in play, it's a very costly plant for Core. A player down, 2 players down, in fact. And Tuzi's trying to take matters into his own hands. He knows there's 2 players over towards that Snowman position, and he ducks 7 out of mid as well. Nerv and Tuzi make it interesting. But it's up to Nerv to do something about this now. The Dark Cover's going to break it up, and TSM are ahead of that shock dart. Overhead we go, and a whip around. Timitino loses his life for it, but Vora is still able to get the job done. 6 defense side rounds for TSM.
There was some insane stuff going on there. Core just pull this crazy fast execute out of the strat book with the Omen from the shadows all the way back to Snowman, but then Seven uses his to spot the Omen, so Alvin knew that Logan had teleported there. That was a pretty crazy exchange. Honestly, I'm surprised that Tuzi didn't rip that Viper's Pit to try and win it out. I mean, I guess just feeling like it's, you know, a wiser decision to save it for this final round. But maybe that could have turned the tide if they really wanted to be bold in that 2 versus 4.
Interesting turret there. The TSM. Oh, there's the opener. That's tough for Alum. He'll be rolled back, well and truly. Obviously, this time, Sans armor. Vora and 7 up mid. The latter having taken a smack load of damage early on in this round. Looking to fight for this space pretty doggedly. Now, it's a matter of timing, though. They've now turned tail and given up some of this real estate.
Last couple rounds, Timitino has been besting Alum. But Nerv is so ready on that angle. Just nothing as far as util being used for TSM to post up Timitino, and is heavily punished for it.
Alum inching forward. Early in this half, doing so well early on the A side. Conditioning TSM to be a bit safer.
Really looks like one of those early rounds where he's controlling A late through mid. Core are able to go for a B execute, but you know, this time, in contrast to those earlier rounds, they want to go back to A where they have rarely finished. But Alum
30 seconds left.
Maybe hearing Alvin leaving the site, got an audio cue, and
here's it now.
I mean, they've also to some extent conditioned TSM with that, right? They're always finishing B when that was the play, so see if TSM try to get back in fast.
I think Alvin wanted to fight in the site. Big damage though on the planter, and killed. Nicely done for Alvin. 7 just dives in. Again, whatever he can do to delay the plant, he's happy with. TSM eyeing off a 7th round here, but it's far from done. Vora, what was the second? Shorty in hand, and it gets employed to great effect. But every reason to be happy with that one. 7 defense side rounds here for TSM. Even though they couldn't really get into the site early, it was planted so that they could be sprayed down from Boiler.
No one with their eyes on screens there. Going with this safe plant. I don't think they really got that pit down fast enough. Could have gone a little bit deeper into the site.
This was
unfortunate. That pit just not getting the intended value there, coming a little bit late. Wasn't used on that last round where I think it maybe could have been as well. I'm surprised, honestly, that TSM get away with the lead in this half. Core were looking so good after TSM's pistol round win, but it really just comes down to Timatino on that eco round with the Sheriff. Walks down B main, gets that 2K, and the momentum completely shifts from there. You know, in the subsequent 2 rounds, best of limb in the AWP duel.
Well, such like insistence by Core on that attack side AWP. There was a couple rounds where Alum has to go without it. I definitely feel his absence. Timo's got to swing a little wide. He's unaware that Logan actually got off that line, and it's free. It's so free for TSM. Tino, 2 kills off the rip. Core now, it's awkward. Nerve quite low, and Seven's going to put him out of his misery. A disastrous pistol. And Alum, good as he's been, it's the early rounds, not the late rounds he's conquered so far. And that Headhunter, yeah, not going to get application this round.
Timatino just swings out at this moment where the Core players were not able to post up on the right angles because of that dark cover that was on 410. Darkest just ends up being totally exposed on lower. Very unfortunate. And those were some sick shots. But Timatino is just white hot this whole playoff run.
And, you know, he's had some uncanny timing. You know, I do want to chalk up like 95% of what he's doing just because he's cracked, but some of the stuff he's been able to get away with, just the game sense or just the intuition for what windows he might have, just cracked so many of these rounds wide open for TSM. And a pistol win here is obviously monumental. We might see Core again. I'm curious if they try and like force into a defensive outlaw again, but that makes that sort of first full buy round a little weaker for them. I might just be Sheriffs for the time being.
Yeah, it's right here. Because of that dark cover, Logan just doesn't see Timatino coming. He's able to isolate 2 1v1s.
I mean, yeah, it just so happens that at the time, Logan's turned back. Like, he's getting back behind pipes and leaves that player a little exposed. Just a very small spacing issue. And it costs Core the round, undeniably. We've got a Marshall.
Darkness does love to bring in a second round Marshall / Outlaw.
Saw it on the first half as well. This time, though, he's going for the slightly cheaper variant. Timatino, however, of course, straight to a scoped weapon. Darkest on a bit of an off angle here, wins out against Kimon, has to hit that headshot, and he does. That would have been an awkward correction there. And I like this wall play. I don't know if Core is going to be ready for it. Does spot him out, though. Timo around the corner. Eventually, Darkest gets shot by about 3 or 4 different people and has to give up the ghost. This is a player advantage now for TSM. But again, their comp, remember, they don't have a Sage Wall to play with. They really just have to fight for this space. After their Viper Wall has done its job, and it's nothing to protect Vora from the spam that comes in from Logan.
Shock Dart gets some damage off there as well. Seven just hoping to bait out some of these swings to feel some safety in the plant by maybe killing a player that gets too eager to face. Or
step up.
delaying. Alum creeping forward.
Again! Oh, he's done it again, Wyatt! Timo now can't be happy with this result. Has to do it himself. And can't get there. No, but the classic will burn him down. That little corner angle. And TSM's composition, I don't know, probably requires them to be a bit more proactive in taking that snowman control. They can't just wall off the site. They don't have a cove. It's rough.
Logan just gets the perfect spam angles going through there. There was the shock dart as well. Oh my god, that's a crazy shot.
All right, there we go. Core able to fight back there in a round where it's mostly Sheriffs and a Marshall.
Dude, Alum has 20 kills, man. He's 20-7. What the hell, man? This is a crazy performance. About to be 21, I feel like. Okay, cursed. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you might be.
A 21st is on the way. Surely.
TSM though. I wonder if they're expecting to still be here. Okay, the cloudburst dash is nice. It's going to force him down.
Any second now.
Tuesday. Win these 9 times out of 10. One would imagine. Whoa, okay, there we go. Gets himself 2. Come on, 7 though. Clear the sight. There is some back snowman presence. And yeah, this time, TSM know they need to fight a little bit deeper. They want to secure at least the extra cash from this plant. And I see the shock dart for default. Slightly different plant location now as TSM set up and dig in. They've got themselves now a Vandal and an Outlaw for this post plant.
Yeah, that Outlaw looking more like a shotgun. So 7 is gone with the Sheriff.
Okay. Nerf here realizing the round might have just crumbled away. These guys are thrifting each other.
What?
Okay, man.
Oh, man, that is a real rough. That is really rough. 7 just got some crazy timing to run into the smoke with the Sheriff and kill the limb. Gets to the Outlaw. Yeah, right here. What is happening? What is happening, man? But the timings on these swings just, yeah, you know, a little bit off. Just 1v1s being taken. The player from Snowman from QOR wasn't really there in time to be able to capitalize off of 7 taking that fight, having the crosshair upwards. It is devolving into chaos on the B side, Mitch.
So much play inside those smokes. Not really what QOR want to opt into, considering they had vastly better weaponry, but we're going to have to let that one go. So 2 players and a trademark watching this push up mid. Gimon here is going to let the game come to him. Nerv is just going to walk up into this. And I don't know. Oh, how you win that in the window. Able to respond just in time. Gimon a little bit slow to the trigger finger, apparently.
And looking at the minimap, oh my god, what a shot from Logan. But a limb is pushed. Oh, wow, Vorak gets his darkest before the res. That was huge.
Nerv, surely. 7 quickly ducks out of the way. Paranoia, though, doesn't connect. Briefly decayed down, and here's Alva. This is about as scrappy as it gets. The Muddy Men reach out from the depths.
But a limb is so fast on this flank. He was in B main so early.
Surely you're looking for it, though. There is an alarm bot there. Note that. Obviously, couldn't be triggered. Okay, 7 just got slapped, man. All right. Very hard to project how these rounds are supposed to go. These 2 teams hitting each other where it hurts, and back-to-back-to-back rounds. QOR have evened up the game. They've gotten it closer. 2 rounds in it, and that's an important one.
I mean, this is turning into a straight-up brawl game on Icebox. Alim had gotten all the way down B main so early in that round, so you just saw all of QOR sprinting into that A site to fight together. This is a nasty shot from Logan.
Just pretty heavy fighting inside these sites. It's something the TSM had to be ready for. That Paranoia, unfortunately, for 7 is just very hard to hit at that range. Goes down very, very low in that fight with Alum. So 21-8 for Alum on this chamber. Suffice to say, he's dragging the boys, kicking and screaming. He's pushed up. I love this variation, but he's spotted. It's an easy pick-off for Timo. A bit of a gamble to take there for Alum, and something that TSM threw in plenty themselves. But there's still this space to control. And that player out towards Snowman definitely has to be a concern for TSM as they try and plant.
Here comes that shock into the Hunter's Fury, trying to sync that up. That's pretty sick.
Gimon fortunate to be up on green. Almost felt like everyone was going to get a taste of the Hunter's Fury at one point.
I mean, this is the exact situation, again, where TSM have failed to be able to get the spike down. QOR are delaying them. They're getting spam kills. They've got them surrounded on B. So it might come down to Alvin being able to catch a timing to do something on the flank when QOR are occupied with plant denial. Nerv is again set up for this shock dart lineup. 7 is actually susceptible to getting killed by it if it you know, hits him directly on the head.
What? With the spike? With the spike? Okay. And at no point is there any consideration about maybe like a cancel over towards the A side of the map. Alvin isn't able to push up deep enough in there, but there is an Omen ult in play. So now the spike is out in the open. Alvin could try and bank it in Nanoswarm, I guess, but that is a tough job. Anna falls apart. TSM know their mandate is to push up and take a fight. They need to clear Snowman. But once again, it turns out to be the thorn in their side. the biggest point of difference between these comps. Like they have that, they have that ability. They need to go and fight forward. They have the duelist of Timatino. They've got to control that space. No wall available to them, but it's got to be a timeout here. Things are getting a little messy, and I think MBK needs to chime in.
QOR have done a really great job of denying the early plants when TSM are initially getting into the site. And then after the fact, TSM just have not had the plan B. They're just try and wait for the smokes to cycle back up for 7, for the energy on the Viper wall to come back up, and they're just continuing to be denied. And at that point, all of the core team are there. They've been doing a great job at defending that B site. There needs to be an adjustment from TSM late. They need to have some kind of exit plan or something more proactive happening on the flank so that the players who are, close up on B can maybe fight a little more aggro, or they need to try and get that plant deeper into the site, because continuing to just try and put it down on default is actually ruining them at this point. Like, they're taking way too much damage from the shocks. They're getting spammed aggressively from Snowman, not on that round, but, on a prior in the same situation.
Okay. Quick correction, of course. That's Coach MBS, pardon me, who's actually coaching from Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, wrong acronym. IB. At length.
Other idea, Mitch.
Yep.
Just slam A. Honest Icebox gameplay. Just slam the A site.
I don't hate it.
And Alvin Boy,
slowed up.
He does have the lockdown to put over by 410, get everyone off the site, get that free plant, play a little post-plant action.
Maybe just, a back to brass tacks kind of round for TSM. It's an inflection point. Neither team has a stable economy at all. So really, potentially worth 2 this one.
You should run.
2C, they're up on Rafter.
They get that lockdown in very deep. Don't often see it placed there.
The idea is, okay, so tries to get a Viper's Pit that does envelop the plant location. That has to be stepped into, and so the decay will be active. All right. Well, an attack side lockdown.
Oh my
now
God,
the
the shocks, man.
Yeah,
Nerve is so good with those.
Okay, so 2C in the pit, but currently get involved in the fight from here. TSM more than happy to brawl out, despite the fact finally get themselves a plant. So able to clear the way at first. But there's Alvin. That is a crucial pick-off. That's Nerve down, causing headaches. With his ability to send those shocks in, and 2C just has to step out of the pit. Now he's exposed, and they kind of know where he is. It's a process of elimination. Out of the pit, into the corner by Jen, and easily snapped up. Logan has got it all to do, and he opens well. Alvin Boy had 3 in the round. 4 out. Check that, son. And now Kimon, who's had some unlucky encounters in this game, has to win this one out. He knows, sees the barrel, and converts. A very important round for TSM, and conversely, well, it's a gut punch for QOR.
This game is just developing into chaos. Just so many 1v1s happening across the board, especially towards the end of that round.
You know what?
But TSM, a little bit back to basics, but guys, we can't. It's time to just plant in weird locations. We gotta stop planting default, because you're going to die to these shocks from Nerve. Get out the way. We gotta plant somewhere else.
Yeah, we saw that actually on their one of their B rounds earlier, right? They planted right up on the crow's nest as opposed to on the edge of the box. Now, I'm surprised they're not sort of maybe working another extremity of the map a little more, just because of that from the shadows active for 7. But they might just want to get a good plant here. Stick a Viper's Pit. Wasn't considered necessary in the prior. Here's that Aldrone first. Dark is playing it pretty close. Slow orb though, more stall. 1 minute and 13 here. So much of that util being drawn out of QOR. But that's what they have to hang their hat on in this round, because of course it's just 2 sheriffs to speak of.
Wall going to be thrown down. Darkus boosts up. I'm going to assume maybe poke through that smoke a little bit. Timatino going to activate off the back of that kill.
All right, so they dropped down on Bora, but he's able to avoid the shot in from Logan. Be a dangerous spot to be in now. That dark cover is a real problem back in the corner. Timo peers over the top of it. Nerve. Oh my goodness, Nerve. What is that? 3 with the sheriff, and Allen brings the tour de force to bear. Yet another ridiculous thrifty in a series of them. QOR clamber back to a 1-round game. Jesus, Nerve. Come on, brother.
Nerve is playing a hell of a defensive half. That's the 3rd thrifty now in this game. Very Challengers coded. I would love to see a replay of that. What is happening in the backside there? How has he gotten 3 kills? How has he done that?
Not quite sure. Yeah, with the Sheriff of all things. That was 3 Classic, 2 Sheriff round. About as thrifty as you're going to get at the moment. TSM, that's going to be frustrating. And boy, their economy takes a hit. To play in the Viper's pit, though, won't quite hurt. Lucky dive for Timotino! Darkest ready for him, goes low, but having healed himself up in a pinch. Alpha's trying to get there, but doesn't have the weaponry to seal the deal. Dimon wants to brawl, fight it out. The shock dart onto 7.
No.
That is the second time in 2 days I think I've seen that from Vora. Now, I could be attributing that incorrectly to a different player. But either way, not great. Vora gets himself a chance to redeem. And this, folks, is an even map.
I mean, Timotino was pretty close to getting that kill, though, not gonna lie. He was down to 10 HP. I respect the attempt on that one, for sure. The dash in Bucky, but unfortunately, then the desperation to kill Darkest set in, so he just gets a 1v1 setup to fight another player.
I mean, he hits him with the old 140.
Oh, yeah,
not his fault. He doesn't know.
No, not even Vora's fault. Seven just has a weak vertical leap. Unlucky.
I'm pretty sure bro still knows ball. 7 had a great start to this map. Looked great yesterday with mostly with Odin abuse, but we won't hold that against him. And that's just one of those moments. Not much you can do about it. Definitely can't put the blame on the Sova. Yeah. So
Odin abuse, that's just the world we live in.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, at every level of play, Alvin actually gets an early advantage here on the A side of the map. Can he convert off this? There it is. 2Z down to 100 Fury. This time, Vora strikes true. Bit of William Tell for you. But Nerve still holds this ever-problematic snowman position that TSM have grappled with extensively. And of course, with that 7 in play, it's not as simple as TPing that spike to a different part of the map. TSM just want to cut noise a little bit here. Maybe have Nerve move to a less advantageous position. Now to explore A. Still got a whole minute to work with.
Yeah, now TSM. Ooh, Darkest, you need to live, my friend. Now TSM, they're totally fine with just running over to A because they feel like if they do, there's a chance Darkest just goes for a res there, but he's not going to. Core want to fight this.
No, to Rafters already. Default plant. No nerdy shocks left, unfortunately, for the Sova player. Nerve is noted as he tries to move out here, so there's a double face setup lying in waiter. Now Darkest has to convert. Nice kill on Vora. Now it's the lower health Alvin to contend with. Timo, Alvin, and Gimondo all still standing. It's an all but impossible situation. Fortunately for Core, though, that thrifty round they picked up is going to come back and reward them some dividends. Still able to buy heal easily enough. Still a res to hand. Try and keep that tempo going.
Good from TSM to pull out of that B site that time and, not fully commit to it as they did on some of the prior rounds, even though, it was just up against 2 opponents. They make the smart call, get out of there.
Sort of a Darkest highlight reel for you guys.
I was looking to see if Alan was going to be bought the op on this round. That is going to be the case. Wants to play aggro towards B main. Should be Jeromed off the line, though. At least TSM are hoping to do that if he is posted up here, but dodges it seems.
He's hanging out. It's a really close angle, though, and he doesn't know that there a couple players have already crept up. There is an angle here. 4 losers out. And then, of course, the rendezvous right away. 2Z, though, takes some incidental sort of strays. Drop to 60. 7 has to step up here. TSM geared up to fight, but again...
No. Nerve is getting in the position. He's getting in the shock dart position.
He thinks twice about it. Slow warp here will be avoided. Yeah, Alvin just sitting on the other side of it. Telegraph that maybe Dark is not expecting a tuck on that corner. Definitely expecting some movement into mid. First shot, though, goes wide. And Alvin's able to get back, but this is all telegraphed. This is all over... Clear vision for Darkest, so he'll be able to back up on that one. Timo's pushed up. 2Z, though, back towards mid. No pressure really from Alvin in that part of the map. Timo has gone down. 2Z just found him through the pit. A pre-plant Viper's pit actually allowed Alan to get in, but Gimon quickly slaps him back, and Alvin's patience is rewarded in mid. That's Logan off the table.
Now TSM just need to convert with this pit active. They made good decisions up until this point. Darkus wants to go for the res. Honestly, just a bit of bait. GMD exposed. Pick going to drop.
It's on Alvin here. He's late to the fight. Already halved, and I think he realizes there's just no world in which he can get involved. There's the defuse, and in a flurry, QOR go 3 for 0 in picks and take the round. Frustrating stuff for TSM. Still buy potential here, but this one's going straight down to the wire.
That seemed like they were making, you know, all the right decisions up until a point. They were slowing the game down, and then they go back in, get that pit. They try to plant deep so they're not susceptible to the shock dart damage. It's just GMD getting caught stepping out of the pit, not aware that he was fully exposed to that upper side here. Yeah, thought that poison cloud was obscuring the view on him.
Yeah, he was mistaken. So that operator stays in play for QOR. TSM here mostly brought up. Looks like a tap at the TP here for 7. Might have just been for info.
Logan has gone for a very fast teleport over towards that A side because the rest of QOR, or rather a couple other players, you know, they've taken that full B main control. So they're 100% expecting this finish to come on the A side.
Yeah, there it is, Adam again with an open pro. I don't know how many kills the guy's got, but I think he's pretty dominant so far. 23 rounds, he's probably up almost to 30 in regulation. It's been filthy. Still, that trademark is cleared through mid. That's definitely going to furrow the brow a little bit of QOR, but TSM, as has been revealed now with that recon, are still committed to this A play. Now, here's the TP. Stuck?
Oh my
Question
God.
mark?
Yeah, 7 is in spawn. GMD is on the B site. It's madness. It is absolute madness for TSM. They're trying to now plant on A while 2 their members are playing mini games.
He made space though. And that's cope. Might sound like cope, but it is crucial. TSM had to find a way to fight for that A space, and they got it, but now Gimon has to get active. He needs to find a pick here. I think he saw the barrel of Alum just sticked around a corner. And he's got him! What a timing to find. Now things get a little bit dicey, but Tuzi's been on that late reflank and is catching out Vora. Timo's down to 2. Gimon now, his position's been given away, but he still wins out another fight, and what a time to come alive. Tuzi has got to now take matters into his own hands. Player close here. There'll be a high-low swing. Surely he doesn't win this out. And Gimon comes to the rescue. Puts TSM 1 round away from taking the map.
TSM just inject some maxed out chaos into a round that looked almost, I don't want to say unwinnable, but like very low likelihood that they could win from the position they were in. 7 just, I mean, the teleport into the spawn is crazy, and then GMD is on the late reflank. But really, at QOR, you know, they get those 2 kills. They have the man advantage, but then 2 of them just end up taking isolated fights. Timatino gets 1, Vora gets an isolated fight over on screens that he wins. QOR had the advantage to win out that round, but players just get a little bit of ahead of themselves and things spiral.
Alum this time doesn't have the luxury of playing this angle with the off, but will still approach it similarly. Bladestorm doesn't quite connect. There's a very quick rendezvous out of that position. Timo now is set up. Eyes towards screen, sees the player dart across. There's a smoke as well. The TSM have fought effectively for this space, and they've made sure of it. A pretty darn good round for the lockdown to come up. And they'll be embedded now, ready to fight for the map.
A big win con for QOR now is trying to get back into this site and get the pit down. TSM want to deny them of the ability to ever use that Viper's pit by just fighting in the site together right now.
Timo's going to back up to a bit of a weaker position, though. Now, up close, wall thrown up by Darkus. I love it. It's cheeky. Can he do something about this? Yes, Timo around the corner. Gimon going to trade things out, and now things falling in a screaming heap. It's only 7 left to try and salvage things, and Logan is too sharp with it. I'm here for it. Take us to some overtime. QOR, after 24 rounds, still alive in this game. And these guys are throwing down early. This is a far cry from TSM showing against Cupid Academy on this map yesterday.
That was a great retake. They pick off that flanking member from TSM, and then they just hit the gas into the site with all 5 players, the wall being placed to apply some pressure onto the spike to force TSM to have to fight out. It's really nice. Darkus realizes Timatino is caught. Super well played.
All right, let's run it back. Alum at 25-13 after 24 rounds. Stunning performance. Timo not allowed to run away with the game as he was yesterday. No more 480 ACS showing, but still solid involvement. Gimon really coming alive as well in the later part of that second half.
Last cannon operator in the hands of Timatino, wants to get very proactive with it. Down tube off the top of the round.
Gimon respects the Owl drone here. Naturally, the one way will still be in play. Ideally to slow TSM down, rather core down. Still info gathering here. Timo's watching the cross of mid.
And that's, you know, that's heads up from him because Core have been playing this 4-1 with a late cross from Alum in mid. So he wants to take advantage of this pattern of play that they've had.
So H wall was already committed, and there was no clear of the nanoswarm there. So that wall is gappy already. Arcus has to try and find a way to plant despite this, and Gimon, of course, wants to try and exploit that open partition. Alvin swings on high, but Core are ready for him. Gimon here still, though, on timing. He has it. Oh, such a good timing! Oh, nerve! Tough, really. Tuesday not watching the right angle, and Core just a little bit limited in terms of their coverage. Alum just loses out of Gimon. Get another 3-piece from him. All right, talk about late bloomer. This guy is absolutely pounding.
GMD is such a beast. This dude has been so consistent, so good for TSM for so long. Was quiet on this map, and now at the very end of it is just going absolutely crazy. Multi-kills that are keeping them in the game, now possibly going to put them in position to win OT. They just need this last round. How on earth did they recover this? I mean, that's
not a green.
We didn't see it, but somehow Alum also just deleted Timatino in mid, who was opping his cross. How on earth does that fall apart?
If Gimon actually turned on his poison orb as he made that swing, that's just incredibly heads up from him. Potentially Core didn't want to have a player in green because he'd have his vision obscured by that. Either way, that worked out unbelievably well. And so Alum now on defense, he himself, of course, takes the glass cannon op, but playing a little bit more up front than we saw from Timatino's mid-cross coverage. And it pays off once again.
Shot.
Alvin, I think he's been read.
So ready for that, our Core. Love that decision. The 3-man push. They know they're going to catch that solo player.
No chipmunks there back in that either. Now, Gimon, again, stays hidden. Doesn't try and swing off Vora's contact.
Last player standing.
Oh, he's going to have to do some dirty, dirty things. Alum will at least be a kill that he takes. Trigger discipline, it is there. Oh, it's there! Dog injects it instead. Gimon tries to rat his way out of that round, but by that point, the deck was stacked against TSM.
I was just waiting. I knew it was only a matter of time until you gave us an Alvin and the Chipmunks reference.
Dude,
every time he's in the server, but map 1 OT, we're getting it already.
I lasted until OT. I'm like that kid in the meme of the kid in the classroom with the veins sticking out on his head, like holding his breath. I deserve a medal of honor for that. I cast the guy yesterday, not a peep. Not really. And I was with someone who would not only allow the cringe but invite it, and I didn't do it. I'm basically a Shaolin monk, actually.
Map 2 banned, but map 3 you can go
that's
for
the
another
cooldown.
Yeah, there's a cooldown time on that joke, but you can run it back later.
Damn, bro, I did not get hit with the low-hanging fruit, bro. I just sprinkle it in every now and then. Either way,
my God.
Active early this time. Player advantage for TSM is at least Timo is going to be able to fall back this time, not opting for the glass cannon. Instead, wants to be armored and ready to throw down. Ooh, close, but no cigar on the snake bite. Tuesday with the default plant.
All of Core kind of relegated to that back yellow and B main position now. This is super dangerous. There's a flank coming through as well, but they do have the trip to cover it, at least for now.
All this over you, Till. All of it. Still
Dark cover thrown over the trip on the flank.
That is dirty. Seven's going to get up here. Oh, the deck is, like I said, really stacked against Core this time around. Seven can walk up here. Yep, he's the Joker. That TSM draw.
What?
And yeah, on the river, Logan's able to find a quick double. That's 3. There's going to be a defuse at some point, but time isn't quite there. 7 salvages just in time. And once more, TSM successful. Wait, no!
I
wasn't listening to the beat, brother. God
nah, he ain't got that, bro. I'm gonna let you do your thing, but nah, he ain't have that one. Took a little bit too long to get back over there. Took a little bit too long.
That is so sick from Logan.
That was a filthy play from Logan. A vile play. A disgusting play.
Yeah.
What is that, bro? He was moving. He started moving. I saw him. He pressed the D key, Mitch, and it still connected the headshot.
Yeah.
It's not how it's supposed to work.
And yet,
the game is flawed. And yet we play it. And yet we won't stop playing.
Here comes TSM now to try and stay in their map pick of Icebox. Just a disastrous end. And there's been a lot of these multi-kills off timings or just inexplicable series of events. All for Darkest on the boost. He's more often than not doing this. This time, though, he isn't going to be spammed through. Like, Yimon is he's expecting it at this point. We see the barrel here. No, I think he's not quite lining up for TSM. And they're hitting the S key instead.
Now, that being said, they don't have the smallest bit of information as to what's going on B. So for all they know, Alum could be pushed all the way down right now. They'd have to re-clear heavily to get back on that part of the map.
Cover going out. That's textbook. The noise cart into
He's
contact,
so curious. He's too curious.
Yeah. All right. Outside of killing cats, TSM have now made their way over towards the B side.
30 seconds left.
And all of them en masse here. Now, of course, can sort of get off this line, but again, just lingers a little bit too long. He's brought down here, and so TSM are gonna make this a little bit of a slobber knocker of a game, rather, folks. We are heading for, yeah, potentially a 29th, maybe even more, round of Valorant on Icebox. Both teams looking to work those jitters out early, but we've gone all the way to the line. And of course, folks, no prospect of saving here. Doesn't make any sense. QOR have got to go for it, but they can't feel good about it. In an oppressive position, having to swing that Viper wall. Gimon ready, waiting, willing. Ever taken down, but went low in the process. Here we go, folks. 14 apiece. We go again.
It is just getting a little chaotic. It felt like in, Darkest kind of making a play where it's like he wants to end the game in that moment, like doing something a little bit more active than recommended. It's not like I don't think they desperately needed further info in that moment, We continue.
Predicts a 20-18 scoreline. Why? How do you feel about that?
If it goes 20-18, she can cast map 2, and I'm going to go get lunch. That's how I feel about that. And she can't have part of my day rate either.
That's crazy, bro. Yeah, that's
a long... Timatino. Nice little first kill.
Alvin is going to hear this. Not the walk up tube per se, but some of that action through mid. Wall once again in kitchen, so you better believe that QOR have staked their claim to this part of the map, and so TSM will just try and contain them. Alvin not really sure where to look, concerned about a push up mid, and Darkest second guesses himself, doesn't fully check it, but Logan is in the tube spot. So at least they get something for their troubles here, but they've explored very little of the map. They got shut down in that play up mid, and now they're probably priced into a late A finish.
Shadows traveling.
Seven just got himself tucked in the corner, playing over towards Jen, and because he does not have any teammates currently, going to reposition to a safer location, and I like that. I am a fan of that decision. TSM can just play to the man advantage retake, play to the trades as the win
30
con.
seconds left.
Keep things textbook.
Here's Tuzi now. QOR. All right, maybe a jitter there or something. Regardless, we got TSM coming back in here. Shocked out for Vora can be expelled, and of course that Paranoia is up for 7. Timo low here, likely to be the decoy. Paranoia on towards that plant spot, but no follow-up quite yet. TSM have got a little bit of time to work with, but you'll notice Nerve has managed to get back towards that belt position. They're going to fight for it hard. This puts Nerve now in a almost impossible situation. Spam down on the planner, but he shows himself with the traces. Of course, Vandal in hand. Shocked out, avoided by Timatino. Gimon sitting back. We do have a kill of the diffuser, though. This time, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Gimon has managed to convert, and TSM one away from taking the map.
Not gonna lie, I was believing in Nerve for a moment there. He still had shock darts. There were weak players. I was believing. But TSM doing a great job just getting back into that site.
Match point.
That face that they had, multiple players, like the double drop synced up with the other guy coming out rafters and the swing from screens at the same time. That was all timed very, very well. To just overwhelm the site players.
Really?
Hey, that's crazy. That's crazy work.
You guys don't want to play the 30th round of this map now? All right, well,
crazy work.
We'll try and let you know what the cause of this tech pause is when we find out. But
someone going to the bathroom?
Yeah, you know what?
It's been a long map. I think it's possible. That would be my #1 guess, honestly.
Maybe we've encountered just a critical error that requires the map to be replayed. What are your thoughts?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Can't roll it back in OT after 30 rounds. All right, well, we'll be chilling for the time being, of course. Still in overtime, folks. We have had a lot of back and forth, I think is evidenced there by the score ticker. But TSM once again take this game to advantage.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting word from Dryad in the production Discord that we are going to be replaying the whole map, Mitch. That is some big news.
Oh, man. Yeah. Moves is getting to work. I respect it. So this will put TSM on that attack side there.
Moobs has cut the power line to the core house.
Bro's there himself. He's basically gotten into the gated community, dressed as, of course, a power technician, like he's James from Team Rocket on a Pokemon episode, right? And he's got there with his toolbox. He's just snip. Sorry, boys. Better luck next time. Bro, did us 3 people on core haven't bought? Okay, we have some movement. I do see, unlike Ninja, I do see some movement out there. This is good.
Yeah, they are jumping around. So keyboards are working. All right. If we're going to try to deduce what's going on here, that doesn't seem to be the issue.
Saved by the highlight reel. Yeah, this from Logan. Yeah, like was mentioned, is a little bit uncanny. And yapping too loud at that point to hear the tempo of the beeps, but Seven did not have enough time to convert that round. And yeah, Gimond, I think, definitely the story of this overtime, at least a big part of what has allowed TSM to get there. We just saw that play up mid, pretty big investment from core that falls flat because Alvin Boy ends up being in a bit of a ratty location. It gets traded out. So the call is that the game is lagging for a couple of players. Yeah, that's the call.
Unlucky. We will wait it out.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no more undiscovered fauna on this map to actually give people facts about. Myself and Van spent an extended period of time discussing the avian species.
Oh, did you? I mean, I could find that 100 Thieves coach application and tell you all about Icebox. My God.
Can we have a dramatic reading of that? I want a dramatic reading of the. Yeah, we've got to split it up though. We've got to actually. We could turn it into a screenplay. I'm almost certain about it. So still, I mean, I'm filming for NBS, bro. That has got to be late out there in Lithuania.
I found an actual. Oh, I found the actual 100 Thieves coaching call.
Really?
That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh. Okay, it's like
Hold
that,
on.
huh? I got distracted by the Demon Hunter collab. I didn't even see that. How about you gonna apply again, bro?
Wait, I've just I'm unearthing all kinds of 100 Thieves coaching applications. I just can't find the one that has the info about Icebox. Where's that one at? I can't find it.
Yeah, that sucks. I surely hasn't been exposed.
Where is this?
We're gonna find it.
I mean, I'm finding just other people's attempts at becoming their coach, and I wish them the best, but.
All right. We're going to find it. In the meantime, we're going to a break because something's going to get said that gets us fired at some point, or we start conversing with you guys in the chat. So stick around. We'll be back, of course, hopefully for less pigeon watching, more face shooting. This, of course, is VALORANT Challengers.
Icebox was released on October 13th, 2020 as a part of VALORANT's Episode 1 Act 3 update. The map is set in Bennett Island. Are we going to a break or do I keep talking?
You know, I mean,
Production?
wait, bro, seriously?
I was hoping we were getting sent to a break as
you
I
were
was
trying to do like
talking for the bit. You know
that
what
would
I
be
mean?
funny because I was throwing some break.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. So I was hoping that's what happened, but I'm not sure what we actually did.
No, I'll throw to a break. Okay, we'll
Okay,
get back
we're going
here.
to
A few
break
minutes.
now.
We'll sort out the lag. We'll be back with some more of this lower final. Best 5, don't go too far, etc., etc.
The general shape of Valorant's Icebox map.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Timmy, you finally woke up after that coma for 3 years? Well, TSM and QOR are still playing. You haven't missed anything. That's right. Round number 30 is coming at you. TSM 1 round away from taking it, but it's been frothy. It's been back and forth, and it's been far from convincing from either side, Wyatt. We are jumping back in. Timo once again has the glass cannon op.
Yep, as he did back in round 27. That was in 2022. Oh.
Oh, you're kidding me. Des. Oh, Timmy, you can go back to sleep. You can go.
No
let me just help you with the gas here, brother. Yep, you're good. You're
There's
good.
No way.
Yeah. Okay. So we've had confirmation, obviously, the lag issues had it subsided. Now, we're on the tournament realm here, folks, so different to what your experience is generally. But looks like we're still having those issues. So we're probably going to tread water here for a little bit and then jump back out as we still are dealing with some of those lag issues.
Should I read some excerpts from The Hobbit to keep us entertained?
Yeah. So you say that like you have the book to hand, do you?
It's about 3 feet away from me. I could go get it if you want.
I think we're good. We'll use this as an opportunity to update you guys on what's been happening. I don't know. There it is. That's your update. Still waiting. So we're going to go to another break. We're going to get these guys going when we can. Obviously, it's not a player side issue, guys. It is server side. So sometimes these are a little bit harder to diagnose. So feet up. I'm going to fire up a game of Persona 5X. And we'll see you after this. Hey, so we're back. Thanks for sticking with us up until this point. We had to play DC just as the timer hit 0 on that last attempt, but third time's a charm. We are into the round. Here we go, folks. TSM on the attack side, 15-14.
Let's see if TSM will close this out, or if Dan Dryad will be correct and we'll be going to a 2018 scoreline. They have gone for the attacking glass cannon op, by the way.
Okay, we did see this from Alum actually pretty extensively. Not so much Timo, though. Pretty far forward play. This is going to be spotted by the Alvaran, so good due diligence being applied. But it still means that this part of the map is denied of TSM until they fight for it. Timo, bear in mind, glass cannon, double swing here, surely. But getting the op onto that line is it's risky business with no armor. Timo's going to do it, though. And Alum will remain tucked. So not a lot to see here. And obviously, TSM's composition only features that paranoia, which is in the hands of 7, a long way away. After that, they are flashless. And they're going to try, and they run headlong into the brick wall of Alum.
Yeah, TSM had absolutely nothing to get out of B main after using the drone, and then they send the recon. It gets broken. Just try to dry peek. Not advised. They get punished for it. 30 seconds. The spike is in spawn. I mean, I'm going to assume they're going to try to end B here. They're pushed up all the way to yellow. That wall is up right now. 7 is going to have a smoke to cover the cross from Snowman when the wall drops.
Gimon was not spotted doing that, I don't think. No, he was. Okay, Tusi saw just a little bit of him. He has to fight forward in some way. Viper wall, no longer a factor. Okay, Alvin up on the corner here. The drop down from Gimon, but Gimon and Alvin already finding themselves 1 each. Would have evened up the numbers. The Darkest not intervened, and there's still a player sitting well back at Snowman. 7 here has to impromptu set up some smoke architecture and get hunting. And essentially hoping for a bit of a timing here. His teammate obviously is holding from yellow, but with no armor. Glass cannon off has to go to work, and there is Alum. It is all on Timotino, folks. Armorless. Plenty of aura to work with, though. Let's see how far it gets him. Nervous dealt with, but now 2 players up on the site. Need to reload after this shot, but it's not going to be needed as a tour de force was earned and used in this round. QOR even it up again. 30 rounds of Valorant, still no victor on Icebox.
The TSM comp and their foray towards B main just did not have the utility required to get through there scot-free. You just drop one to Alum, who has 32 kills now. That's a lot of kills. And from there, they're just working at a man disadvantage. They almost wrangle things back, but Alum continues to be able to just find the necessary trades, and crucially wins that 1 versus 1 against 7. We've done a decent job trying to protect himself on the site with the smokes, was getting cover, that drone broken, but it just did not matter.
Back we go. There was a ping there early. 7 fighting for that space. Logan tried to get up on pipes. Probably didn't expect the Omen to be hanging around for so long. So off to the races we are. But it's a slightly hampered squad of core that tentatively approaches A side of the map for good reason. Oh, goodness. Vora with God knows what in his hands there. I don't even want to know. Not ready to fight for it. And Alvin and Gimon have to find a way to salvage. And there's already the Sage Wall in play. And this feels like we're headed to core advantage. Almost guaranteed. We need some serious heroics right now. And Allen finds another multi-kill round. It's 7 kills in 2 rounds for the man. And up with core, 1 away from taking it.
Switching sides.
Yeah, he's kind of just having an all-star performance, isn't he? Now with 35 kills, that is crazy. TSM going to take that timeout.
I mean, geez, the highest kill total I've seen in overtime, I want to think back, it was like Icebox on Lotus last year at 37. Definitely with the potential to get there. This is just the first map of this series, to be clear. So that is exactly just how much has already transpired. And timeout called by TSM. Want to try and fight, keep this game going in the 32nd round of play. I mean, the fatigue sets in here, and you have to hope to take some energy into the rest of this series. A best of 5 for a spot in that final. Now, TSM already have that 2nd seed locked up. 130 points, circuit points is what they'd have if they lose here. But obviously, core need to win the final to stay in 2nd seed. And this game, they just need to win this one to qualify. It's a question of, Winthrop and core with the outcome of this game. And must be nice for core to have their destiny in their own hands. And so far, they've made use of it. This is brilliant from Alum here. Just the timing. Just simple as that.
Yeah, by the
Another
way,
sick round.
Bear in mind, this is TSM's map pick, and they beat Qbert 13-1 yesterday on it. So for core to even be making it this close on a map that you definitely give to TSM on paper, still a pretty sick way to start the series, even if they can't close it out. But they've got the opportunity to do so right now on defense. Allen pressed up a little bit towards A, playing forward. Has that trip over towards B main. So core don't have to pay too much attention to it. You could see their 2 players more drifted towards mid, not needing to worry about anything towards yellow until this trip is actually broken.
Interesting Sage Wall application this time around. Deny one of the ways through mid. Logan, of course, can watch the other. So a little bit tough for TSM to work a split of any kind here. But they can still drift across mid. That Poison Orb will allow for this movement over towards A. But very little has been done to open this up. Alvin's been playing very, very carefully. So TSM walking into this pretty blind, very limited info. And Alum is going to do the same thing he's done almost every round in this spot. Just play here for the opener, but he's on the move. He opts to push up at what could have been an inopportune time, but he still converts as the orb is being taken. TSM are going to go for it now. Cat is well and truly out of the bag. Trying to cover that with this smoke, of course, towards rafters. Get the plant at least, but they're going to have to go with that, Timo.
Pretty insane that GMD is able to get a pit right now. What? I mean, just round the world, getting the orbs, getting the plant, doesn't even have a kill. So TSM can absolutely win this out now.
That is... Okay, that's pretty astonishing. All those old orbs gobbled up. It's at the cost of Timo there. That's what allows it to be picked up. Nerve, though, deals a death blow to Vora. That's the other Sova off the map. And Alvin is a little bit too slow. Seven's tucked in here by a slow orb. Can't even get him just one. And Ziggy the person who put the pit up in the first place, is to fight within it. In a 1 versus God knows how many. Over the defuse here, and core have locked it up, folks. TSM, a devastating result after a very strong first half. They really got ahead on defense, but they are ground into dust in this banger of an extended game. Core win TSM's map pick, looking very, very good. And Alum just unbelievable.
Pretty shocked that they were able to steal this map away. Love to see, though, coming into it, that core made a massive switch up to their comp, in contrast to the last time we saw them on this map, which was actually a while ago. It was 2 months ago. So TSM didn't really know what they'd be going up against going into this. And I don't think they expected Alum to drop what, like 37 on them, or 36, 37, something like that. I mean, yeah, pretty stunning performance from him to get them across the finish line on map 1. And now we're heading on to their pick next. Things are looking good for QOR.
Yeah, it's going to be Lotus coming up next. So we are going to throw to yet another break, but we're going to bring, of course, our fantastic desk in after that to just to dissect some of the action we saw in a very long first map and set our sights on the rest of this best of 5. So go too far.
far back from it to GMT has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
A QOR Gaming fighting for their spot in Ascension, a best of 5 lower finals, and going into the first map, a map that hasn't proved too successful for them in the past. A lot of conversation about how they could overcome any sort of loss of momentum, what to do, maybe starting off on the wrong foot. Never fully discussed what would happen if QOR wins. They'll take down TSM on Icebox 17-15. I mean, Dan, looking back at that map, that was just craziness through and through. Like, where do we even start?
So many things happen, including a very long tech boss to make sure that QOR is finally able to close it out. But no, it was honestly insane. Let's keep in mind, because of everything that happened, TSM, they were able to win both of the pistols. Into that second half, though, QOR got the anti-eco, and then you saw an incredible back and forth between the two. A lot of the plays that I see towards that first half were this 4-1 or this 3-1-1 early on that QOR was playing, leaving Alim by himself into the late rounds, turning that into a 4-1, and then him having an insane amount of impact. I feel like everybody knew exactly how they wanted to play this map. They wanted to play it slow. They wanted to play a little bit more methodical. And for the side of TSM, it was a little bit different. They wanted to go for this plan and executed hits into the sides that were not really working out. A few opportunities they got the chance to. That's why it goes all the way to overtime. But when it came down to the back and forth to see who was going to close it out, it's QOR coming up on top. And it's a perfect way to finish it too, because that first round that gave the lead to QOR this time around, it was a 4K for Lim. He gets, what, 37 kills to close it out? It's insane.
Yeah, and there were so many instances where it did feel like TSM were getting caught off guard, you know, like a lot of the time where a majority of the eliminations we saw off the rip were coming through from QOR. So first kills, obviously slightly higher on the side of TSM. 15 and 17 are still absolutely insane, but they were just there and present and taking up space, very, very valuable space for QOR. You could see TSM try to do it occasionally down in mid, you know, either that or Alvin Boy lurking, right? And just tending over to the B side or the A side, and then GMD is now trying to get this flank through, but the timing was never really there for TSM sometimes, and it honestly felt like it was just unfortunate and, you know, kind of getting off put by the tech pause. I could see that happen, but they played their best game. I mean, QOR definitely really brought it all out with the Lim.
One thing that happens when you play this map of Icebox is that it's very clear the way that teams are going to play it based on what the kind of compositions are. But you see an attempt to do something different into that last round for TSM. They go for getting that orb towards B, then A, then allow GMD to get that spike planted, and try to use that Viper Spit as a win condition. That is the last option that they have out of everything else that they had tried, and it just doesn't really work out the way that they wanted to for QOR. It is incredible. We mentioned it, the casters were mentioning too. It's been a very long time since QOR played this map of Icebox. They were either banning it first or banning it second for about 5 of the last matches that they've played. So the fact that they played this map that was so good for TSM yesterday with a 13-1, and they get this win is such a good start for this series.
100%. And going into this series, we had pulled up that tweet of Moobs cheering on the Frenchman in GMD, and I think accidentally gave his energy to the other Frenchman in Chamber, because this performance from the Chamber in Alum from QOR was just electric this match. I mean, what couldn't he do at this point, Dan, honestly? And that compared with Nerve in the setup was just phenomenal through and through.
Most of the times, this is exactly what I was talking about. On the attack side for Lim, where he was shining a little bit more, they were playing these 4-1s, leaving him behind, and there was always one player that was trying to swing, trying to cross from mid to B, where that spike was planted, and Lim was taking them down. And if not, it was going to be the late runs. If not, it was going to be him pushing from B on the defense and finding an opening that way, immediately TPing back, and doing this over and over again. And for Nerve, I feel like it was also such an amazing highlight in a little bit of a different way. It was more of those late rounds for what Nerve was doing, not only with the shock darts, but also with the Hunter's Fury. There's a round 17 where Nerve sends the shocks, immediately sends a Hunter's Fury, and it's just creating delays, just creating a nightmare for TSM that we're never really comfortable into this B side.
I mean, the fact that we highlighted Alum going up against Timitino at top of day, and we really got to see so much from the two of them as well, so much early pressure from these ops, just in two different, very different roles when you look at the Jet versus this Chamber. And I really liked seeing Alum pick up the Chamber on this map. I feel like it fits him so well with just being able to get that kill, get out of there, and you could see that aggression and that get out of jail free card after Dan, and it was just really nice to see it come to light. And I mean, the score speaks for itself.
And also not overstepping or not overdoing it too. You see these rounds of overtime where, you know, that Jet on the side of Timotino, he's going for that glass cannon operator. And you can kind of do the same on Chamber because that has been the win condition for Lim. But most of those times he was still buying a rifle. He was still playing for the team, even if the setup towards the early rounds looked the same. It was a very good understanding on, you know, what the other side was going to bring to them, and also making sure that they were not too predictable. It was a lot of conditioning that they did very early on, and when it came down to the overtime, they just stick to the things that they knew to close it out.
And now that's an absolute heartbreaker of a map for TSM to lose. That was their map pick, and going on in the series, we had highlighted so much here, Gomps, how good of a start TSM could possibly have here, and how drastically that 180 is going into the second map. So now QOR up one in the series. It's QOR's map pick, and this is one that's looked rough for TSM in the past.
Yeah, like you said, expectations definitely going over to TSM, right? This was their map pick. They had better history with it. But I was looking a little bit further into it. QOR hasn't necessarily played this within Challengers ever since they had Kess, right? So they changed up the composition. They had something that they were thinking of doing, and I think it did play really well with the limb, switching them up from the jet they had played previously to going on to the chamber. So for me, this was honestly best case scenario. Now moving into Lotus and having this map be the map that you are really, really looking forward to, the map that you know that you can perform on.
This next map of Lotus is where I said things get a little bit interesting, because I was honestly expecting a TSM win on this map, one, just based on how they looked yesterday. But for QOR, now is a little bit of the opposite scenario, right? It's a TSM that haven't played this map of Lotus that much. For QOR, they played it most recently against Winthrop University. This is where they got the 13-5, and this is when I was highlighting the defense a lot. I feel like the teams that are the best on this map are the teams that have a very clear understanding on how they want to play it. And I feel like that relies a lot on Logan and what he's able to do with this Vice here. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I do see a QOR winning this map.
I think my biggest question is when I look at TSM is if we are going to be able to see a switch up on the day for them, because going into the agents, I'm not necessarily sure how much practice and how good their old comp was. That's where we got to see a little bit more of this Waylay, and I think that's going to be something that could be really interesting on the day of. So heading into this, we will. All right, okay, Gomps, I like this a lot more. Get to see the Rays coming out. I think this is what can really set Timotino up for success.
This is good. I genuinely do love Timotino playing on the Neon, or I see that last time they had played actually the Waylay. So yeah, actually get that out of here. I don't want to see it ever again. So yeah, Race, good. Let's roll with it. And the expectations are high for me for Timotino. We didn't get to see them shine too much, I would say. They were getting shut down pretty heavily by Elim playing on that chamber, right? First-hand picks and engagements just being given freely over to QOR. But this is good. I like the idea of having that extra source of damage util being thrown out and sourcing that space to them for TSM, because that does feel like what it was lacking.
It's interesting to see this change for TSM. It's been about a month since they last played this map against Legacy Kingdom and won lost 13-4. Like Sierra mentioning, a little bit of that. My cat is muting me, by the way. That Waylay that was getting played, but a lot of teams and challenges that was not finding any success. So going back to something that is a little bit more standard, I still have my questions on what Seven is going to be doing here with the Sage and how they can turn that into an actual win condition. But on the other side, I just gotta say, QOR and what they've been doing here is very good. So keep your eyes on that.
I definitely think QOR might have a bit more of an advantage into this, but a lot of tools here to try and slow down Alim, who had a banger of a first game. Let's see if it's enough here for TSM to try and get this upset and tie this series up. Lotus is ready, so let's head it back over to your casters. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, okay, the double Senti from TSM here, and Sova also in the mix. This is a bit of a fruity composition, Wyatt.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. I'm trying to think of the last time we've seen some real Sage on Lotus, and it's not coming to mind because you just don't really see Sage on Lotus very much. So I'm down though. I'm down to see what they got. Obviously, they have a crazy amount of stall with this comp between having your Vice throwing down the thorns and your Sage slowing down, throwing the slows. That's going to be very obnoxious for QOR, especially for your Neon. You're going to be getting stalled constantly trying to get into the sites. I mean, so let's see how that plays out.
How are TSM supposed to fight Rubble with this setup, right? I mean, they're
just
going...
throw a slow orb at the door, basically. Like,
yeah,
I mean, honestly,
so.
Yeah. Like, if you just throw a slow at the door, they can't get out outside of... Well, I mean, okay, your Neon and your Omen can beat that timing, but if they do, you know they're going to be Rubble or pushing forward, and no one's going to really be able to swing off them unless they both go together straight to beat the slow orb timing.
Shout out to Ambrosia for the free promo, by the way. This is obviously QOR TSM map 2.
Oh,
all right, you're right.
Whoa, he's fast. He's so fast.
Bro is sat on top of that. That's crazy. Alan, though, very quick. He does beat the timing. Yep. I mean, this is This is fair. I mean, there's obviously a lot of stall, like you mentioned. We did get to watch Darkus standing on top of that very slow warp. So I guess it feels similar to maybe like a C's setup. Might be a little more possible to avoid the follow-up nade, but fair enough. Very interesting looks here. TSM playing more to the outer edges of the map, with the exception of Gimon, who actually gets up inside this dark cover. But Core they've seen enough.
Alvin has pushed all the way out of C and is definitely going to need to find himself in a situation where he gets a kill and lives, or gets 2 kills, or maybe even 3. He's got to do something, Mitch. He's got to do something on this flank, because I don't really see the impact coming from the other players at this point.
Alvin is a really
30 seconds left.
conservative player, I've noticed, on these flanks. He's probably like the other end of the spectrum to Net, for example. He very much, even when he's like the loose end of the site, on the attack side, we saw it on Icebox, he didn't really ever ask for too much, just maintained presence and watched for push-ups. So yeah, again, it's very slow and steady. He wants the saber rattling to obviously come from Gimon and Timo here, who also have to clear rubble manually. So yeah, Gimon doubles back there. Good paranoia. That's a bloody paranoia. Alum tries to circumvent that by getting up close, but he gets flattened. 2-0 though, beautiful right click. He's in a good spot. Alvin finally gets active and it pays off. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. TSM convert on the 3v4. Caught outside of the map a lot of the time and really down to the last moment able to get it. Well, okay, it's 4.68 seconds. Let's get real. But yeah, really taking their time. I mean, yeah. Alvin on that late flank.
Reasonable amount of time to get that diffused, but I know what you're saying. I'm with you. Yeah, pretty bizarre pistol round, not gonna lie. I mean, I think we're getting, was that a team paranoia? We're getting flashed and we're still sliding into multiple players. That was Allen was kind of doing the most there. And then on the flank, Alvin's just isolating 1v1s. Things getting very disjointed for Core in that post plant, and TSM win the duels.
Now, obviously, I posed the question to Wyatt at the start of this map.
Darkest moment.
Oh, okay, bro. All right. Timo sees Allen coming, or at least feels him coming. Spidey senses may be tingling. And yes, the slow warp to fight for rubble was really quite nice last round. You did mention, I mean, you called it really well. There was obviously a couple of players that could beat that particular timing. Darkest though, we've gone for, once again, yeah, the Outlaw upgrade, but 7 gets everything. 2 kills, ball thrown up, fighting tree. You know he wants a bit of argy-bargy, but a little out of range. Still able to take the kill on the second shot. Pretty clean, all things considered there from TSM. It's all about the judge play outside of A.
And they get a free Outlaw upgrade. Yeah, that's the Darkest special. Loves that second round Marshall / Outlaw. That has always been his little trademark as a player. But it has resulted in him having a really bad buy for round 3, sadly. Sadly for a limb, goes down in that fashion.
7 benefiting there from his teammate taking the heat off him. Quite nice in general. So TSM obviously a few options. I do like the idea of being a rat spotter Sage, taking the kill and then walling up after the fact. This is a pretty determined fight for Rubble. So clearly, I'm not familiar with the TSM's game here. They just control that A side and even throw up a Sage wall after the fact, now freeing themselves up for a B retake.
Core have gone very fast into this C site. It was just all speed through mound. Not a lot of defensive utility to contend with, and the retake effort is not well armed, to say the least. So Core really should be able to get their first round on the board here.
I know getting himself that Odin very early on, and it's pretty effective when it comes to that spam off the site. Darkest can fall off. There's plenty of utils still available. They have the paranoia part of that package. Still a aftershock here as well to do an attempt at a defuse, but Nerve is not moving. He is sat up on that corner. TSM are going to have to fight tooth and nail for this one. With the Judge and the Stinger, they just need to close the gap first and foremost. 2Z though, down. That's the omen. Time short though, again, TSM really like to push us to the death of the round. And now when they have to face the music against these better weapons, they crumble.
Yeah, they were just severely outgunned there with the scoped weapons and having the shotgun on the retake. It's just wraps. Core just stay in the site, but play at range, have delay utility as well. Nice paranoia. The Tuzu was able to connect on 3 players, so make it look very, very easy. And, well, it's time to see how far the Brock Odin dominance expands across America. Will we get 4 Odins in this server? We've got 2 right now. 7 is always, to be fair to 7, he's always been an Odin abuser player. Can't take that away from him, you know?
And honestly, Rourke cooked that style in challenges, so he was put up against players just like 7 on more than one occasion, and put that to the test frequently. Alvin, I think expecting Alum here to jump at least to try and clear the shear. Oh no, no shear. Alvin just says, "Come at me, brother." Takes him out. The shield wall's actually over on the B side in B main. That's not checked earlier on. Darkest though does now see it. Oh, that was costly, wasn't it? Trying to just make a peek to draw it out. Vora is waiting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a risk with nothing to cover him up, trying to get the wall out. That's a bold move. It does not pay off.
Not ready.
Alvin has barely moved from the spot.
Now, at this point in the round, if you're going into this C site, you have to deal with the thorns. That is going to be a lot of stall util. Be very easy for TSM to rotate more players here if they need to. And they will.
Correctly. He must have assumed Tuzi would start to make a move. Watch out for the spam, though. Never found a kill in this similar position last round. TSM give up the site. Quite happy to do so. They've got a lot of that sofa util they can actually make use of. A couple of them saying that on a map like this. There's the plant. 7 chunked low. Obviously trying the challenge from Waterfall. 3 full health players on the core side, or mostly. Tuzi did take some incidental damage. Another smoke here to continue to stall out to make that, yep, it's going to be refreshed. That push up on the site for TSM is going to be costly, and they've already lost Timo now as well. 7's moved up from Waterfall here, but Logan's found yet another one in the drop down from Tuzi. He's given up a good position, but Nerve steps in where he's needed. And this post plant, so good for core. And they lock it down. TSM, on that retake, feeling a little bit overwhelmed.
Felt like TSM had more util to disrupt them, but it just didn't really get the value. The recon went in. I didn't see where the nade went from Timatino. No, they had that as well. Ultimately, just did not matter. Core just stuffed them at the chokes, fight them while they are run out here.
I mean, again,
yeah, I mean, there's just really nothing coming their way in terms of the utility, but you know, I suppose that is also going to be the case when you are going up against a flashless comp. You don't have to turn around. You can just look at the chokes and shoot them. So that's also pretty helpful.
So no rubble fight this time from TSM. Again, just not really the weaponry for it. Trying to cheese it up over towards that tree side. Okay, Imon's able to dig Nerve out on the flank, and Alum wants to make sure the gun's not recovered. So ends up taking the trade. Now the spike, though, is starting to get moving over towards this A side, but the action that happened in C is actually dragging some TSM players back. The second player spotted at that C extremity made them think twice about whether this would end A, and that's given a window, a small slip of their net for Core to get in here.
And they have heard at least one of those rotates. There was a lot of noise being made by Timatino over here, so they can certainly expect 2 players.
Fault line and paranoid follow up. Yeah, this side's getting hit very, very hard. Tuzi able to follow up on that setup. And 7 now will just have the dances relay. Oh, okay. Get you one. Get you one.
Just playing Minecraft.
Got mine.
Just built himself a little hut in the back. Respect. Got his.
He got farmed like a villager for emeralds, though. Now, of course, with a steel garden active, there's just 0 reason to commit that into a 1 versus 3, so Alvin will just walk the smoke. What? No! Alvin able to swing! Alvin low, 24, gets a better weapon though. How about them apples? Alvin low has to back away. Alvin may have opened the ridiculous opportunity here. Alvin trying to stay safe and has to commit the ultimate to stay alive. That is far too close for comfort.
God. That was outrageous. Oh my God.
He just walked out.
We were moments away, inches away from even more absurdity. Alm was so close to dying just then.
Bro, he popped overdrive to stay alive. Bro, he was, right, the fear had gotten him, dude. What is this? Oh, that was... I'm sorry, this series, for a myriad of different reasons, is completely absurd. What we saw in Icebox and now already on Lotus, we've seen absolute insanity. Alvin, however, as the story breaks, is not able to take that round away for TSM. I probably would have fallen off my chair, but has a Steel Garden for the next round. It is a buy round, of course, for TSM. They've called a timeout to try and play around this now. I want to note that TSM will be contending with a Rolling Thunder and a Nightfall in this round. So it's a little bit tricky. If they allow there to sort of be a post-plant setup, they're going to be heavily disrupted.
Man, it's so rare that we see a double initiator comp on this map. It is the rarest right now in the meta. But so far, so good for QOR, and I am just still impressed by Alum. He is just still on fire today. Looks like TSM want to go for the full rubble fight. A little slow into the nade, perhaps. Let's see what they got.
There's the slow. QOR, though, respect it. But this lets 7 get right up close and personal. Rolling Thunder, though, is going to open this up a little bit more. The wall timing, legendary. They're still going to be able to break through it, though, but TSM had a chance to recover. They bought themselves the breathing room with the Sage Wall of all things. And 7's feeling himself. Why wouldn't you be? Darkest down by Gimon. He's third of the round, and Nerve is not getting out of here alive. I'll give you that one for free. Logan now has to return to an absolute disaster scape.
It's a hilarious counterplay. And then they try to push out behind it and they get reconned. That is devious. That's a crazy play.
And not one of those ultimates has to be committed on offense or other on defense here by TSM. Not a single
horrible trade deal for QOR. Rolling Thunder for the Sage Wall.
You get 4 kills, I get humiliated. It's rough. I guess like they do. I think they break up the Sage Wall to some degree, but it's just utter pandemonium for that 1.5 seconds where they're realizing what is in front of them.
And it's fine for, I mean, it's a perfectly fine idea for QOR as well. They did have the read on the situation, which is that TSM are just going to walk a couple players forward, probably post up, try to get back towards Rubble corner, and just ult as soon as the slow orb goes away, run at them. But you know, that is too funny.
Okay, I'm very sold on the Sage play. I'm not going to lie. I generally don't think in my modest Valorant casting career, I've sort of seen it used on this map at this level.
And perhaps that was a wall placed due to the new buff. How far away was he? Oh, he's miles away, man. That's actually that is actually like the recent wall buff coming into play. 7 is yards away from that position.
Bro, how am I asking how they're going to fight Rebel, bro? The greatest foreshadowing ever. All right.
And it looks like they're doing it again. Nade back Rebel if they cross to beat the slow orb, and they're right into the nade.
Yeah, Tucci took a hit from that one. 7 just flattens him though. And from above it's Cimatino. Not a opportunity at all to even know what was hitting him for Alum. Slow orb, I think, was thrown back behind Rubble. Damn, bro, TSM have got, bro, they got some hands on his A side of the map, dude.
QOR are trying to ego them so hard. They're trying to Nightfall out. But guys, did you see what happened last time? Like, you got destroyed by the one wall. This time they try to Nightfall out, get equally as destroyed.
We haven't seen TSM on this map for a hot minute. And they've been cooking. They've absolutely... Bro, MBS is on something, dude.
One enemy remaining.
Darksteer has to wager something here, and a flawless round. A bit of self-defibrillation there from Gimon. I think maybe some of the audience might have needed it too after the last couple of rounds. Puts TSM in the lead, still with a healthy back of ultimates to leverage.
It was a really sick ult, but... yeah, it's just the same thing. Everyone's sold out by the slow in main. If you try to cross fast to Rubble, you're going to eat the paint shells. And they're using a Nightfall to try to support the players that are out there, but 3 of them can't even help. They're stuck. They're slowed.
Looked like, yeah, Alum at least wasn't affected by a slow wall. I thought one might have been thrown a little deeper. That wasn't the case, but there was no chance of back up him. I love this fast play, though, in towards C-Door. And no need for a commitment. Now, again, we've seen Shield will go to the B side of the map, so if QOR expecting this, they don't have to slow down. Just accelerate into the side for it. Tries to catch him, but Alvin is having a game. Not enough there to stop QOR in their track. Still guarded. comes out, maybe not the time he was looking for. The Sheriff's just sung for QOR in the end. And now Timo, able to skirt around the edge of the Steel Garden from Logan, still will have to deal with the Razor Vine in his way.
Honestly,
now take a 1v2.
Vine pretty important. It just even keeps him off the line from being able to throw a paint shell onto the planter.
Well, that was anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And that is what the Odin does to the game. Not very exciting.
Me when I run into a 1v2 Odin held on the side. It's tough out there, folks.
All right. Well, pretty cool opening though from QOR. They, hey, that's what happens when you run a breach. Your Neon gets to go really fast. You stun some people. You get some kills. Pretty cool.
Right. I'm sold. Now, that was the Nightfall committed a couple of rounds back as well, and a Steel Garden from both sides here. So a bit of a trough ult-wise. Remember last round, it was just a really fast hit on towards C. This time, a B site that's not open, but again, you still will be stalled out maybe slightly because of that sheer wall. Yep. It does look like Darkness was still trying to walk up on that site. So it leaves Alum as a loose end, but he can still do damage in that position. Timo caught up on the corner, couldn't get away. Still gets his one though. Tusi has to TP across this Razor Vine. He wants this seaside control. He's going to have it, but at the cost of Nerve, who's cut down on the way in. Logan though picks a great time to swing that doorway and leaves him at least in a decent position. But they have to fight retake against this Sage util. Oh, also this, yeah, the Rolling Thunder would have been good to have been able to build up in this situation, but it is a Hunter's Fury from Vora. Not really convincing though. Our drone maybe even more effective as a util piece.
Now, when TSM get into backside, maybe an opportunity for Seven to try to use that res to bait someone out. Vora does have that recon to be launched into backside. Okay, they're gonna use it for waterfall. Fair enough.
They're gonna see nothing there. That's not shot, dealt with. Kimon tries to take the solo fight there. Dark cover again. It's such an annoying location. Breaks up the side. Logan has to find a timing here. There's no other option. And he's going to allow this to at least get to half. Oh, get out of here. Get out.
No right to do this.
What is this game we're playing? What is this children's game?
Sometimes in challenges, right? Like,
look at all these bright colors.
Yeah, we see these like well-lit hallways, bright colors. Yeah.
Okay, go on. Make your point.
Sometimes the challenge, like we see some ridiculous stuff, and sometimes it's because of mistakes or things are being overlooked here. I generally think like a lot of the nut stuff we're seeing in this game can be attributed to like individual ability and just raw creativity in some of these comps and some of these setups. So I'm always glad to see that. You know, I was going to say we always
glad to see that. I'm always glad to see this, huh?
And we've got everything.
Right. Let me hold on. Let me
get it out. You need to go to a random page.
The Hobbit.
It's like original Tolkien, right? The written register is pretty old-fashioned, but I'm here for it. You got to just crack a page open, though.
Page 129. Actually, hold on. Wait, let's give him a second. How serious is this tech pause? I'm waiting for someone in the chat to tell me. I'm waiting for the production chat to illuminate me, provide me the information. It's but I will say that it's giving 3 players are lagging. Oh, 2-minute estimated time of arrival.
Easy.
Okay. That's nothing. We got that in the bag. This has been a fun game though with TSM's comp. And Alvin's anchoring is looking good. I like how he played that whole situation on the C side on that last round. The core go for that like split through B with Alum running through waterfall. And then he kind of just gets shot down by Alvin, who respects the fact that someone from core could actually be pushing through B and that they didn't just activate the wall and then fully go C main.
Yeah.
You know, comes back in, gets another one. It
feels like TSM were pretty reluctant to, I don't know who saw on camera there behind it, but pretty reluctant to like hard anchor those sites early on. And also core are a little taken aback on occasion about the sheer wall placement, but Alvin is always using it over on the B side because TSM are opting to not have anybody there early in the round. They're not pushing off of it. They're also just really not attending to that side at all, committing a little bit more to the sort of extremities of the map. And QOR have been quite effective in post plants when they're able to get things down. So it makes sense that TSM want to commit a little bit more now in these later rounds. I think you mentioned Alvin Boys anchoring efforts that gave them a bit of an edge. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with this if I'm TSM. Haven't shown the map for a while, like 2 months, I want to say. QOR have looked really quite phenomenal here. You've got yourself 5 defense-sided rounds. I'd say at least 3 of those could be attributed to ridiculousness. A 4th almost was, and Alvin wasn't quite able to convert. So you're sitting pretty right now. Buy a round up for you. Team up with the defense side up. I think you're feeling pretty good. That's just me, you know?
Yeah. I'm just seeing what Timo wanted to do there. You could see him considering. Do I go push forward? Do I play on a safe angle? He's going to play it safe. And probably for the best, because they can burst onto him so quickly with the comp that they have. It's very dangerous to be playing far up unless you're with the pack in a big group.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, wait, they're going to use that to crunch onto them with the Odin.
And Logan just sees it happen. He's like, well, you got a boss. Nothing I can do about this. The weapons just aren't there now for QOR. Get another little set play. Beautifully done. There's no information for TSM about who is sort of lurking the main side. That wall, though, protects them. Man, I don't blame QOR for collapsing there. There's no way you're ready for that set. Logan called the wall, so he has to have known what was happening, but it's just not enough time.
Yeah, that is a devious little set play. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. Alvin's one away from getting the Steel Garden on this round, so that could be pretty pivotal as well.
Okay, so yeah, another variation thrown here by TSM. And I've got to say, something that we really liked from them yesterday, that they were... The playbook for these guys is genuinely really deep. It's not just the same thing on defense side as well. It's a lot of like these little set plays have looked really good. Attack side calling also pretty mixed. And their opponents really struggle to answer it. That's just freaking nuts. Come on, boost up on the wall, slow orb to sort of deny an acceleration into the side after that trade goes, and Kimon can reset himself here. Now, yeah, Nightfall does connect, and it will persist, but someone's trolling behind the wall. Seven tries to open it up himself. Nerve will gun him down. Timo has the time.
Oh,
never mind. Didn't see it.
But somehow he lives too. No. All good.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Aftershock caught Vora there. Gimon speculating through that dark cover, but it's about to get heavy over on this side, and Gimon was too busy fiddling with his accoutrements, so he will be caught out in reload. Timo has a chance to redeem himself, and somehow, man, he always has the timing. Darkest responds. Rolling Thunder. I like this. Alvin ahead of it. Can he make the shot? No, not clear. Darkest. What a clutch. Rolling Thunder, and I would suggest the perfect time.
Last round before the switch.
Pretty sick clutch. Unfortunate for TSM that they just get divided with the last 2 players there. Timo gets his and then just gets hungry to fight for that last kill, but ends up leaving Alvin alone. This was pretty insane. That little paranoia into the wall boost to get the kill onto Alum. Pretty sick.
I mean, I'm glad that we have such a juiced map here after a pretty extensive overtime and tech force bonanza in the previous. This one's definitely got me on the edge of my seat. Never know what to expect from these guys. The door opens up. Kimon is waiting. Darkest also takes a massive hit in that slow orb, makes follow-up. It's hard to do.
Oh my God,
they're practicing his calligraphy on the wall there. And gets a splash of red as a reward. Big tree presence. Some real horticulturists on the map here, Wyatt. QOR.
When this hit comes in, Alvin does have this Steel Garden, by the way. He's in position to hit all 4 players with it.
All right. They're waiting for something. TSM, though, not going to move up and give them anything for the time being. Heavy pings towards that stairs side, though. They might be waiting on Logan to get moving. Prowler out. Fault line connects on Alvin Boy. Steel Garden probably gets ripped here. And so the weapon's taken away. Logan trying to get active, though. Sees Timotino into the smoke. And what a connection. The one player not inside the Steel Garden. Timo, though, with some room to breathe. Showstopper connects on the Darkest. But it still leaves Alvin solo. Versus Logan. And this guy on the Guardian been pretty bloody sharp. The second shot is good enough. Even a bit of a twitch from the man as he knows he hits right to the core. It is an even half after 12 rounds. TSM with some flashy stuff in his defense side, but QOR brought the grit.
Yeah, that was kind of ice cold from Logan. Not gonna lie. The last bullet to get that first kill right here, one tap, that was sick. And then just baits that he's running into sight, waits on the angle, posts up to take the 1v1.
Now we wait.
I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing. Now, this combo on attack for TSM though, I don't see how they're going to be effectively fighting on attack for the space on A. I mean, you can throw, I imagine, a slow that'll stop the core team from pushing too far forward, though they can also then just stun main and the slow will expire and push up. But we'll see how it plays out when the half goes on.
Fair call out though. Obviously,
yeah,
like
I'm
you mentioned,
curious.
they can beat some timings with their comp, but still.
Yeah, because QOR, they have the speed, you know? They have the speed and they also still have the delay from the breach. And C's even from Fade. But yeah, we'll see what happens when we get to some full buys. For now, Olympus has found the timing to push all the way out of B. Are they going to check this or just make their way to C? Looks like...
looking like that Olympia winner in the middle seat on the plane, bro. Just taking all the space. And he'll be happy with that one kill. I don't know. TSM was just like, well, I guess that's the price of doing business if we try and cross-buy me without checking it. So Alan is going to have backup as a fault line to play off.
Yeah, love this setup.
Timing's good, but Alan didn't even need it initially. Gimon clear of the fault line, actually finds the best angle possible for that. So digs him out, and the attackers are down to 3. It would have to have been Alvin Boy doing something disgusting, and he does get the kill. But it again, once more, is traded, and that's all QOR have to do for the rest of this round. A wall, not quite solidified, should be broken through there. But a plant still for TSM.
GMD a little bit stalled up by the C's, but no opportunity to get the kill on him. I like the idea from 7, trying to get forward, take some space elsewhere, catch a player out to even this up. Has a crossfire set up with GMD as well if he eventually goes back down to drop.
That is a big one. 7 getting up on towards that upper side now.
TSM have a great setup right now.
And the smoke! Gimon just sees some feet! Just some dogs sticking out under it. Darkest is out of bullets, bro. Needs to reload, and Gimon is a little bit quicker. About as close as it gets here for a pistol round, but TSM again recover. They convert a player disadvantage.
That was played so well by 7 and GMD, the two OGs of this TSM team, most experienced guys. They were fantastic in that situation. I mean, 7 understood he needed to take some space towards heaven, catch out a player, and then after that, they're able to set up a crossfire. They get the smoke down. GMD even catches Tuzi crossing before that dark cover fully falls. He doesn't just put it right on the ground. He puts it in the air first, so it goes down. Maybe he can spot someone. Everything they just did there together was so well played.
And basically, Logan drew a chalk outline there of Gimon. I couldn't complete the kill, so pretty far forward smoke here. QOR want to contest the space at Mound without actually wagering any individuals. It doesn't really work. It's just walked up through. It does cost an Aldrone. I think TSM are comfortable being priced into that at least at this point in the round. Just the one Vice and just one Arc set up for Logan to play off of, so it needs to be damn good. Gets a confirmation though, backs away. Fault line here from B side also going to stall.
7 with that judge on the Sage is a little bit silly, but I'm here for it. There's that long range wall coming through.
Transfer. Gimon should just TP up there, honestly. All right, well, that aftershock gets in there. Alum finds Vora, though.
Still no ability to plant, but QOR don't have any other delay.
Yeah, they've used it all now. 7 is dastardly. Okay, thought he might have caught them both.
Not great, just 1 for 1.
Yeah, would have liked more, especially against this kind of round. TSM, they brought the better weapons into the round. Need to convert it. Otherwise, this gets muddier and muddier. Nerve tucks himself around the corner, and Logan's recovered at the judge. Unfortunately, QOR is not in session today. Gimon finds yet another 3-piece. And it is the X factor in TSM being able to convert on that anti-eco, but it was anything but pretty.
Yeah, on this Omen specifically, GMD is like by far and away the statistical leader of all Omens right now. He's putting up like 0.86 kills per round on the Omen in the playoffs. The next is like 0.74. This is not even close what he's doing on this controller role. That was a very sick clutch, but unfortunately, because TSM lost so many players, they're on an eco round, which is a little unlucky.
And it's going from bad to worse here. Oh, that is sharp stuff. Relay Bolt connects onto Alvin, and it's an easy pickup. Okay, man. Give me his ace. Where's the ghost player? Gimondi's wary of someone pushing offside at him. And Alam looking for his ace, and he will have it. Beautifully done. Bit of an eco bash, but honestly, can't fault the guy. Controlled that B main area like a champ.
No, I'll take it. Keep the confidence flowing. He's been on fire today. All right, now that we got the full buy, I'm just really interested to see how TSM are going to approach these early round fights for the rest of the half.
Yeah,
are they going to... I just want to see how they try to play around all this initiator utility, how they try to get out of A, what's like what kind of pace the team is playing at. Is it just going to be slow, get into a site late, set up with all your Sage stuff? What is the move going to be?
Core here just trying to push the line of scrimmage forward on C again. And there's good conditioning for TSM. There's always someone, potential rather, for someone to be back behind that.
TSM on this round. They just wait out a little bit of that utility over towards A. I think there was a Prowler, and then they just slowly contact their way out after the fact.
It's expensive, though. They have to use a Dark Cover here on Baby Door. They don't have a Viper Wall to play with. This double Senti comp could be a little difficult in those cases. And okay, Shield Wall now triggered, and Gimon might just walk a little further, but Prowler confirms his presence, mostly.
Very good paranoia, that. It's both core players.
Oh, it's so good. No, oh, has a chance to respond, though. A rare little flub there from Timo. And a second Odin kill from Upper. 7 years also hauling the big iron behind him, but might not be ready for a timing swing here from Pit. Nerve. Oh, he's gotten up there. That's crazy. Now, though, it's getting a bit spicy. Haunt thrown out does reveal a Mark 7. And Alvin here is ready to back him up. There's going to be some presence, though, from stairs pretty instantly. In a 2 versus 4, these are very hard to fight out from. 7 basically has to do it alone. Plant behind the Sage Wall, though. Aftershock comes in a little late. And there it is. It's a 1-for-1. 7 still trying to work the Odin, but paranoia is about the worst case scenario for him here. It doesn't seem to matter. Tuzi's head found magnetic bullets and a chance to even heal himself up, but the double face does him in. The Sheriff finish off the Darkest, and Core now even up the game.
Unfortunate that honestly just feels like it came down to missed shots for TSM. You know, they worked themselves into a pretty decent position there. GMD gets over the stairs. He gets spotted out by Core on account of the Prowler, but really, who cares? He flashes up both players with the paranoia. TSM fully scale back sight, and they just can't convert the kills. I mean, just really comes down to missed shots only in my mind. That is unfortunate.
Of course, Core obviously already taken that first map away in an absolute slugfest. Pretty deflating for TSM to have to go to Haven, knowing they need to reverse sweep to make it into those upper finals. But again, for them, the stakes are not really quite as high. That second C is already locked up. It's Core that have every reason to be fighting for their lives here for a chance to represent at Ascension. The Tuzi revealed by the Recon Bolden just choosing to get out. This will now allow TSM once more with a minimum investment to get Mount control.
Core are rotating over towards the C site pretty fast. You can see the Nerve has been on the move because Alum is posted up with the Outlaw so close on A. They can just overstack that left side of the map.
Tuzi here likely just launching this on contact, but there's also a C's in the hand of his teammates, so one of them going to be the contact player, just off some sound by the looks of things.
Now it looks like TSM, they want to make some noise towards A, just knowing that they could be pushed, that someone from Core could be pushed up here, that they could be overstacking on that C site if they're just going to cut noise and re-hit.
Really heads up, though, the shoulder peak.
There's just no reason for Allen to move. There's no reason for the anchors to move. Core in a great position.
Paranoia comes in, and they get absolutely flattened. Eventually, TSM just runs short on ideas. The double Sentinel comp not able to give them nearly enough of an edge, and a Haunt follow-up with the Odin will secure the round. And now you're starting to think, well, at TSM already wishing they had a bit more of a buffer coming out of that first half in terms of rounds. Going 6-6 may not be enough of them, and they need to call a timeout. That was pretty definitive in terms of a side hit that gets utterly shut down.
That TSM just don't do enough in that mid to late round to give QOR any reason to depart from that C site and to force a limb back who was posted up in that A main choke. You know, they threw a dark cover over his way. That was really it. So when the site hit comes in, there's already 3 players here. They're destroyed. They just get caught by that seize. They're flashed up. There's a Vice util still there with that Arcros. That is an absolute flattening of a round.
I mean,
and that's got QOR's economy in a really out of control situation, by the way.
Yeah. What does their comp do without Sova util to retake A in that situation where Alum is holding the angle? I think they tried to, like, throw a smoke towards Rubble to, like, imply that they were crossing, but because Alum played so close, he knew it was just a feint. I don't know how they're supposed to get that part of the map back with this comp.
I mean, yeah, but they basically just have to hard clear it if they don't have that drone to get the info on an angle like that. Just has to be some kind of multi-swing. You know, or you're trying to, like, jiggle peek, throw out a boom bot. Not great options, you know? Not the greatest options.
Vora just confirming that his team's with him. Respect.
And he wasn't being flanked. Knows that now as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's no one is hiding. There's no... It's good spy checking, honestly. It's the wrong game. And again, it's a pretty lackluster push for TSM, but we'll forgive it. The weaponry is just not where it needs to be. Stingers and a Bucky. And a... Oh, yeah. Darkest really just waiting for a Q there, but they didn't have control of the front of the site, so couldn't play off that with the fault line. Still guarded. Slow orb being played. There'll be a counter one coming out here from QOR, but it's the slow orb that's actually more of an issue for them, so wait on that perhaps. Logan opts to pop it anyway, and away we go. Timotino back in the fight. It's going to be an overdrive here. Alum clips 7 just around a... That can headshot there. Goddamn. Okay. 7 taken down. Still
what a stun.
Need to deal with his plant position. Perfect setup. That's disgusting. Another ace for Alum? No, because Logan's a scumbag.
That was a really sick retake. What an ult from Alum. That was crazy. He just... It looked like he stunned everyone up, and I think they just got out of the way, went forward, and just didn't matter because they went straight into his crosshair, and he absolutely deletes everybody. I like this play from TSM, though. If there's one thing that they've displayed today that they are good at, it's coming up with little ideas, little plays in the moment to try to find advantages. They get that one there by collecting the kill on the Darkest, recovering the rifle into the res, but it's still ultimately they're so underarmed compared to QOR, who then get that great Nightfall off. Get back into the site off the back of it.
All right, some Rubble action here, but nothing real behind it from TSM. Again, they just want to draw out some of this util.
And how do they get out? That is the question, right? They have the drone since it's early days. Slow for back Rubble into the paranoia, but that relay bolt will keep them at bay, so TSM can't immediately scale.
The drone gone. I mean, TP cancelled. Gets to see them coming. And a paranoia puts them back in the box again. Now, the Odin spam can go to work.
Oh, no. That was so much damage. Well, Timotino is going to get the heal from 7, luckily, because he was brought down to, what, like 10, 20 HP, something like that. TSM, after absorbing all of that damage, they at least get the info that there's a stack from QOR on A main, so let's just get to C fast and try to get in before they get here themselves.
This is certainly one way to clear the site, right? One way to get into the map. Certainly one of the more expensive options, but Timo's been able to convert the showstopper into a pretty aggressive Hall's presence. But it'll be denied that. Fault line's going to force him back into the site. Now QOR can encroach. There's going to be a sage wall, of course, covering the exit from Waterfall.
So they're all going to be
that too.
You know, going from backside. Timotino has a nade for this. Unfortunately, Alvin with those mollies miles away, so it should be easy for QOR to get back into the site. But then they have to deal with everyone around.
Nice little trade there. Alum on the swing, expecting a player to be up on side after the aftershock would have cleared them from that corner. Vora, though, the Soberdarth can really go to work. What a great ping, and one that can't really be interacted with considering where the fight was at. Alva deals the Darkest up on the site. And that's a well-played round for TSM, but it costs them a lot. Their Al drone doesn't get them out onto A. They've got to use the showstopper for C.
The post plant, pretty crisp, and finally we get to see what the Sova's supposed to offer, at least a little bit on this map.
Yeah, that was a really awesome recon. TSM just make a great call there. After fighting over A, they take on so much utility from QOR, stuffing them at the choke, but it does give them, the information that there are 3 players there. So if they just gun it over to the C site, probably only have to deal with the Vice. It was a good call, but they have to string more than that together.
Interesting, no smoke actually out for TSM this time. Usually there's just 2 smokes here at the opening of Mount. They want to fight for it though, they push up. So some space is gotten. You have to use an owl drone though. It's a fair bit spent to get here, and the issue for them is in their transition to the site now. Paranoia and Razorvines will be active. There's no C's to catch them on the way in, but that's definitely the high economy version of QOR's hold on C. I don't have that cheeky little position here at B main just yet. Darkest is watching that. Alum also has the cross. So A might be the go here, but again, they've got to respect, the potential of someone to be holding that line. They found out there's no one at Rubble. They're going to be able to get in at least.
Now this time it's earlier enough in the round, and also they've left GMD over at C. Whoa, how aggro is he trying to get?
This is kind of sick. All right, gets him 1 kill.
I did not expect that. There's no smokes now for TSM. They're going to have to act quickly before the rotates come in.
Sheer wall. Obviously had to disrespect it, but Logan was dead, so not a problem. Here's the Rolling Thunder, though, trying to catch him flat-footed. Alan wants to make his way out here. Oh, the relay bolt does connect, but Seven still able to get the Bullet Storm wound up before it connects. Darkest aware, of course, off to his right would have been the Odin player, but wasn't aware of Timo. TSM fall right on back to Rubble here. Force there to be a full commitment from QOR onto the site itself, and they'll have to work from the outside back in. Timatino's brimming with confidence. Ford pings him out, though. A lot of info. Tuzi! It's his 3rd for the round, and Vor is very low. Now it's a 2 versus 2. This would surely do them in. Seven's got to step up here with a Hunter's Fury. Well placed, definitely gets them rattled up on the side. Seven has to spray around the corner and gets a ton of damage now. Tuzi can't even half it, so has to take his 4th kill. Vora, 16 health, knows he should be able to get a shot through the corner, and he does. And it's a hard-fought round. TSM gearing up for another grinder of a late game on Lotus.
Respect to Tuzi for that attempt. That was a nice little 2-man spray down, but TSM played that post plant very well. These are 2 back-to-back really well, called rounds. They're making the right decisions as a team. GMD activates for that very aggressive lurk, and as soon as he goes down, they're not playing with a Viper. They don't have any other smoke, so they have to go very fast, and the only thing they have to cut off an angle is throwing that wall at stairs. So they get right in the site, get the plant down, and then play passive for the Hunter's Fury with the man advantage. That was well done. Alim wants to pick up this op as a way to get back in the game, but is just dealt with immediately by Timatino. Darkest can't even get the trade.
He's gotten himself back into the game. Pretty quiet at the start of this map, and honestly, just was really up against TSM's difficulty in gaining information. Now, though, feels like he's been unleashed. Recon Bolt's going to reveal him. Yep, paint shells to the back of the site. That's going to be 1 for 7. And Timo can head topside. It's got to be a save. Not enough money here for QOR. And it's a pretty disastrous scenario to try and play into.
TSM have just suddenly surged back into the game. It's around not as, maybe, not winning off the back of great team decisions or strategy like the others. More so, Timatino just obliterates 2 players on the entry. He hasn't had, either map be just a total display of his dominance like we've seen on plenty of others in this playoff run, but he's certainly still given TSM around here or there where he just takes over, gets that 1 or 2 high impact kills, and makes it very easy for them to win. Ow. Oh my god, even the 3rd. And that's got him just 1 orb away from the showstopper now.
That was beautifully done. Alvin got a little bit too close to the sun there, apparently. Down at the end of the round, but the money's still fine for TSM. And a real swing round. QOR here, only able to save 1 rifle in the end. And round after round, they've just been ground down. That's TSM's 3rd in a row. Now, you'd be forgiven for being surprised by that because they were very close, very grindy. Kimondo had absolutely been leading the charge. 21 and 12. In weird situations even when he's just playing, off the spike location. He's on C, gets himself a random kill here and there. instrumental. These two teams playing each other very, very close, and TSM clearly still have a reason to want to give their best in this game. A commitment here over towards the mound side. Timo's already snapped up Logan, though, and Alan bows out of the fight.
Just a Guardian and one Phantom for Core to work with at this point. Now, the Phantom in the hands of Tuesday is worked itself forward on the one player there, so Core can focus all of their attention on this side of the map. Beautiful tap. Alan. Darkest just needs to live, and he knows it.
I mean, he's happy to get that information, but in terms of what to do with the Core, don't seem too sure. Still with two players, committed to C. And Darkest at best can stall for a moment. Painful, because Logan was the first casualty, so Shield Wall can do the things, slow them down for a second. And here it is, Showstopper. Just to be sure, Darkest at the very edge of that bloom of damage, but still downed by it at a paltry 10 health. And Timo wants more action. Who's going to deny him, though? We're now looking for another. Vora steps up. It's a trade. Gimon here, paranoia. He knows there's two players probably pushing out to mount at that moment. So Core are very much slowed down. This allows for a pretty safe clear of, Baby Door over towards the A side of the map. And Gimon hears all of this. And that relay bolt did not work as intended, did it? Alum down. Tried to get into the game. And now Nerve knows he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Pretty prescient spam location. But it's not going to be that easy. And there's not going to be enough time. Into the dark cover as Gimon skirts around it. Nerve will check just far enough to be sure. Gets the Omen and gets out with his life.
Just wanted to make sure to pick up that Odin before the round ends. Fair attempt from Core, but TSM do a good job of just executing right back into that B site. Good showstopper from Timotino to get all the space, and Vora was right there and Baby Door to trade after he goes down to Tuesday.
Damn, dude.
Solid stuff. Yeah, this was a good trade from Vora after that.
Monde, consummate lurker at this point. And obviously, you have to call the timeout at this point if you're Core. Both teams looking to upset each other on their map choices, which bodes well if you want a bit of a banger series. Another really competitive half, but Core have only been able to string those 4 rounds together after losing the pistol. They converted off their gun round, but since then have been a little bit quiet. And we were, it feels like just moments ago, asking how TSM was supposed to get into the map, get into these sites, but with their limited info gathering and space sort of control, they've been able to do so. Getting onto that C side, and Alvin has honestly been downed really early in a couple of these rounds. Basically just, Logan, negating that Vice util that would also buy a lot of extra time to the extent the Darkest is trying to fault line, the expected choke where TSM come through. It's not enough.
One ult in this final round. That's the res for 7. Just looking to see how TSM are going to want to play around that. Timotino had the Outlaw there for a second. I mean, the economy isn't that bad for Core. There are 2 players on regen armor, though, so I suppose why not? Tuesday doesn't need to fully give this space up just yet. But yeah, now will.
Would have been just the dark cover in that choke that made it impossible for Logan to participate. Now, though, maybe trying to, flash himself out, or at least imply that. Fake DP as well. Did Tuesday see anything with that? I'm not really sure. Either way, it's done very little to deter Vora, but he clearly isn't comfortable with trying to control that orb. Also, though, there's been exploration.
They were making some noise and procking the door there as if they were going to go for some kind of mound split. In the meantime, TSM, they have worked their way up A quite far. Timotino is going to get that shear wall activated with the smoke in front of Darkest face. He has no idea what's going on. And as far as Corno, there could be several TSM players trying to work up towards A right now. And that is eventually going to be the case. They are calling for the full rotate over towards this side.
All of this space this round. The mound take, the push up A.
30 seconds left.
Keep on smoking it out. Using his controller utility, limited as it is. TSM have gotten deep into the map. Now Nerve, though, chooses his moment to spring forth. He cannot complete the second kill, though. Gimon is going to be able to respond from tree. And quickly, Timo thought about taking the upper control, but now it needs to be clear of rubble. There's some action over towards the Baby Door direction. Paranoia followed up on. Logan has to stay tucked for now. Vora definitely has an idea of where he should come from. Alum here, relay bolt over towards Pit. That's the correct decision, but doesn't hit onto Timo. Yet again, that ability doesn't really function as he would have liked. Arcro set up.
One enemy remaining.
Core very much kicked out of the map here. TSM are going to convert on this unless Logan can do the unthinkable. Steel Garden, 10 health. Timo loses his nerve, backs up off the corner. He's up against a Vandal and he knows it. Hoping to buy a little bit of time for himself now. Play that corner with the shorty. Logan has to get on the plant though, the defuse rather, and Timo will put him to bed. TSM with a bizarre composition. Double Senti into the map. Looked great on that defense side. And it looks like they did enough with 6 rounds there. They eventually outlast Core.
Yeah, like you said, either team stealing away the map pick of the other in very narrow fashion. Definitely making it feel like this is going to be a pretty sick series. That was honestly some really cool play from Seven. I like a lot of the decisions he was making with the Sage Wall. So many of them were getting really high impact on both sides. I mean, there was obviously the hilarious round where he stuffed the Rolling Thunder coming out of A main with it. But even when they switch over to attack, had so many important walls that were going down while they were trying to get in on that A side or playing out some of the C post plants as well. Ended up getting a ton of value. Also, Seven definitely proficient with that Odin. So getting to run that on Lotus is a nice little bonus. But GMD ultimately was a pretty standout player in terms of the fragging for that TSM side. Really stepped it up to be able to get that win.
Yeah, just a trove of experience he offers to the team and looked bloody consistent doing it. So it's a tight series, folks. We're going to hear from our desk right after this to break down a ridiculous map of Valorant. And I hope, fingers crossed, we got more of that, where that came from.
Hop on the train, baby! Let's give Epi another
we told you it was going to be a great series ahead, and the teams have not made liars of us yet. Going into the second map of the series, TSM was down, and it looked a little bit scary considering their past results on Lotus. But getting into the server, Gomps, we got to see a little bit of a composition switch. We got to see this aggression, and we get to see a TSM take the win and tie this series up.
Yeah, tying it up, which honestly, the best way to go. I know that we had talked about, oh, you know, these are the expectations for these first two maps, but they have been entirely ridiculed. It is not exactly what we thought it was going to be, and it's just as exciting that way, I think. I think Alim put in a lot of work coming in. Obviously, we saw it was a 2K, 3K, 4K, and a 5K that we've seen from Alim in total. So they've got everything coming through with this game. Of course, QOR played, you know, for the life of them. I think they did absolutely amazing. There were a lot of synergistic plays that I saw that I really enjoyed, like, you know, Odin spraying up C choke to let in some of that space and just gain ground. So I think that was made from them. But TSM, they were just so incredibly reactive with the plays that they had made, right? So they had GMD, Guimond playing just alongside everyone, allowing those paranoias to speak for themselves, giving ground to their duelists. And I feel like they really did elevate that play coming through from Timotino, and they played absolutely excellent on the Raze. We talked about that switch from the Waylay, and I thought it honestly was the best decision.
We had a lot of questions about this map going into it when we talked about TSM and the composition that they were playing, obviously with this double sentinel, but mainly because of the Sage that we're not really used to seeing. But as the casters were mentioning, you do get to see the value both early on where they were going for that rebel fight and things got really messy for 2 rounds in a row, but also you see it on the side of the defense. I really like what TSM is doing here. They're also understanding very clearly what those win conditions are to close it out. As of right now, we've seen 4 pistols, and all 4 of them have gone the way of TSM. So you think, you know, if things are a little different, if QOR are able to close it out, it might have been a different story. But TSM not only have a good understanding of that, but they're also able to convert these late rounds by understanding that they cannot allow the side of QOR to flood. And that's why they, into that second half, QOR, it seems like they were getting away with it. There was a lot of floods. It was either coming from that overdrive for a limb, or it was just what Logan was doing towards that seaside. But then TSM slow down the early round, go for that hit, and force that retake, whether it was with that win condition of that showstopper by Timotino, or just delaying because you knew that every single time it was only going to be nerfed towards A. So very well played for TSM, and not necessarily what I was expecting here for both in the composition or how this map was going to play out, but we do have a best of 5, and both of them got to seal the map picks.
I love that we've gotten to see both the teams on each of their non-map picks make these adjustments to really showcase the growth they've had throughout the season. And I think that has been really nice, especially to TSM when you are looking at that composition switch and how they were able to play on the defense was just being so aggressive towards Rebel. Like, I loved these ideas coming out and playing it to a really strong level as well. I mean, obviously, big shout outs to GMD, who was highlighted at the top of the day as just being the consistent player, having this MVP performance. But I know someone we wanted to highlight more was one of these people who did switch agents on this map and talk about Timotino and this impact. Because previously we saw the Waylay. To how you feel about that, you know, I personally wasn't the biggest fan, but this Raze was so much cleaner. And Gomps, we've gotten to see him to step up throughout the series and just being so good for the team.
Yeah, I think the Raze was excellent. Of course, all thanks to, I do think Guimond played a very, very heavy role into just the idealistic view that we got to see from their attacking half, you know, with the consistent space taking and just allowing Timotino to feel that comfort, because it was a lot of that being, you know, the smokes kind of hiding and allowing hiding the choke points and allowing Timotino to kind of execute off that. And I think that sort of comfort allowed, honestly, them to thrive. They took up so much room within the entries. Even on the defense, there were so many moments where I got to see Timotino and Guimond kind of play together and rush out towards A and try to take up all of that space. So it was quite interesting to see. And of course, I did like that a lot more from the Waylay. It was played like Timotino had played the Waylay before, but it almost felt like there was an asset where they knew what they were doing with their util. So it was a lot easier for them to thrive off this Raze play. And it was spectacular. The space they were taking up, obviously, with the op, as you can see here, and even just like the mechanics of understanding what to do with their util in said moment.
from that round 19 and all those 5 last rounds that were played that allowed TSM to get the win, you see how Timotino is having so much impact and is not necessarily, but the fact that he's playing the race, but the fact that he's constantly finding an opening against the side of core. He's celebrating a little bit. But I just think it's super impressive. I mean, yeah, we talked about the waylay, but it's mainly what he was doing into these late runs to make sure that they always had the numbers advantage to be able to close it out. And on top of that, they understood what I mentioned before, how that showstopper was going to allow them to get that space. They could not allow core to go for these floods that they are so comfortable doing. So they had to play really far back. There was already a pick or one opening that Timotino was able to find early on. And after that, the retake got so much harder because on top of that, you of course have the Sage, you have all that delay utility into the things that core wanted to do. So really well played from him.
I love to see that little celebration pop off at the end. And TSM, yeah, they have to be feeling good after tying up the series and going into a third map that's looked pretty strong for both of our teams up until this point. Expectations have been very flipped throughout this series, and going into this third map, I feel like the only expectation that I have is, yeah, Haven's going to be strong for both the teams. But beyond that, Dan, I don't really know too much of what to expect, considering because both teams have done such a good job adapting throughout the series.
Absolutely. And in a map of Haven like this one, this is where you have to adapt on the fly the most. And we saw it yesterday when TSM were playing against QOR Academy, how good that defense looked and some of the ideas that they have. This is a map where they're incredibly aware of what the attacker side is doing, and they're able to correct those mistakes. I mentioned it early on where Alvin Boy was getting a lot of space on the defense toward that C side. He was immediately backing up, willing to give that space early on. As 7 also was just playing back, playing for his utility towards B and towards A side. So there's some things that are going on that really work out well for them just because of they're initially willing to give that space and then immediately flood into the side. So for the defense, that is my main concern for the side of TSM, but we don't have to worry about it too much at the beginning because we have core starting on the defense first.
I think the biggest thing that I'm looking towards this map is both the teams have some similar ideas with how they run the composition, but we get to see the duelists go on, I mean, their most comfortable duelists. We get to see Alan back on the Neon. We get to see Timotino on this Jet. And I think that that's something, assuming no composition switches, which considering their success on this map for both teams, I highly doubt. I think that's going to be really exciting, Gompers. That's where we can really see that head-to-head that we've been painting throughout the series really come to light, especially too, since this is a map that both duelists have that capability to completely take over. It's just whether they'll get the opportunity to, based on whether the supporting cast can shut them down or not.
Yeah, we did get to see TSM previously to play on Haven against QOR. I know that was mentioned prior, but 20 and 11 Timotino managed to get, and you said it perfect, honestly. The most comfortable agent, the best case scenario for TSM here, as well as core. So it's such a difference in the duelists that they definitely tend to play more here, but I also kind of enjoy that. I feel like the pacing is going to be slightly different as well. I mean, I know Timotino is definitely well known for just being able to take up ground down A, or even just being such a pivotal player in regards to fragging, right, and taking those first kills and those advantages. So I'm actually looking forward to them starting off an attack because they played so significantly well on their attacking half, managing to take 5 rounds in a row against QOR. So this is definitely a map where I feel like strengths are lying towards TSM, but for core's comp, I definitely think defense is the best way to start.
I don't know. I just think back to a couple of these games where looking at core at this underdog, thinking back to their win up against Envy and just like, oh, right, this is so strong for the opposing end. And then just seeing these adaptations from core. Darkest is someone too, always on this breach on this map that really does come alive. Even before this core run, Darkest has always been really strong on Haven. So I definitely think TSM has the most amount of reps throughout challengers of any team on this map. But core, they've always looked really strong here. And with Darkest calling, man, I don't know, Dan. I'm so intrigued because this one really, I cannot place which way this is gonna go.
It's a good call as well because Darkest, I feel like it's one of the players that we don't get to talk about as much, but he has been incredible throughout this stage. And I feel like, yeah, you definitely get to see it here on the breach, kind of setting up a limb for success and some of those plays that they like to go for. And as we get to see the agents, everything remains the same. So for the first time today, we're not switching it up for any of them.
We're gonna, this one's so strong for both of the teams that, not necessarily anticipating too many of the changes. But any final thoughts here from either of you two now that we have the confirmation of the compositions, especially too on a map that Gompers looks so strong for both these teams?
Yeah, I'm just hoping to see. I mean, I know Darkest, it's cool to see them being flexible, like switching up from the Sage, now going over to the Breach and kind of like getting used to this, not used to this dynamic, because obviously you had Lotus where they were adjusting, but I feel like here it's good. I feel like they're on that role that kind of allows them to make the shots and call the shots even more proactively as this Breach and initiate on these just like, for some reason I can't speak, but going forward in their attacking side and their defending side, obviously I can't speak right now, word salad. So yeah, that's pretty much the point. Just Darkest is definitely on their roll right now.
Yeah.
Darkest is good, but also Seven is one of my favorite players to watch on this Breach here. I mentioned it before, some of the things that he's able to do towards that A link, when you know that the hit is going to come from B side, or just the way that he's ready to go into that fight when the spike is getting planted towards C. He's always there when the fight is happening. So it is also one of those win conditions. I love that we have a little bit of a different duel to talk about, right? Is the two Breaches and what they can do in this map.
I mean, we got so many different duels happening. We have a tied series. Again, QOR fighting for Ascension. Going into Haven, it's anyone's game. Let's get to the map and see who's going to take the advantage here. Head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, to find out.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Co. It has been a tough series to call so far. We've probably walked into maps with expectations that have very quickly been subverted. But as soon as Wyatt unmutes in Discord, we'll be diving in here to Haven. A third map in this series after a pretty ridiculous Lotus. And again, I reiterate, a lot of my surprise has been driven by, just how impressive some of these individuals have been, and a lot of the ideas, especially that came out of TSM and that Sage comp on the last map. Hopefully Haven involves much the same.
I am unmuted and ready to go. I had to finish my carrots. We gotta say well fed, brain food and all that. This is gonna be. I feel like we're in for the long haul, Mitch. We're here for a long time and a good time,
Okay. You know what? If I can get both, then I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, these have been slugfests. I've either used the word once or twice already in this series. And I mean, now, TSM having taken that Lotus map, we're in for at least a 4-mapper, folks. Timatina's about to get an encounter here, but might find Tuzi unprepared. No, he sets up the paranoia straight away and is able to win the fight, at least in 7. Alum into the backside. No spike stick just yet. Vora traded out as he knows he actually has to fight for his life instead. Slowly, but surely, Nerve is on his way over towards the seaside. Confirmation that this is where TSM are looking to end, given that the spike is, kind of out there in the open. TSM, with pretty much no util to work with, at least QOR has a smoke. I have to find out how they salvage this.
Yeah, they were definitely waiting for that smoke to come back up, and also now just waiting for Alvin to be able to get over towards C long so they can at least pressure from 2 different angles.
Oh, gosh.
But QOR just have no inkling that someone could be from C long, I suppose.
Alan Boyd does like these long, conservative, safe kind of flanks. Kimon says, okay, guys.
He just swings out.
Let's just get the game going, you know what I mean? Make good atmosphere over here.
Respect. That was a very, I don't know, there was some kind of miscommunication from QOR, clearly, because Darkest definitely he must have thought his long was being covered in that situation. But it was not. The player, I don't know, jiggling back plat. Yeah, the back plat guy jiggling, I guess.
Yeah.
Very, very odd situation. All good. With these two comps, I feel like we're watching an unearthed VOD from a scrim in mid-2024. This is some real throwback stuff going on,
Yeah. Okay, Timo's able to get onto the site, and well, he just ignores Logan, who's snapped up comfortably by 7. Good pace here. TSM, off the back of that pistol. Make a modest investment on this one, with some Spectres in the game. QOR now about to double back to mid-window, but has made some noise doing so. But Alvin confirms there's a couple players on the wrap through, and that's an upgrade for Alum. Darkest on the line. Relay Bolt not quite hitting, but QOR in an awkward spot. Mid-jump, can't quite get up, but that is a dirty shock. High voltage warning could have been posted on that one, as Alum is down to 26.
They're making a lot of noise getting over in that A side lane. Timotino trying to get an opportunity to go in to get Tuzi off the spike.
Okay, defuse. Cool. Yeah, just do that.
Yeah, those TSM players just didn't really have an opportunity to get back in there, did they?
No, I mean, also, I think Timo maybe is expecting Alem to just play passive inside mid window and not actually swing that. Not a ridiculous assumption, but tries to cross and just gets murked up as he's shot in the back. It's a nice try by Core. Realizing that there's an early opportunity to take that A main control here, and this round looked all but done. Such a clean hit onto the B side. And yet, Core come out now, slap TSM back down, and they're the ones with some silverware to work with.
Just a lot of sheriffs for the TSM side right now who are stacked up over towards C. Looks like they just want to go for an honest little split into this site, perhaps. Have a late lurk from Alvin through that B main side. But no, they're actually going to double back. Alvin spotted out on the cross.
Into the site, though, didn't he? What can he do from this position? Sheriffs, of course, for TSM. Trapwire as well there for a more sort of off-site B-hold. And our boys just considering maybe even posting out the passive line here. Yeah, a little bit of an off angle for Nev to deal with. But Kimon ends up taking the fight to Darkest there. That Dark cover thrown down. He stands inside of it.
He cannot resist the temptation of getting into that smoke. But Timotino, all the while...
What is this? Oh, Timo not able to complete the second shot. Some damage done, though. It has to get off the line pretty quickly. And out on him. Yeah, that's an Odin. So, pretty tough job. Relay bolt in. Alem, of course, can play his life pretty happily, but might like to just keep these weapons in hand. Keep 3 guns out of the round. Tuzi ends up snapping up Timo. Of course, the lowest risk play with the Stinger player. A nice little conversion. But again, TSM did slip the net at first. There was an opening. And Timo was able to get this weird flank. Both these teams just flanking each other like crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of madness on the minimap right now. A lot of desire to just go for any kind of solo play, just taking any kind of space you feel happy to take. I mean, I'm at a GMD for going for that. There was the stun that came through. Unfortunately, Darkest was just posted up even while stunned with crosshair perfect for where GMD popped through that smoke. But now TSM have the full buy. GMD actually has the from the shadows, so maybe they're going to go for some kind of crazy A-ult teleport play. You never know.
Anyway, they've asserted themselves over towards A main. Now, ordinarily, there was a Sova dart that actually bounced and, would have caught this, but it ends up coming a little bit later. So call with a variation that allows TSM a little bit of leverage. Re-clear this. Imond considering how he would answer this Aldrone, and instead just pops it. But at the same time, there's a smoke there deep in garage. Some control being taken of the map here. Aldrone even to clear that. So TSM actually getting a lot of headway here in the early part of the round.
Yeah, I think they kind of end up baiting a limb into peeking down A long on account of them smoking garage window and droning into garage as well. So it really makes it seem like there's a lot of emphasis over on that side of the map. And the limb just walks right into that trap. Now Core on a need repush to get information. And they're going to get it. They hear all of the footsteps. Everybody for TSM marching over towards C long. I do not think TSM are going to be expecting to have gone flanked this fast from Darkest if he committed, but he doesn't.
Still, Core are going to be very early towards this site. TSM none the wiser that all of this has been heard, and so Logan's able to strike pretty early. 7 on the trade and into the back site. Locks it down. Gimon there to receive Logan as he eventually pushes off that dark cover. So even though Core had the information, even though they had the foresight, they can't do a darn thing about it.
Yeah, just lacking a player, but trying their best to flood into the site. Just not enough bodies to contend with TSM, who have their entire team just popping out of C long, and I think only one of them ended up getting stunned by Darkest fault line, so that's just not going to be enough, significant impact from the utility on the flood to get things accomplished.
Core are pushing off their lines a bit for info in this round, right? It gets punished with A main. Not so much the push down mid, but TSM definitely can gain. I mean, they don't know. They don't really know that Core pushed them out like that. Alem wants to take an early fight, and he gets it. Gimond is hit by the fault line. Zakari to respond, but just the edge of the Hunter's Fury takes Nerve out. Now, still leaves the op in play. And Alum actually pulls off that Suez angle. Now he hears a lot of action there coming from A main, and he can't quite get out in time. He's hit by the Rolling Thunder, forced straight on back. But in hell, the breach is there. Dark has stopped to step out and try and fight, and is instantly overwhelmed. QOR don't want to have to retake this A site. They leave Alum in here to anchor. And TSM cut noise.
Yeah, Dorcas just commits so hard getting back into the site, exposes himself to that angle, and now TSM just want to cut noise. Go for the rehit. QOR, though, they really don't have any reason to move off of this site. Tuzi's going to have one smoke back in 7 seconds, so maybe that'll come just in time.
And there is a cam set up for Alvin. I can watch that garage push out. TSM happy to sort of stick this. They're happy that they've created enough misdirection onto the site, but here with the paranoia is Kimona, and Tuzi follows up on his own use of util. Seven immediately delivers here, and there's a double face that was swung into the spacing. Left a bit to be desired there by QOR, but it's never easy to try and control this A site. You can see where all of them went down, and the attempt at anchoring falls flat.
TSM are finding the man advantage situations, and then in the lay rounds just have the bodies to be able to trade things out effectively. You know, even though Tuzi gets that smoke back up, it does disconnect a couple players towards long. He does hit a good paranoia. Ultimately, there's just one too many TSM players.
Last player standing.
I see Alum got pinged by the recon on his way to the site. So TSM actually have a bit of forewarning about that, how close they were playing. Now, up in the hands for Timothino, so you can actually work that C angle a little bit more than in these prior rounds. But there's not much to see, just some info trips placed here.
He's pushing up quite far with that op. Logan is playing off of that default box kill trip stacked up in garage, but TSM are not overcommitting to anything, just prodding around the map for info. Know that mid is, you know, completely open for the taking from QOR, that they could be pushed down. They could be pushed down A. They're going to have to re-clear wherever they go, but they're just making sure to stay grouped up as a pack. Trade things out with the better weapons. Keep it simple.
Tuzi wants even more. This would have to be a thrifty from QOR.
Tuzi picked a great timing.
VALORANT also being heard here. It is the early warning system, so TSM have to give up a player, but there's a lot of information gained. VALORANT just clambered upon by multiple individuals.
And now Tuzi has a Phantom, plus Alum has the Overdrive, and Nerve as a Hunter's Fury. They could absolutely win this round out.
I think this push through has been telegraphed by the second pick of the Neural Theft, though. QOR know the TSM are asking for even more, and Alum has the Overdrive ready to go. There's Nerve with the Sheriff outside of heaven, and Alvin can't load it down. That's filthy. Logan, huge effort in the round, kill-wise, and a Neural Theft that's extremely informative. QOR know exactly what's coming and when.
I love how QOR, I love how they play that retake. Also, TSM just like overcommitted to getting into the spawn, trying to play from heaven with multiple players. They're chasing Nerve around, but QOR just flanked them so quick that TSM basically just have half of their players abandon the other half on site, so they get absolutely destroyed by the Overdrive coming back in, the speed of QOR on that retake from long and short A. Like, look at the minimap of this situation. TSM just have these guys coming out of heaven. They're just destroyed.
I don't mind the idea, like, to push through A and take up that heaven position, because they obviously know that that sort of flank pressure is on the way. They have to give up Vora in order to find that out, though.
Yeah,
I would say
it's just
curious to lose the thrifty like that, though. Come on.
Yeah, it's just such a massive risk, because it's not like Tuzi's dead. Like, those guys you're committing 2 people up there. One of them is going to get smoked off, but also, yeah, I mean, I don't think you know, they're both going to get smoked off. One of them would have to go lower. It just becomes a mess. But I don't think, regardless of any of that, they were expecting QOR to be playing with the pace that they did of getting back in. That was a really nice round for them. Tuzi's having some big impact at the moment.
So the op was pretty short-lived in the hands of TSM, where a single one-way cyber cage was enough to drive them off of C entirely, but all that commitment of players, they're left mid open, and all the rest is history, isn't it? Alum here will have the dart cleared for him, so we'll be able to stay in position here and TSM don't really try and get aggressive into lobby off the mark. Watching mid in case of push-ups here, which is fair. There are 2 players watching Garage, and it's currently unoccupied.
TSM have committed pretty much every dollar they've got into this round. 7 has opted for the Judge. Could have got a Bulldog, could have got a Guardian, but he went with the Judge. Respect.
In this case here, through sewer, play close corners. Alum has to get out, spam down by Alvin.
I know
so aim and control given. And the spike is in sewer. And this might just force a, oh, interesting. In between pings, Logan gets back onto the site, but pinged again. There will be some anchoring here, but Nerve caught out by the aftershock. Unclear how that one tickles him. And now TSM say we're headed elsewhere. Definitely done enough damage, definitely rattled the cage sufficiently. That's read into here, but it doesn't matter if Core have the script. TSM have the numbers, and 7's found a place to make use of this Judge. Honestly, it's inspirational stuff.
Spike.
And Core, they're going to be going ahead and saving now. Yeah, do not know. I mean, yeah, what happened with that aftershock? That is so unfortunate for Core. The Nerve goes down to that. At that point, the round is basically done, and TSM have drawn the rotates to A. They pivot really fast all the way back over to C. It was a good quick rotate, good decision to get off there. They get the free sight, but yeah, what on earth is that? How do they get that 5-on-3?
Core care a lot about like leaving Alum as the insert sort of in A main, right? They clear that dart from early on, but there's still plenty that TSM can use to dig him out. Ultimately, like he's got to leave. He's got no choice. So that is a free kill essentially taken by TSM. And then they're the aftershock. So look, a couple of things go right for TSM. I've got to say, a little fortunate, you would suggest. That's the game for you folks, and that gets them back in the lead.
Oh, he's just fully paranoia, blinded up. Nerve didn't even know what the hell was going on, trying to get out of the way.
That is sick. Paranoia isn't even like the TSM are not pushing off of it, right? So
that'll get the job done.
Okay, here's that standard recon that we've seen.
Yeah, fast to just get up, take that control of a lobby, leave Alum, and then pivot one of your other players away. That's going to be the breach. Pick him back up towards B.
Oh, did that trip just get... Okay, reset. Fair enough. So TSM are going to have at least a detection system if Alum pushes off that spot. But that's dark. It's just a raw swing. But through Garage, have TSM gotten. And Cybercage may have helped them cross, but they're going to have to do it themselves. Dark cover thrown. Tuesday with a fake TP. This is going to cause Gimon to have to check the corner here. Tuesday's not in a position to punish that inattention. Rolling thunder.
Trip backside as well, and it catches Vora.
Fault line that connects, excuse me. Hunter's Fury did come out. Paranoia for Tuesday, but how can he make use of this? Still wants to try and fight despite that. Knows that there's a bit of a deficit here. Core need to make up, and he's done a bang-up job. 2 kills for Logan inside that Garage. Still no spike plant, and finally Alum is on that flank. Long since having gotten through that trip at lobby. 7 down to a Shocky. Damn, everything really goes well for Core in this round. Never needed Alum on that flank.
Yeah, no, they play the map control game pretty well in terms of just giving TSM enough space to work with, get into that C site, but all the while they are ready to just pounce on them, go for that retake. They have the Hunter's Fury ready to go. They have backside kill trips, and it starts with Timatino just getting completely exposed on that lurk.
The Core doing well. It's springboarding off that early A main control. We might see just a straight up fight around that part of the map, but there's still the Odin of Nerve that will just spam into lobby to contend with. So, and TSM saw that last round. It actually drove them entirely away. And that's been the game plan for Core. Control that part of the map with the suppressing fire. And, wow.
Oh, that is
yeah, great dart.
The dart doesn't get broken. This round is, well, I would say over.
Feels over.
I mean, unless Core overcommit and lose these duels, that is the one way TSM will get back into it.
Now, cooler heads may have prevailed in that situation. It's unclear the Core needed to risk anything more on that part of the map. So now TSM have a shot. It's not great, I'll admit. But they can buy a bit of timing with an aftershock towards like back C or into garage. There's no cam on this side. So QOR are going to cotton onto this about now because they have physical presence today and a cam of B. So process of elimination tells them exactly what TSM are up to.
There is certainly a way that TSM can win this with the Rolling Thunder. Have to imagine that it would be the way for them to win if they can.
The TSM noise cuts have conditioned this really methodical clear of lobby from QOR. Like they are taking their time. Now, do you see far enough from there as Tuzi to see the jet on site? Maybe a glimpse? Either way.
No. Seven is going to hear everyone running up C-Log. It gets it on everybody.
They got out of the way. Tuzi's got some time to shake this off. And he's able to hold on. Timo at 13 health. Now, who's the number unlucky for exactly? I know where I'm favoring. Odds definitely stacked against Timo, but he's done some gross stuff before. Into the smoke is being covered by Tuzi, though. And yeah, what has been an absolute grind fest from the very beginning continues to unfold in the same way. A QOR get themselves head above water for now. Take a breath. 5-4.
That was dangerous. The time got so low as well. But yeah, that is absolutely obscene that Tuzi gets the kill on 7 while fully stunned up. Stuns aren't real. Actual cosmetic ability.
I can see how it all unfolds there at the end. We just really thought QOR had that round dead to rights until they got aggressive in Suo, and Vora got a kill pretty comfortably. However, I think TSM realizing now that maybe the real insistence on A main presence might need to go by the wayside. Still 3 rounds left in the half, including this one. So it's an early mid post up for them. This time, no one pinged out by the recon.
Timo just trying to silently creep forward. He has definitely gone for some solo contact, walk into area pushes, and some have certainly gone punished. This one won't be, though. Kind of the dark cover window. Allen back sight. Likely going to need to retreat. Does he try to fully commit? Logan is in with him.
Kind of half-hearted, really, but Logan was able to find that pick on Timo. So Allen still free to work that side and anchor deeply. TSM have got a big decision to make right about now. Maybe the kill on Darkest makes the math a little bit simpler, but Allen is tucked in the corner here. And frankly, TSM don't have the mechanism to dig him out with. Gimon has to do it the honest way. Tuzi gets his timing. Vora and Gimon fall like flies.
Tuzi is having a really great map right now. I think this is so far the best he's had in the series. Just in terms of the kills that he's getting, the way I've seen him play his game positionally, and some of the util that he's been using has just been really, really important. He is definitely having high impact for QOR on this defense. Super impressed.
Two-round buffer build here by QOR. I mean, most of this series has gone without more than this strung together by either side. Really competitive and just a ridiculous amount of thrifties to interrupt the tempo. No, but the shoulder peek. Thankfully, he was conservative about it. Now has to back away because this is going to be overwhelming.
Oh my
Was he caught in a trip?
Yeah, Timo just dashed into the trip, got hit with the slingshot. And look at this from QOR. They have 4 players flanking right now from A short.
Okay. They're trying to assume some kind of heaven position here, but it's Darkest opens up the account. That was just a swing on main and try and see what's what, but Vora able to come out on top in that encounter in Sewer and deal with Darkest. That's 2 strung together with Stinger. QOR, though, might be able to put yet another one on the board here. 7 has to drop down. And he's in this effective range somehow. He can't stop the defuse, though. And as filthy as that was, it's the round result you're looking for.
Bro, it's not supposed to do that much damage at that range, especially not when you're just spamming the clicks with it, bro. It shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. That is actually criminal, but it doesn't matter. The thing is, the important thing is, it doesn't matter. Because if it did, this game, it's a children's game, Mitch. We're just seeing more and more proof from this, from the Odin into the judge plays. I mean, come on, bro.
It's going to get pretty frustrating for TSM because obviously that's a curveball they try and throw in that round with something a bit more decisive. It's So no like early play into noise cut into labored execute. And again, they're trying to be quick with it. I appreciate that. This last round of the half, Timo gets deep into the C site early.
And
The trip in the corner is
so
nuts.
Yeah, they've been running that a lot. But yeah, 2Z, more than happy to give that up. Core intending on playing for retake. They have an overdrive and a rolling thunder to get back into this site with. Wow, great decision from TSM though. They want to fight ahead of the ults.
Yeah, no chance to develop a foothold at all. They're still looking for a little bit more. This time though, Alvin a little bit more solitary on that attempt into the backside. Allen runs headfirst into Vora though, holding a further back position on long, but 2Z and Nerve have already chimed in, and it's Vora up against 3. And they know exactly where he is, because Allen just found in the old-fashioned way. He literally face-checked that part of the map. Vora gets a consolation, but Core have strung a bunch of rounds together to take the most convincing lead we've seen coming into a halftime this series.
Yeah, and most of the credit, I mean, to 2Z, he is playing a really phenomenal Omen game on Haven right now. He's really, like, you could see from his play, it's that kind of thing too, where he's allowing the game to come to him. He's not forcing fights in situations. He is just playing very properly, making all of the right decisions, and that is offering him a lot of opportunities to get kills. It's really impressed by him at the moment.
Okay. Coming to the pistol here in this second half. Many of them really have gone down to the wire.
Also, I gotta say, I love the way the Core played a lot of the retakes, especially those big flank retakes towards A. Those were very cool.
And honestly, like they were insisting on anchoring a lot of those, which
look at
feels
this
kind of risky.
aggression from TSM.
It's never not this guy. And that has allowed Vora to go absolutely hog wild on them. That A main position. He got heads swung real quickly. And as Timo makes sure the TSM have a smoother entrance into this half than they left the previous one. Nicely done. Throw him another curveball. This time Core don't know how to respond.
Yeah, that is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. What a wild play. Just full push out of sewer, flank crunch into lobby. But I mean, no one from Core just paying an ounce of attention over towards sewer, man. No one. That's so brutal. But that has to be checked for. You can't afford a mistake like that.
Revealing area.
And look, fortunately for Timo, he doesn't have to go up against his arch nemesis, the Trapwire, on his half. He can just chill, be his best self. Not quite the carry performance from him on this map that we saw yesterday. Those only come once in a blue moon. Definitely a chance to be more involved here on defense.
Spike planted.
Quick hit though on towards B. All waste no time. Just classics for them here. A real save. And Alum is looking for something here back towards spawn side, but doesn't get in the direction of Timo quite. Darkus has found himself an upgrade. Gimondi's felled inside this garage position. There was some reasonable post-plant positioning as well for the attackers. Underarmed as they are. 2Z to spam through the cyber cage. 7 and Vora a little low. Timo with an outlaw. Finally, some of these weapons are actually earning their money. And so Darkus to 4 health will eventually fall. Just some spray for Alvin will secure it. And TSM make it a 2-round game.
Man, that felt incredibly dangerous. And the fact that 4 TSM players are alive and they get the defuse doesn't really represent how scary that actually got. Because time was really beginning to run away from them, but they clutch everything out as needed. So credit to them. I mean, this was a nice play from Core, though, to isolate GMD and Garage, find that kill.
He got themselves, I think, a spectre for their troubles. But
let's see, though, if Core can begin to stabilize a bit. On this first buy round, Nerve does pick up the Odin. That's something I also associate with 7 on this map specifically. He was always an Odin on Haven phenom. It's not as common here. Oh my, that hit.
It did indeed.
Very weak.
What a flick. Obviously asking for too much if you want to kill off that, but more than happy, I think, with how that exchange went. It is space that has to be given up. You'll notice the 2 trips on this site can be played off of. That first one is actually low-key kind of deep here on A main. And eyes have turned over towards B. TSM may be anticipating Core. Don't like what they see, given their duelist is barely alive. And a smoke to stall out on this B hit. So now TSM filter back into A again.
Wow, yeah, they
Play off these
are
trips.
really committing to this A anchor setup, and it could pay dividends. Multiple trips to work with, 3 players here, and Alum is already such low HP.
Big commitment here in players for TSM, but they've got tons of map control. Like
I
you've
think
got Kimon and Mike.
I think Core realized what's going on. They're going to get the hell out of there with 30 seconds left on the clock. They just have to clear out Cubby.
This is more than just one and done for 7. There goes the first. That again was the decoy. Alum takes a Yagro with 10 health, and 7 was dead either way. He had to get out of that corner. So ultimately, yes, one and done. Nice little fault line in that makes it hard for Bora and Alvin to swing this, but Gimon is tucked in the corner. Never give this guy pick of the litter when it comes to those locations. You will find one that you're not ready for. Ends up being a bit of a messy round in the end here with Core. Definitely out of time. Logan now just a wrecking ball. Free to go and create whatever chaos he possibly can. We'll hope now just to take the rifle out of the round, but oh lord, they coming. They coming in numbers. Gimond will find a stray bullet that claims Logan.
What a bonus round to pick up. They recover the Odin and the Phantom as well. And suddenly TSM have just surged their way back into this game after Core played a really dominant defensive half. That is crazy, because Core, I mean, yeah, Core, they read into what was happening on A as well, but TSM just do a great job positioning elsewhere on the map, getting 7 into Cubby. And then they're so fast to just hold back sight, crucially. You know, getting those dark covers, or rather playing around those dark covers that were on either side of default box. They never give the space up. They keep fighting aggro. Some great play.
A different setup, though, this kind of round. It's much more standard tripwire location. For a bit of information, Aldrin into C should already have TSM suspicious, and so they'll stall. Dark cover thrown out. Core maybe just waiting on that to dissipate so they can at least assemble some kind of split, but their weaponry is god-awful.
Now Alvin just jump spotting for some information. Could be in trouble if he gets stunned and Alum moves with some pace into that backside of C. You know, maybe GMD gets smoked off towards spawn. Alum clearly hears him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be able to cross the map pretty quickly. There's the tripwire down. Fault line comes in. Alum doing exactly what you speculated, but you're on to the rescue. He bursts out a backside and goes 2 for 1. You've got to be happy with that.
Spike down, C.
7 falls. Spike loose out in the open, though, and now needs to be some sharp shooting from the Sheriffs to give Core anything in this round. Bora knows nerves tucked in the corner, but doesn't feel comfortable enough, I think, pulling out the Shockies, which is fine. Timo's there with the Outlaw. Justice will be served by the looks of things as Logan can't do anything but fire away at the corner. And a blink of an eye, TSM have evened up the game, making up the 4 rounds they lost at the end of the second half.
Credit to GMD. He was desperately needed to get in their backside to keep Alvin alive, and he did exactly that, just in time. So well played from him. Just realizing what was going to happen in that situation and being ready to help his teammate who's about to be absolutely cooked.
Now, of course, that was a round for Core that was Stinger and 4 Sheriffs. So they are able to buy now, but they've not really been a factor in this game. And it's not really been, you know, men on your screen on the right here. Timo hasn't had a whole lot to do with it. He's just been playing fairly solid after a quieter first half. There's no op shenanigans here. There's also not a ton of fighting on that A side of the map. It's attempts being made through Garage, and then we've seen Core try and work into a heavily trapped up site. Thinking 2 rounds back, TSM making a really nice choice to double back over towards A with 3 players and get on into that site. So Core timeout now. Those rounds starting to fall away. Their last one of this map. Bear in mind, we're going over towards a map that TSM have played a ton of. Definitely feeling pretty comfortable here. Despite their earlier woes, they are back to feeling themselves.
Bora's really bounced back after having a tough map on Lotus, despite the win individually. Just wasn't putting up the best numbers and has really come to life here on Haven. And 7 eventually has found the Odin in his hands on Haven. Very iconic here in Challengers.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the zeitgeist at the moment. We've seen a ton of it at VCT level. And here, I think Looking back to last year, even before that, definitely a fixture for 70. Oh, we're not ready for that one, are we? Alan trying to get into the little cubby. Teamo's going to be there. Just a reminder, gun round here for Core. After a timeout. And so a different look gets thrown at them by TSM. 7 just takes up the mantle of playing this corner spot. Flash for confirmation, gets it. Nerve blinded up down to 49. And the Vultures are circling.
About to have the recon, but there's just no hope. Flank is going to come in, and that should be the end of the round. Alvin seals it up. Great lobby fight from TSM, and there's your every once in a while, Timatino today is just going to win a round for you. He just shuts down a limb who is trying to create space for Core, swings out to get the second, and the utility that was coming in was also just overwhelming. There's the Hunter's Fury, stun as well from 7, Aftershock. It's just way too much for Core to deal with.
This is TSM finding a ton of ways to make the Jet relevant here in the early rounds. Core as well, behind all of this, quietly having a pretty sick game.
Core are, they've got to go fast by right now, and that is exactly what they're trying to do.
Alvin, can he recover from this? TP cancelled. That one was up towards Heaven's side by the looks of things. Alvin inside the cyber cage though. Wanted himself a little bit of breathing room. It is. Come on. He's just kicking off on them. Nerve flattened, and we saw the fast buy from Core. We saw the fast die not long after. 4 players still in the game here for TSM. And they are so irrevocably back.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do there? I mean, they're just slamming into the A site. Alvin's got the setup. GMD's helping lock it down. Another really solid hold. 6 in a row at this point. I just love the setup that Alvin has with that cage back site. It allows his teammates to scale in from spawn, not have to worry about the left side. They can just all fight on the right. Core are just going right back to the A slam. Didn't work so well last time. Maybe they'll have better luck here.
Okay. Same fault line. Boy, though, just hides inside these cyber cages. They just can't see it. Buck out to dig him out. Dark gets an aftershock back through the site, and right, those were looking like silver spoons, not knives, apparently. Timo could not connect on the Blade Storm. Neural Theft also in play. Oh, that's bad. That's certainly not good. Rolling Thunder to follow it up. Alam unaffected by it, though, and will they know he's sacked here after the fact? Core punishes the players from TSM who swing. Clearly, I don't know, TSM not expecting there to be playing so far off the site. Unaffected.
Yeah, that was way more aggro than TSM needed to be. 7 gets that fantastic kill to get the spike denial, but then just immediately rips the Rolling Thunder before the rest of Core had really committed into the site. I think maybe he had assumed that those players long were actually closer up, didn't have the info that they were still tucked so far back. So TSM just overcommit crazy into the site and get completely torn apart. I mean, Core do make an adjustment on that A rush to be able to stun the positioning of Alvin. So it was a tiny little change that ended up working out for them.
Ooh, too much to see for Timo. Yeah, he's overstimulated.
I mean, we're just going right back to it. Just time to send it into A off this Rolling Thunder now.
Yeah, clearly don't need to be stored on the ground to be stunned up by that. And this time, Alvin Boy is going to struggle to stay alive on the side after the hit comes in. Core just banging the drum of the A site. Finally, showing some signs of life and just frankly evening up the game, owing to how they ended that first half. Clean as a whistle. Love to see that. A good chance to build that economy. And the Haven has got a lot more interesting.
They're keeping things real simple on these last 3 rounds. They hit A, got the info on the setup, lost round 18. Then they stun all of the proper areas, get the util in the right spots for round 19. Round 20, no Alvin. They just send it with the Rolling Thunder. Guys, what if we just go A again for round 21? It looks like that is the plan.
Now, what's the variation supposed to look like here? Okay, so TSM really want to hold Core at arm's length there. That is a fault line that stops them in their tracks. Yeah, and an Aldrone to confirm that they've actually pissed off.
They bait out some util. The Core expect them to be in mid this fast. Not at all.
Spike down mid.
I mean, that's the first time we've seen that from TSM. Core did it once and actually converted that into a round win. 7 trying to paint the town red. And honestly, damage has already been done. Smoke to mid-window, that leaves Tuzi with the unenviable task of scooping up this fight, which is not being watched. I'm on a little late on that line, so he will be allowed to at least think he has a chance of getting into this round, but it's tough. It's not a high odds situation.
TSM are backing off this B site, so perhaps an opportunity for a plant from Tuzi, but...
Yeah. No Alvin means they don't really get to see another site at the same time, so...
It really shouldn't matter, though. Vora has the recon, Seven has a fault line, they have flashes.
It shouldn't matter. Okay, that's something.
Maybe if Logan got back out the way, but Timatino's fast on the trade.
Dark cover's just going to be ignored here. No reason to respect it. You've got 3 players that can run on in. Tuzi just steps it. Okay, that's a second. Oh, that was a little too close, I'd suggest. And honestly, a really expensive round for TSM. Money's still there for Core. TSM looked very wobbly. Like they walked out of a pub crawl after that one.
Their economy, yeah, it is in a pretty tough spot for a couple players. I mean, they're definitely going to have enough for the full buy, but Core might be able to work them into a situation where they're forced onto the eco for sure. Now, they still have the ult to play with from Tuzi. I mean, that is, if they want to go back to the well of slamming a different variation where you can throw down your dark covers and then teleport into heaven or hell as the Omen. I mean, that is a vintage one.
Ah, yes, the well of slamming a Celtic sacred site. Legendary. It's been yielding a lot of results for Core, and they might have tried that, except it's less of a slam and more of a bumping into you by the watercaller type A-side round.
And now they are slowing things down. They're not getting ahead of themselves here. Maybe wait and see if anyone from TSM decides to poke their head back out, which doesn't look like it's going to be the case. They are just posted up with 3 players right now. GMD has shifted his position to a pretty nice little spot, honestly. But the drone going to get the info for Core, so shouldn't be able to get a kill from up there, really.
That's the most important spot we need to check. Timo moves back. It's going to be, an overdrive here through the smoke. Timo respected though, backs up, gets himself the range he needs, and the Phantom sings out. That was dirty. Okay, another catch here.
We've seen so many Aftershock kills in this series. What is that, though? How does he kill Nerve?
There was a assist from Cypher, so I'm not really sure. But again, there are a ton of things that can, like, let's say, like, I mean, if you're in drone or, I don't know, I can't say Gimon was in ultimate because he just wasn't. Maybe he was smoking. But yeah, not sure. Regardless, in this case, Gimon is down by that util, and Seven's waiting, sees the spike go loose and knows that the writing is essentially on the wall here. TSM are going to take us to a map point. Again, there's just no one-sided maps here. It's been back and forth. These teams have been throwing haymakers at each other. And so Logan at least will clutch onto the Phantom and hope that he can leverage it into another overtime. That's what's going to be needed for Core here.
Core really had such a great start on defense, going up 8-4. Tuzi was playing a phenomenal game, but we're just not seeing a depth in their approach on this attack side. It's been pretty straightforward for TSM to be able to dismantle them. Timatino is going to pick up the AWP here to try and close out the game, posted up over on platform on C towards Garage.
This is actually just the Cypher util plus the Sova on this side. Look at this deep embedding over in C. No one's actually looking down long, fully expecting something towards the B side or a split through Garage. Just an absolute default approach to the round here for Core. TSM really risk averse on this round. Look at them playing to the fringes of the map.
Timatino still just able to control Garage, pretty safe at the moment.
Timo now choosing to reveal himself. A couple of pot shots. Cyber Cage was thrown up there on C long. So pretty ponderous. Core, a minute 15 in the round already expired, and now stepping up to these will be cleared. So now Alvin Seven can get ready. He didn't have a fault line ready. This was just going to stand here and hope to kill them. It's a tough one, honestly. 4 force off the site. That's not going well at all. And Alvin Boy is felled. TSM here just want to throw Timatino into the mix, but he's just not been able to get any momentum really generated on this map. Hasn't had to, in fairness, to put TSM 1 round away. But that was a pretty disastrous anchoring endeavor.
Yeah, QOR able to just go in much later on that A site, dismantled the anchors. TSM still have a reasonable amount of money, though, to buy up again for this last round. Try and stop this before we get a second OT of this series, which has just been crazy close.
So worth mentioning that Neural Theft for Logan is right around the corner. Could be pretty useful on a map where defenders are normally spread quite thin and have to gamble to some degree. So, full control for QOR. Lock down a flawless round where TSM forced to save a couple of those weapons, and this is the best shot they could ask for. And take us to yet another overtime.
Maybe Seven will be able to get that Rolling Thunder just a couple orbs away. That would definitely be enough for TSM to close this out on their pick. Though, really feels like the whole picking and banning of maps, not particularly relevant in this series, if we're being honest.
No, I mean,
kind of just
QOR, to their
solid
credit,
on everything.
Yeah, QOR beat Envy on this map. It's just not one that they often end up playing. This has been their comp choice all the way through. Beat Envy 39, by the way, so not even, not even as close as you might expect. None as close as any of these rounds. It's a good opener for TSM, though. Stance have been good stead. Trying to convert on the map. Try and get something clean. And we can head over to Ascent, which is QOR's pick. And TSM on that map have been middling, to say the least. Every possibility still that we end up with a full-length series. But for now, QOR arranged here on this C site. Just being pretty meticulous about clearing backside. And they even get a recon bolt straight through the smoke. So that's helpful. That slows up TSM a little more.
Well, they've got the recon for this retake. Seven would definitely love to have that fault line back up. What a kill for GMD to find deep on the flank. That's also going to make Darkus very paranoid about watching C-Long behind him.
Okay, is that on TP? Paranoid here to try and slow the defenders down, but the retake's going to come one way or another. Fear for it, run for it, dread for it. It's going to be here. And there it is, TSM. That is a decisive way to take the map that honestly was hanging in the balance on multiple occasions. It's just a great defense side from them after only getting 4 on attack. TSM finally break through. Now starting to generate some real momentum across this series off the back of taking away QOR's map pick of Lotus. They've got to be feeling the wind in their sails.
QOR really did have such a great defensive half. Tuzi had a fantastic map overall, but yeah, there just wasn't enough depth to their game plan on that attack side. TSM were able to constantly just stack up the right sites with multiple of their anchors. Alvin Zutel was getting a ton of value on defense. And they just absolutely dominate after that side swap.
I got to feel like a relief to be able to come out somewhat cleanly, especially with the threat of that overtime lingering. But there it is. TSM now move up to 2-1 in this series. QOR honestly had their moments there. Alum looked pretty dominant on occasion, and even with that Timatino just destroying them, TSM able to generate a great result. I'm going to give a lot of credit over to Guimond there. We'll go to a break, and then we'll have the real experts break down the nuts and bolts of Haven before we head off to Ascent.
The GMD has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
Heading into the third map of the series, it was highlighted as a good map for both of these teams, and that is going to come true on the map. No changes, just a lot of in-game back and forth, but in the end, it's going to be TSM 13-11 to take the third map and be up 2-1 in the series. I mean, Dan, looking back at this, I don't think we've seen a series as close as this one has been in Challengers, and fighting for that spot in the grand finals. I mean, this has been so intense, and TSM are 1 game away from making it happen.
I just have something to say. Society, if QOR won 1 pistol. 1 pistol for any of the maps that we've seen so far, and it would have been them maybe winning it and being the team that is up 2-0 or 2-1. I mean, it's insane to think about how close they've been, even when they start down in so many of these rounds, so many of these half. As Wyatt was highlighting it a little bit, yeah, the core defense looked amazing, and it's something that we highlighted going into this match. But when it came down to the attack side, I feel like, yeah, you lose the pistol. It seems like you should be able to get things going. You lose the bonus as well, but it was just very, you know, one-dimensional in the approach that they had to this. It was constantly going for that A side. 2 of them were those eco rounds, and then you were also on top of just going to A. That's where the Cypher setup was multiple times. So the fast hit that they wanted to do with a limb on this Neon, they could not ever make happen. It was really unfortunate for QOR. They just couldn't find any answers. They went into the second half, but again, it would have been a different world if they were able to get some of these early rounds so far. And I mean, in the meantime, TSM, they continue to look amazing on attack as they were able to get some early rounds, and of course on the defense once again with some of the pushes that we're getting early on and some of the retakes as well that were so well planned.
Yeah, and QOR did struggle. That's the thing, and I completely agree with Triad, right? Trying to get themselves onto the A side, having the Cypher util there, that was very difficult, but it was also the fact they were exerting a lot of their utility so early on in the round that it became almost impossible to get sight. And they were trying different variations, different pacings for the A site, but nothing was working, but they were refusing to try something else. And the moment they did, obviously, 4 players for TSM watching down mid, and then QOR gets obliterated. It was perfect reads from TSM, really, really good movement. Timotino kind of playing along 7, and actually we did see like 3 players moving up. Alvin Boy and Timotino working their way up towards main, 7 watching sewers and completely shutting this down, then moving themselves back after getting that free pick and allowing Alvin Boy's util to do that scare tactic and playing off it. So it was just perfect utility all around for this team. I think TSM handled it extremely well in regards to, you know, getting information A, but then also allowing themselves to play patiently towards C because they knew that occasional rotation would come in.
It's incredible to see the way that TSM play on this map, and also how much it changes depending on who they're facing. Oftentimes on this map, we see Alvin Boy be highlighted a lot because of the timings that he's able to get. But this Marana, it felt like a lot of those was GMD actually, whether it was towards the A side or late into these retakes, he was the one finding the opening. I just want to highlight GMD really quickly as we were looking at this screen, because right now he is 13-7 on first kills in the series entirely. Out of all of the people that you expect to be doing this, you are definitely not counting GMD to be one of them, but it just shows how good he's been in this series, how good he is once again as a leader, as we mentioned before, and how much TSM really won that win. They already locked in for Ascension, but it doesn't matter. The real goal first is to make it all the way to the grand finals, and to win that grand final, they want it so bad, and it shows not only in the gameplay, but also just in the way that they're solving these problems that QOR brings to them.
I love that call out for GMD, especially to going into this series. It was kind of highlighted like, yeah, duelist, etc. But really, we've seen such a step up across the board from everyone else. And there was 2 other supporting members too that really wanted to talk about in this impact. Talk about Vora and 7, because looking at this map, I mean, we've gotten to see a consistency throughout the series, and 7 was someone that you talked about even beforehand, Dan. But wow, what a setup when it's just so crucial.
I think mainly coming in for Vora, because on map 1 of Icebox, map 2 of Lotus, he was a little bit of a quiet player. He was not really the one that we were talking about at all, but coming into his map of Haven, it was a completely different story on this Sova. This is an agent that he's very comfortable with. This is a map that TSM is very comfortable with, and you see in the way that these two initiators are playing together. Sometimes things do get a little chaotic and some last-minute calls of things that they want to do individually, whether it's for the ultimates or trying to save out those rounds when it came down to their retakes. But nonetheless, I like that now we're starting to get to see that Vora that we often see for other matches, and it's a perfect time because you're only one map away from making it to the finals.
Oh, these maps have been so close though, so it is more crucial than ever for these players to have this type of step up. Because yeah, it's literally just coming down to just one round, one mistake, one pistol when you're looking at the side of the core that can really just spell, I mean, whether you're gonna win or lose that map. So great job from Vora and Seven on this third map of the series on Haven. Now we'll have to see if they can continue that one more time for our fourth map of the series, looking at Ascent, especially to, again, when you look at Ascent, this is a map that we've seen ups and downs for both of these teams, but more so a little bit more down on the TSM end. Core, we've seen a lot more of this Gompers, so I'm very intrigued. But TSM have done great at adapting on the day on their not so great maps.
Yeah, they've been honestly showing a lot of really good adaptability skills. I think TSM handled themselves really, really well that last game. And if they keep doing what they're doing, obviously it's going to transfer so well into Ascent, because Ascent is one of those maps where if your attacking half isn't good like Ascent, you will go down the drain. There is no way to bring yourself. You really need that momentum to kickstart. So starting off defense is such a good way to kind of give that momentum to you, especially since, I don't know, like their defensive half was just looking so solid with their Sentinel. I think Alvin Boy really pushed the limits here for TSM and kind of just allowed them, even though they were bottom frag, they were top frag in regards to just the threatening aspect of their util.
Last time we saw both of these teams playing this map of Ascent, for Core, when they played against Envy, Logan was actually playing this chamber. They were playing the double Sentinel comp with the Deadlock and the chamber. But on the other side, it's been actually quite some time, about 2 months since we lost at this map here in Challengers for TSM. And back then, they were also playing with that chamber and that Vice instead. So they played a couple of third-party tournaments. They played a couple other matches here and there, where they were actually playing that Sage. So I'm interested to see what Sentinel we're going to be seeing in the side of TSM. They already brought that surprise of Sage into that map of Lotus, and I feel like it would be poetic for them to close it in that same way with that 3-1.
Especially to the Sage, no matter what someone's personal opinion is on a Sage as an agent, I feel like TSM plays the Sage quite well, to where if they do want to go ahead and run that on Ascent, that could be just the thing. So I'm definitely super, super intrigued there. On the opposing end for Core, I mean, looking at this composition they have, it has just been so strong for them when you have that Deadlock and that chamber, having both those utilities. And of course, this Yoru just running around. So I think that TSM, they definitely have this opportunity to have done their homework here and could try and maybe pick a Sentinel base around. And I think that too, that the Sage could have really good utility in kind of just stopping this down. But getting into the agents, let's get the confirmation and see what exactly on the day TSM is thinking of. I love, by the way, that the teams are not afraid to be switching up maps that aren't quite as comfortable in such a pivotal game when we are looking at these lower finals. And for TSM, this could be just what they need to breathe a fresh sight of air into it. And yeah, Dan, that is 7 on the Sage. All right.
It is the Sage that they were playing those third-party tournaments that I talked about. It's been quite some time since they got the chance to play it here in Challengers, but I don't know. I mean, Seven already surprised us a little bit on Lotus. He had some of the walls that we do expect towards C to cross, but there were also some that we were not expecting at all. So I feel like they have been cooking into this composition for that potential last map. And on the other side, of course, we mentioned they're going to be playing with this chamber. This is a great composition. It's a great chamber to have on the attack side, but I'm still concerned for Core. I mean, if they win a pistol, it might change it. It might change it all. But if not, then TSM, they can get the win here.
Yeah, kind of cool too, because now instead of seeing a limb on the chamber, it's Logan now kind of stepping into that role. So for Core, I think it's all about, I mean, we've seen a Limbs Yoru on a map like this. They're absolutely insane. So it is pretty exciting to kind of delve a bit more into this. But for, like you said, Zira, like Sage 7, that in itself is quite interesting. We did get a taste of what, you know, the Sage would be like. Of course, I think it was on the opposing side. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I think Sage is very different from the usual Sentinel that I'm used to of the Killjoy or the Cypher, but to have that double Sentinel, they're definitely holding on to the sites and making it even harder for Core to kind of lead off on that attacking half.
I mean, going into this, I love the changes that they have. It's time to see if it's enough up against Core to close this series out 3-1. Will we get a map 5? Will Core win a pistol? Let's get to Ascent and find out and send it back over to Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, gang. Yes, Ascent up next on the docket. A map in which Core, at least in challenges, over a 50% attack side round win rate. This has been the comp that they've really plied their trade with over the course of stage 3, especially. TSM had a brief moment wide of dabbling with the, you know, with the Vice and the Yoru, but back to what we saw from them earlier on, I want to say against Nightblood, which wasn't a great game for them, but hey, they've come a long way. They are going to have the Sage in the mix. We see how effective it is on that attack side, at least on Lotus.
Yeah, Core almost running, you know, a pretty standard comp that we see right now with the double Senti, but it's just not common to see the chamber with the Deadlock instead of the Vice. So be cool to see how that plays out. And I mean, yes, people are just really giving Sage a serious look after some of the recent changes. And she used to be relevant on this map as a secondary option a while ago. So it's not surprising to see some teams trying her out again. And 7 Sage was looking pretty smooth earlier on Lotus. So
one player, Darkest, enough to make enough of a racket to draw the ball out of 7 pretty early. So B will be an option later into the round if Core don't find success here. The dark cover, though, breaks up this pre-position. So Alvin is essentially alone, and despite opening with a headshot, Alum is just too quick with it. Makes the adjustment, takes a Cypher out the game. Now with that wall broken up a little bit on B, there's still a mid to B option now where you have a decent split, but Logan has gone down. Kimon at least able to extract some value, and TSM are matching this rotate pretty quickly. It's still, though, in a pinch, going to be tough for 7. A slow warp here or there might make a big difference.
Yeah, he can provide a lot of salt for the rotates to come in, specifically that flank from Timotino. If he can catch the right time, and could be the crux of the round win.
All right, Crouch net connects. 7, as the smoke clears, is very vulnerable and out in the open. Tough to take these retakes up, but Gimon is just something a little bit different today, something special for us. As he dives on out, and he finds his 3rd of the round very quickly. Now Nerve Tusi is pretty obvious, but they're going to be playing, especially as this site starts to get scoped out a bit. And Tusi looks to take a chance, the timing. But Gimon instead has served up his 4th. And the round goes for TSM. Core's woes in pistol rounds continue.
4 gets some good damage off with those shocks, and I think that probably encouraged Core as well to feel like, let's maybe just try to take a timing where we swing out of here. Maybe he's trying to fire off that 2nd shock and we can just catch someone midair jumping down. But yeah, no, it does not work out. GMD is able to clean up everyone.
It's nicely done, and that's decisive, right? The deadlock wall goes up in spawn, so it has to be a market flood from TSM, and they don't really have any time to waste. So they decisively step out there, take the fight. It's just good fundamentals and individual skill that gets them there, which honestly is something we've seen showcased extensively through this series. Now I tested A main early, but of course the customary one-way will be a factor for Core to play through.
Logan going to see if he can do something with that headhunter over towards B, but all of main will be cleared out by the drone, and Core will attempt to get over towards A. TSM would love if that drone and post up in B main would encourage them to walk into this judge, and it's going to be the case.
Yeah, 1 and 2. We'll need Executioner to add to the mix, and there it is. 7 finds himself a brace of kills.
And if that were not enough, let's also wall off the spike.
Yeah, such that I think you have to knock out a different section of the wall to get the spike, and then, I mean, it's just possible. Let's not even consider how this would actually be broken down. It's like the start of Minecraft where you're breaking trees with your fists. You know what I mean? That's the kind of situation we're in.
Trying to figure out how to make a crafting table.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And the creepers have already turned up, except they've got automatic shotguns and they're hiding around the corner.
And you only have 30 seconds to kill the creepers and make the crafting table. And it's,
all right.
You're cooked. You're cooked. There's zombies. I didn't really play a lot of Minecraft past the, like the alpha, the pre-alpha, like 2000. When did that game come out? 4? I don't know much about what's going on anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think that's
you realized
why,
2004 was 30 years ago.
I don't think it actually came out in 2004, but
you know what?
Probably close enough, right?
Tell you what, bro, they make good mods for that game. Honestly, I played one mod where you had to make a computer. Dead ass. It was late. Anyway, hopefully, Core don't have Minecraft computer syndrome and have the lag issues we saw on Icebox. And I've just segued out so flawlessly.
Oh, Tomatino saved.
Crouch and ready to take the fight. This Marshall will definitely be fighting for relevance in this round.
What happened there?
Uncharacteristically down early. Wants to walk up on A main.
I think they saw each other's feet. This is what happened under the one-way, if I had to guess. Okay, Tomatino gets that trade. Just an honest walking into the angle to take the fight. That's kind of Valorant I like to see.
All right. Alvin retreating here towards the B site proper. Core is going to have to treaty with some of these tripwires. Got that wall set up, but it was on the earlier side. And obviously, Timo can still fire through it, so might have the audacity to post up to some degree.
Like that from our observers, the below the door shot.
Yep. A little bit of cinematic for you guys. You know, we're a little different like that. 30 seconds, though. Clock is ticking.
30 seconds.
Oh, goodness, Alan. There's an opportunity that goes back in there, but honestly, Timo didn't give him much of one. Now, though, he's got his head on a swivel.
Goodbye.
Actually, Darker snaps him up, but there's a trade here. Oh, he's still there, guys. He's still there.
Yeah, and what is the move? I mean, Core have made their way to A. It has been quite discombobulated, but they have figured out how to get the spike down. It's really going to come down to a limb being in an odd position to see if he can get a timing to get a kill, even things up 2v2. Okay, that's an even sicker timing, honestly.
Alam has an opportunity to wrap around here. Be the impact player again, like he has so many times this series. Alvin won't correct for this. Avora covering him, and that's just that extra player difference. Avora wants to light the sight. Nerve able to step outside of the recon, though. Definitely a winnable round. It's going to require some grouping up for TSM, but they're going to give that opportunity. On to Gen they go. Have not cleared his position, and now they know. Nerve emerges. Time not on 7's side. And he gets them both anyway. Sick clutch from Nerve. And Cora on the board.
Crazy that they managed to get out of that situation. If you looked at the minimap 10 seconds prior to the spike being planted, there was not one Core player that was next to another. It was just totally spread across the map. Pretty shocked they were able to get out of this round alive.
This, of course, was Alam's opportunity. I thought this would come down to a group up that was ill advised, but Nerve just plays some beautiful angles. Very nice. Okay, this time,
what is that?
Givon is taking every opportunity to get that A-man early.
He just jiggles out, immediately kills Tuzi, leaves. It's pretty unlucky to lose your smokes player 1 second to the round on Ascent attack. It's pretty hard to take sights after that.
It's not great, is it?
It's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, let's get through the choke. Then you're all just stuck in a slow and you can't cover up any angles.
Yeah, conversely, you're just stalled out by everything, including the kitchen sink. Just porcelain chips at your feet, like caltrops as you try and go anywhere. Oh, man. And of course, the 7 wall. 7 has actually migrated from his typical location right next to the door, and he's actually back over towards garden. This is quite a development. Should be studied. Still doing that, though. Black. Okay, shot comes in. Darkest definitely feeling the pinch from that one. Honest Fury from Nerve. Looks like that shot probably onto Timo, but he just takes it. He knows he's safe. And he's forced off the line there, missing that shot. Core have options. Look where the spike's going. Straight up mid, there's going to be a tripwire that reveals this, though. So can Alan make the difference now? 3 players for core where they need to be, but they don't have the wherewithal to check the cross. And so the spike goes loose. Logan has to pull the plug.
That whole lack of smoke aspect really came back to bite them, unfortunately. GMD kind of just ended that round 2 seconds into it by jiggling and deleting Tuzi from the server instantly.
Yeehaw,
it's just
bro.
nothing they could do. Nothing they could do. Try to sell some kind of fake-esque maneuver with the Hunter's Fury pivot into B, but you know, they're just hoping they pull them away far enough that they won't be on the cross, that they can't smoke off. But Alvin was on cross in main, unsmoked. So it's sadness, misery.
And they just core just don't give themselves a buffer. They can't really cover every base. Timo early mid presence. Wide up for the contact hold here. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, Dark.
Now to get back around the corner. Dart was not shot.
What if we just wall off B main? what if we just stop them from going into B?
Yeah, you know what? That's fine. And core seem to agree. Have a nice day, they say. Now for some mid control. Smoke top mid, and they're exploring in the cubby direction, but obviously the conditioning, like PTSD that Seven has inflicted in them, is going to make them very careful about working that part of the map. Timo's going to have his hands full here on the R drone as he hears it buzz in. It's going to force him to give that up. Gravnet and wall thrown up, so that makes things a little bit uncomfortable, but decent player density on the site. Timo's also able to adjust in towards spawn, and Slow Orb meets Darkest as the door comes down. What now? Over towards the A side, there's so much of these trips here. Core are liable to walk into those, but they can't find a way to work this carefully. Dimon waiting on the paranoia, set up his Cypher player, hits multiple of those core individuals, but they've got one to send back themselves, and Alvin might have to wait in hell for the time being. Here comes the Cyber Cage. Here comes Dimon. Finds himself one. Timotino gets there. And TSM are everywhere on this map.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is just nowhere that core could go on a round like that. They start off all grouped up in B main. Oh, there's a Sage with an Odin. We're walled, we're slowed, we're getting spammed. That's miserable. What if we try mid instead? Oh, the Opper is in mid. Well, at least we drone him off. Maybe we could pivot into market. Oh, never mind. That's the Op is there. The Sage is still on B.
Let's go A instead, bros.
Let's go A. Oh, the Cypher is set up with both kill trips, cages for site anchoring. Yeah,
it's 50 shades of chalk, man. And again,
this is
core,
misery.
Historically, like over all the games they played on this map, this is a good map for them. Like they have a 51% attack side win rate. Like, they've been able to find success here before.
Cutting through.
Now, some mid control. This has definitely drawn some interest. TSM is sufficiently catnipped. Annihilation coming out here. Vora will be ensconced in the cocoon. But oh, the backstab timing for Timo. And he riddles them with knives. 3 for the Jet. Alan hoping that he can do something here against Seven. And he does. Up close and personal. Rips the shot. And now, core still have a crack at this. Gimondo still at large. And Alvin has the spike covered in mid.
On top of that, they've got dark cover, still another cage as well. GMD has a paranoia. Going to be a nightmare trying to recover the spike.
Paranoia. Here's most of the clear. You gotta be quick on that. There's definitely some risk associated with it. Look him on, he's him. He's just him with his Chalamet. What a clutch to come out of the round with. Core make it close. But Gimon is about as rock solid as you get.
That was a pretty sick little spray down. 9-1 right now. They had me sweating when Alvin's just out in the open fighting, man. This was an insane little 3-piece from Timotino, though. Everybody's stalled out by that slow. He just cooks them alone. No util, just flanking, not missing. That was pretty sick.
Man, how are you feeling right now if you are Winthrop watching this game?
Yeah, let's can we get the Winthrop check-in?
Yeah, we get a red zone. Let's cross live to Moobs on set. I'm quite sure he's definitely feeling a spring in his step right now. But, you know, in context, this is defense side Ascent. This is kind of what we expect to see from it. I did think that maybe this double Senti setup would actually get some post plants to work with and really be punishing in that regard. But TSM have been very disruptive. And also, like, they've been so fast in these rotates, so decisive. I mean, we mentioned it earlier with Timotino playing both A and B and then mid respectively and having impact in all of those engagements. It's really hard to play at the kind of pace you need to against like a Sage, where Seven's getting early info. And also the other side that doesn't have a Sage wall is just trips. It's full of trips. You just cannot walk up in there and you're getting hit by paranoias. Gimon is everywhere. It's difficult for QOR right now to find an edge.
And the slow orbs also just act as a very clean and easy way to get Timotino posted up on a line like this early in the round. Spots out part of Nerve, and it's just a free kill. Man, the Sage is really bringing a lot of utility to TSM's defense.
You might be onto something here. NBS is,
and now they're just trying to hit A, and they're getting walled off.
The fact that Seven can trade that is so massive. Now there's no Yoru deep in the site, and another slow orb has devastating impact. And he's hearing all of this, and he knows what's coming his way, but Darkest with a stinger. A little bit too fast to contend with. Alvin might be trapped here. Oh, that was not good. Hit by the dart as well. The wrong side of the wall, but that's a flick. A Nerve would sooner forget.
Last player standing.
Again, spike to hand for Darkest. I'm going to spam his way out of this situation. Looks like a sonic sensor, though. Caught Timo up, snarled him in place. He'll have to try another option, but he's been heard. Just another shoulder pick. God, he's diligent. Now with 41 points of health. He's got to go for broke. Made use of the tailwind there. Did not stop the plant, though. Darkest is able to convert, and we're in a grab net, folks. We are perma-crouched. We are Slav squatting in the middle of the A site.
That was really heads up from Darkest and Tuzi to both pivot, and in the midst of Timotino causing all of that chaos in heaven, they double face towards Door, get the kill, and then put their attention back on him. There was no indication someone was coming from Door, as far as I'm aware. That was just straight up intuition. Okay, this is when a player is coming from this angle. That was just really intelligent stuff.
Give me that. Give me that. Oh, yeah, give me that flick.
That was a crazy shot, but didn't matter.
And Darkest with a really strong showing with the Odin. Now, normally, Gimon is trying to find something early. A slow orb, though, means that no one is really going to give him that challenge. Tuzi implying a TP across the way, hoping to tease Gimon out of position, but he's just altered his approach to the early A main action. Timotino has taken up residence, squatting here, top mid.
Nothing
for him to see.
They've gone back to one of their older setups, and older, I mean, you know, earlier in the half, they've gone ahead and had Seven play towards Tree, throws up the wall. They've got info towards Wine. All the way down mid is Timotino. I mean, yeah, it's definitely time to rotate over to that B site.
Annihilation at the ready. Vora here just tearing strips off of Cordo as they're trying to approach, and everybody gets it. Yeah, everybody gets a bit of love. However, that cocoon though. All right, Alvin Boy is devoured ultimately, but Alum is handled. So Yoru out of the game, and he knows. Timo knows. Logan finds a couple of shots there, gives himself away. So now you've got B making control. Tuzi's feeling the net. Surrounds him. And Gimon walks out with confidence. Does his job. I tell you what, the Odin Valley, though, has been through the roof for QOR.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nerve is just getting a random spam kill.
Timo's got to do the thing with the op. Not a whole lot of fun. He's given himself a better weapon for this situation. And Darkest, another multi-kill round from him. Not quite 4Ks in back-to-back rounds, but enough here to get QOR what they need. That's 3 attack side rounds. I think we crossed the barely acceptable threshold now. And they're in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that really is 3. We're feeling okay with that right now. If we're QOR, and now they've got TSM on an eco. This is nice from Timotino to get the flank off, yeah, but I can't believe QOR win that out. I think Nerve just ends up getting like a random spam kill in the 2 versus 3 to make it the 2v2.
Now what? Do we actually get a pop? Amen, we do. This is pretty aggressive over into the weird weapons on the side of TSM. It doesn't favor them in the end, but they are stuck here. They are fully committed. So Darkest will just mow them down.
Darkest used the Annihilation last round and is now 2 orbs away from having an Annihilation, by the way.
Yeah. That's what happens when you get 9 kills in 3 rounds, I think. He's
Yeah, it is something pretty insane, and might have an opportunity to be but one orb away with a plant. Also, if that orb is still in B main, it's not, but all right, one orb away. That's not too bad to have that immediately back for the next buy round.
Spike
I think you're happy enough with that result. TSM a little bit quiet. And they go back to the well of that sort of A-side aggression, except Gimon is joined by 2 other players. Again, just trying to throw a curveball on a save round. Timo was going to have to satisfy himself just having gotten control of this Vandal. Corey getting it done now, big time. Some pretty conservative approaches to the early round. They weren't giving Timo anything free in mid, forcing him to go elsewhere. I think they're starting to get a bit more of a download on TSM.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Core, I'm feeling pretty content with getting 4 rounds right now. And we're headed into the next gun round where they've got Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury combo. Then they've also got the Annihilation potentially coming up if they can just get 1 orb for Darkus at some point in a post plant, perhaps. They've got all the necessary tools to be able to win this gun round and put TSM in another tough economic spot. I mean, they'll have a decent amount of cash because of the loss bonus if they lose this round, but certainly not where they want to be. Timotino has enough to buy up with the AWP. Looks like he has intentions of staring down towards B tiles.
Yeah, looks like Gimon grabbed that one for him. So,
Logan has the Outlaw, but everybody has heavy armor.
Yeah, it doesn't get much purchase here, but Cora trying to be thrifty into the last couple of rounds of this half. Timo really insists on trying to dig Nerve out of position, but unfortunately it's just a missed shot. Felt like he just couldn't miss. He was magnetic yesterday. Nice to be reminded he is a bit more of a mortal.
Camera taken out.
So, some stall here in A main. Also, a lot of
That's a crazy, wild little setup.
So I'm waiting for Tom Cruise to try and, you know, get in black lycra and squeeze through those to get the crown jewels. Of a noise cut here though, and not a lot of info, but TSM is an inkling that they need to be getting off the B side, and that is correct. Will they be here at A in time? Tripwires galore. Alum gets into hell and sees what he was looking for. There it is. Annihilation should come out. Alvin is in the cocoon. That Nerve has a Hunter's Fury. Core with big ultimates in this round to try and keep the gravy train rolling, and so far, not too shabby. Gimon and Timo though from heaven, they really control this high ground. Tuzi needs to challenge them. Timo not looking at him. Nobody looking at the Omen. Not expecting that step up at all. And TSM's impromptu rushed defense is steamroll.
That was a hell of an execute. Also, very cool to use the Dimensional Drift just as an information little gathering tool for both ultimates that they have. Doesn't just work with the Hunter's Fury. They also get a free Annihilation onto Alvin, who's just trapped in hell. And then Hunter's Fury up into heaven. That was really sick.
I mean, it was a round, of course, that they walked into. I mean, it's one of the perfect rounds to use those ults. And, you know, your opponents are making a bit of a gambit investment. What is that, 4 rounds in a row? Yeah. TSM, like you mentioned, the loss bonus gives them, you know, a lifeline here with a couple of Vandals in play. And outside of that, they are all of a sudden languishing.
5 rounds for Core on attack against this comp feels great, honestly. If they get 6 or 7, just feels even better. I really think they've already kind of done their job here, especially considering they didn't even win the pistol. This was looking like it was.
They've done the same thing.
We were headed towards a one-sided map for the first time in this series.
They've done the same thing every map, but I mean, it has helped that they've won the anti-eco on a couple of occasions. I think the TSM only just win that pistol and they get knocked back down. That's obviously had an impact, but yeah, Core, when they can finally get some of these gun rounds rolling, have looked really good, and all of a sudden, a pretty terrible start has turned into a more than respectable showing. Already 5 rounds in their favor here on the attack side. And you better believe they'll be looking for more, but Timo set up in mid with the Blade Storm ready.
And outside of him, it is quite passive for TSM at the moment. Man, honestly, like, despite how good the Sage has looked at times, it has been a lot of little heroic and aggro plays from TSM that were actually getting them those round wins. Tino swings out, gets away.
Seven as well has enough information to throw a wall down, but all that does is yield him more of the latter. Now he knows that QOR definitely have a strong presence in mid. So TSM can opt to try and contain this or play back more passively on the B side, but they can get a good logs and CT side crossfire. The Omen is still in play though, so TuZi, of course, can make use of the smoke as he does here to get them safely through top mid, and Timo doesn't really have a way to do anything about this. Did have enough draft, but a little bit harebrained to try and challenge that. So Alum is in Boathouse right now. And now Timo's knives got some value. He actually just rushes out there from spawn. There's that sonic sensor in the way, but he's able to circumvent it by playing fast, and he's not ready for this anchored position for TSM. Logan sees Timo leaping down in towards him. And TSM don't mind losing the extraneous player. They will be able to keep this going with 1600 on 7. Very important round to win. A valuable defense side, just as QOR really build up some momentum.
Logan has so much money, he just wants to see if he can do some damage. Doesn't even matter that he throws the AWP away. Good anchoring from TSM. Feels like it's been a while since we've gotten around where QOR feel funneled into a lot of that defender utility and actually, succumb to it.
Let's see how this goes down. This is Timo with his multiple kills in this round. That first one is big. There's one that he takes from a defender side spawn while all this is happening. TSM with that wall over an A, it's enough to sort of make QOR decide that they want to be elsewhere. He wasn't a grab net here, so it's going to be a required TP as he was set in the smoke. This is going to draw 7 back over, but he won't be in position to wall A main.
Seven's just waiting with that slow orb out off any contact. Could throw that, but isn't actually going to come. QOR have been able to drone their way all the way through B main. They haven't taken the space just yet, though.
And they are inching forward. So there's an exploration of tree as well there for Vora. But definitely more A-biased hold for TSM. Timo, after a great previous round, is getting ready for contact. He's timed as well. The head of Logan just goes flying. And scot-free is able to get away. TuZi has managed to TP his way over towards that boathouse side. There's a cam still lying in their wake, though, and one that Timo needed to win out. Alvin had no opportunity to get involved. He'll try and stay safe, stay tucked, but Alim has the tools to dig him on out. Our drone re-clears, sees Alum out in the open here, proud as a peacock, because QOR have this A-side control. And TSM will need to take a beat before they attempt to wrest it from their hands.
This is really going to come down to whether or not GMD can win this duel against TuZi. If he loses, this is effectively over.
It seems to be this guy. Darkest force off Speedway, but Alum is there from Boathouse. And that will be enough. 3 kills for the Yoru. And a half that ends up being much more lively than we had anticipated. QOR's hopes of taking us to a Decider map well and truly alive. 6 attack side rounds, you are pleased as punch.
Yeah, that is really solid. And now TSM are going to have a pretty tough task of attacking into this QOR comp where you're going to have a Chamber and a Yoru able to play very aggressively towards those extremities, take the early fights, get out easily. And then when you're feeling the pressure of those and you're TSM and you have the desire to go elsewhere, you're running into a bunch of deadlock util. It's going to be very challenging to play against this QOR composition right now.
A couple of things TSM can do, but in general, it doesn't feel as impactful as, Sage on the attack side of Lotus, which was great for getting the early map control areas that are contested and often fought over, because it's less often the case here. Sure, they can slow orb A main and dissuade any sort of push-up. It gives them a little bit of space.
TuZi must have heard a jump up or something. He's spamming it and pinging it, and I saw him say something, so he definitely knows someone is up there. Seven definitely made some sound. If they do push onto TuZi, he's got a couple trips from his deadlock in the site to play off.
I mean, the fact that there's a player up there, I think tells you a ton. It's a lot of, oh god, he has seen everything. Okay. consummate voyeur is Susie here. Now he knows what's coming. However, Timo is pretty quick to the punch, quicker than Susie's able to respond to. He is flashed out, and Timo runs him on down. QOR legitimately going to go pistol round winless.
One enemy remaining.
It's not even close. Brother!
Yeah, that is pretty unlucky. It's pretty unfortunate.
Is it unlucky if it happens 8 times?
I would say it's probably not unlucky at that point. I would say it's a strategic issue. I mean, look at this from Timitino. He gets all the way in backside. They're just none the wiser.
Yeah, crazy to me. They just don't know that is going down.
Like, Darkus tries to get in to assist Tuzi, but it's a little awkward.
Okay, here's that early GravNet play. The shock dart is actually pretty scrumptious if they can land this. Not bad, but Timo, he's crouched, so, you know, his recoil's more limited. He's very good in a fight.
Whoa, that shock did a ton of damage.
You know what does more damage?
Probably won't end up mattering. They also have a Sage, so at least GMD got healed up a bit, but...
I wish you had a Sky there, didn't you? Alvin, though, with the Ghost. That is pretty diabolical across the map. And so QOR here with a very well-behaved approach to this eco round. Nothing, some utility brought in. Now, this would be much easier to sell if Tuzi wasn't in mid and had heard nothing and was watching tiles, so... No reason for QOR to leave this side. Again, they're on pistol, so they don't want to be out of position for that. Anyway, we'll take a little gamble. Man, Timitino always seem to be half a second quicker than they expect.
Oh my god.
No.
Nerv is just dancing all over the place. Somehow they haven't been able to deal with him, but yeah, it won't really end up mattering. And so long as TSM recover that other Phantom that they drop somewhere, I think lane, they'll be all good. They didn't invest much into this round, just 2 Stingers and a Ghost with those Phantoms, so... Nerv wants it. He wants it.
Nothing wagered, nothing gained. Push the smoke. We saw that on Lotus.
they gave it to him. They gave him the Phantom.
Okay. Yeah, bro is...
I mean, they just... yeah, that's...
Yeah, I think I realized that.
Oops.
Yeah, there's not a... Look, I don't think there's a...
My bad.
That's not a great
How do you
reason
say
for
my
that,
bad
but...
in French?
Dude, you're the one with the French last name.
Because that's... I don't know.
Sorry, I forgot.
Dutch,
you're American,
bro.
so any part of your heritage just doesn't show.
No, actually,
through, you know?
for some reason, a French last name with a history of only Dutch lineage. It makes no sense.
Yeah, okay. This is no comparison. What's my bad in Dutch, bro? It's probably written the same, but sounds completely messed up because that's what the Dutch do. Just throwing it out there. Y'all are wildin'. And this better not turn out like the time I made fun of Bangladesh's GDP in chat and someone got really someone in chat got really mad at me. So just want to get ahead of this.
One
guys,
Dutchman in chat.
It's okay to be a little freaky. It's all good. Don't hit me with your clogs. Timitino maybe would have preferred those instead of the Blade Storm because the effect of the impact was about the same. TSM still trade. They did get a couple of players off the site. Remember, this is the bonus, so it's the 2 Stingers up, which probably isn't where they'd love to be. And yes, this early offensive has fizzled. They did walk into the site that was heavily guarded.
Now TSM will be patiently waiting in wine. Just gonna cut noise for a while, maybe another 20 seconds. Relax. Hit the site. And probably struggle to get kills because they have to close the distance with the Stingers. But we'll find out.
Aren't we happy with anything at this point? But
and our 20 seconds have passed.
Yep.
Time to go.
And the side isn't much more loosely held as a result of what's going cut. So, what do we do with Stingers long range? We try and get close range. Alum gets on the wrong end of it there. So Logan might indeed just wait for Nerv to join him here. Yeah, they're going to be able to double up and maybe work this from a couple of different angles. The Aldrin, of course, for the Heaven player makes a bit more sense. Unclear at this point what was seen, but we know 7 was spotted. He's hit with the dart. Now we go. There's a rendezvous here for Logan, which actually could be useful. Vora. Oh, okay. We just find a timing. I just love that from Seven
wall.
playing behind his
I mean,
own
this
wall.
wall is just
Bro.
so funny.
Oh, man. That is sick. Okay, so confirmation. Logan's still up here. Vora's in a really good spot all of a sudden. And this one is tough for QOR to bounce back from. They lose this round. Logan drops directly into the crosshair, and Vora will simply acquiesce. TSM, with that pistol take, convert on the bonus, and it's a weird round. They spent 20 seconds standing in the A main with stingers.
I can't believe they're able to win it, but they kind of circumvent the Vandal when they're getting back in here. They're able to get all the way over to Gen, so Seven can trade that. Logan doesn't really fully commit to fighting. This is it's funny, but it is a cool play from Seven. Just gives himself a new structure to play around. Swing from either side.
Chad, I'm not taking any of your suggestions of my bad in French. I don't, like, you don't understand. We aren't close like that. I don't trust you guys at all. God forbid. They're all rage baiters. So there's a headhunter position for Logan. Of course, his rifles were fully bought up for TSM. And yeah, a little slower start to the round. They can accelerate into this pretty quickly. It's just that this will be spotted out, and you have to wonder just how much was seen there. Enough, I think TSM say. Cat's out of the bag a little bit. Little pump fake, maybe?
Bit more damage from some of the shots, but oh my god. Alpha got healed up, but there's no fixing Vora. He's just simply dead.
Hey, Logan, stuck here in Boathouse. Vora by the wayside, but QOR, again, down to the dregs of weaponry. Oh, deadlock wall in the wave. TSM a little bit troubling, but they can still get through. That's a very speculative grab net. The exchange of slow orb favors TSM. Seven is, well, trying to get a res. Doesn't expect the backup for Tuesday. So that is a Vandal handed over to the Omen. Dark is still playing from defense spawn side. The time is going to start to become a factor. It's going to be an issue. There's still 3 rifles locked and loaded in the B site.
Darkest low on HP. Tuesday would have to do something pretty outstanding, and with not a lot of time left. Paranoia for the swing is good.
Okay, Darkest with the Marshal. Actually making something happen here. I think Alvin Boy saw those traces. Doesn't want to take a risk. It's a swing. As a home run. Alvin Boy nets 3 for the round. And TSM keep the pain train going. QOR make it a little bit spicy there inside that B site, but yeah, I'm looking at 4 rounds consecutively. TSM trying to build a bank, but some of these rounds have been a little rougher. I like that.
Vintage Sage on Ascent right there. The wall on the box to see in the sight. That takes me back, you know? Reminds me of, I don't know, who did that? Ethan used to do that on 100 Thieves, you know, back in 2022, 2021. Matter of fact, Seven might have been the 6th man on 100 Thieves at the time.
Yeah,
while
back
Ethan
then.
was boosting his Sage wall into main and shooting people on site.
All that reminds me is that Seven, considering his tender age, has been at this for quite a while. Was a player that was hyped up before he was old enough to sort of compete in those top games. And it's still, I mean, this TSM team has obviously had some slight changes, but they've been mighty persistent. Really still looking for that Ascension opportunity. And, you know, it's tough because I think that the org was public about feeling that they had to ascend here, or the org sort of may be no more. So that obviously, in this game at least, adds a lot of pressure onto this squad. Definitely feel like they've got a lot to prove, but they've locked up that 2nd seed. And look, we got to see them at Ascension last year and through challenges. I feel like we're looking at a team that is a lot more stable, a lot more consistent than in the past.
Page to cross out a main. Oh my god. How on earth is Timatino getting that? He is on fire this map, but Alim with a nice fast trade and Nerve with some backside spam. Suddenly QOR have the advantage, but TSM don't want to ease up on this site.
Oh, that's nice. Forward, they're going to take him out with the Shocky. Still down to 2 at TSM. They're expecting QOR to bide their time a little bit, but they're going to have the speedway angle as well as being able to push downstairs. And now they get the trade that they needed. Simple stuff like that from Gimon, but maybe a little too off the wall or on it. Actually, in that case, it doesn't get the better of QOR.
Well done from Nerve. That was basically all about him playing backside with the Odin. I feel like we're wandering into just the final months of this year, the VCT being the Odin meta. Not like people haven't used the Odin before, but and maybe I'm feeling biased because we just saw so much NRG. But you know what I'm saying? Am I off? Or are we just in the Odin meta for the last couple months of this year?
We did get a whole best of 5 of them in fairness.
Yeah,
like
right.
We were seeing, like,
So we were seeing some extra Odin, yeah.
I think like with the double duelist meta that we had for a while, in this stage at least, like that was less common, I want to say. We've sort of gone away from that. In fact, no double duelist teams really made a deep run in America's playoffs, at least. To say nothing, of course, of all the other regions, but now it seems like
we've seen no double duelists today, so that might just be the double duelist theory is perhaps perished at this point.
Paris will be enlightening, I think, in that regard, but at least as far as this region's concerned, far more double senti turning up. Chamber making that resurgence alongside Yoru still being very off to pick. Now it's the Sage, you know?
Yeah, Timotino was going for a lot of solo plays like this, just contacting, pushing up, and to mixed success. This time is just caught by a Lim who's hungry for more and teleports 2 feet away to safety.
Could have stuck around, maybe. Grabbing it was in play. Oh dear, QOR gets ahead of that annihilation. 4 picked up, and that's going to be another kill. Sorry, 7. You are lunch for an arachnid. What's Gimon got for us here? Nothing. He is skint.
Sadly, can't even ult to get the spike and plant it anywhere. So this one is simply done. He'll be bringing that Phantom into the next round. It's tough going early in this half for QOR, but hey, they're bouncing back.
We're getting pretty close now to hour 5 of this best of 5. And we might still have an entire map ahead of us, guys. That is the situation here. QOR clawing, these rounds back after losing yet another pistol. They just want to show us that they can go 0 for 10 pistols and still win a series. Now, that would be quite a thing.
That would be unbelievable. I mean, let's be real. The fact that all these maps have been neck and neck and they haven't won a pistol round in a BO5 is kind of criminal. Like, if we just went 1 for 1 on the pistols on every map, the series would be over, theoretically.
Yep. And TSM didn't get thriftied straight after a pistol as well. Seen a little bit less of that. A couple key thrifties mixed in here and there. In fact, that sort of allowed TSM to have a pretty good attack side. On the defense side.
Oh, okay. Don't know how Seven's getting away with that one, but just wall for top mid should be a quick pivot into B. Logan could be in a little bit of trouble, but he does have the teleport still.
Okay, able to get off that line safely here. Nerve revealed by the recon, but there was a TP across the map, and TSM might be thinking, it's time to get out. Oh, Darkest! He's in the perfect spot.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea there was. I mean, I guess to try to pivot back for some kind of crazy A split.
Yeah, well, you see, there are 2 moose inside Gimon, and sometimes the inting one wins out.
There are wolves in Canada as well.
Oh, the wolves? That's unfortunate. I thought the Meese hunted them to extinction, you know, but fair enough. 2 wolves.
Well, at least I think so. Outdoor Boys talks about them.
Bro's out here spreading misinformation on the internet. You better get ChatGPT and check your word.
They're at least in, bro, I'm telling you, they're at least in Alaska. I've watched enough Outdoor Boys to know.
I don't know what show that is, Wyatt. I'm not sure. I don't like the name of it.
Bro,
though.
you don't watch the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel?
Listen, I don't know the name of it.
It's a guy camping, bro. It's a man outdoors camping.
I like camping. To be fair, I'm just gaslighting. I'm sure there's bloody wolves in Canada. I just thought the idea of, you know, there being 2 moose.
Yeah.
You know, and then I don't know, man. Sometimes, bro, you just gotta.
I get it, but the wolves are just cooler. It's having 2 moose inside of you is an aura depletion compared to the wolves.
So? Bro, you ever seen a moose? Ever seen a moose?
I mean, yeah. Well, I'm not in person. I know of them.
Bro, I know about them. They have auras owing to their incredible bulk. You're on that road, bro. You're trying to get jacked. These guys are massive. I don't know, chat. You can weigh in. I think I think Mises have insane aura, personally. Wolves are just kind of, you know, pack animals. They're basically just slightly more svelte hyenas, you know. More graceful. 20 rounds into this game. And now, if you just tuned in, you'd be thinking that this is a one-sided one and we're just trolling. But no, this is just hour 5. 10-9. TSM have that slim lead, but QOR have been, like I've mentioned before, starting to stack a few of these rounds together after losing 4 at the beginning of the half. TSM have only won 2 rounds since then. What's on the docket here? They got a proper buy at least.
Cover going
They
out.
even get themselves into A main here because Gimon is up on that angle.
I'm just going to let the game breathe for a
Just that
second.
you're being paid. I just want to remind you.
I'm just letting it breathe. Not a lot happening in the mid rounds. I'm letting it breathe.
We're going to pace
TSM
ourselves,
are
chat. It's a marathon.
They're chilling outside of A. They're just waiting for the rotate to come through spawn. Oh, my cat has something to say. I don't know if that meow was picked up by...
Okay, no, it wasn't, but now I know it happened at least. And that's honestly almost as good.
Pretty nice timing on that wall from Darkest. Oh, what a shot.
TSM, yeah, short on ideas, but can bring Timo back into the fight. Slow Orb keeps Darkest out of the game. He's stuck in tree for the time being. Dimonda with the grab net, and Darkest is able to find him amidst the smoke. Seven also going very low from that spam. Still, wall up in front of tree. Eyes definitely have to be in the direction of heaven right now. And
also, look at
Timatino.
He's on a flank right now coming from Cat. Bro's miles away, but has to go crazy for sure.
Surely. No, they're looking at it. Okay, checked it. Doesn't matter. Darkest down inside. Yet another slow Orb there. Such a nice 1-2. TSM put it together across the map, and that Tino has it off. Danger, danger. TSM to 11.
I mean, honestly, I like that flank. Why would you be flanking where your Sage just dropped a wall? You know what I mean? But he did. Gets that first free kill. Nice little adjustment on the movement to get the kill onto Darkest as well. And then just Ego picks up the op for another. Sick individual play.
Yeah, realistically, like, do you have a really good reason to take the op there? Like, you're trying to, you're trying to hit the side. I love
gain. Like, that's really it.
Yeah, I guess
Logan Logan's been getting a lot of first kills, but it just feels like they have not been converting a high 5v4 ratio, or certainly not the necessary one to be in the lead right now.
That's exactly right. Good for an open, but TSM have just in an avalanche onto these sites, a deluge of individuals.
Cover going out.
Right, you gotta calm down. If I'm gonna use contumacious in a cast, you want to hope that I know that Mises isn't a word. Try and have a bit of fun with me.
Basically, same little open and mid-round as what happened in the last one.
Get out of my way.
Position themselves for the A hit at 45 seconds again. Timatino dashes in and dies again as well.
Annihilation hits as well. TSM have the bandwidth to clear this right now. Tuesday down, Alvin. Somebody? No, they just don't have the room to clear that out. Dark cover as well is a bit of a problem. And Seven gets lit there inside that smoke. It's on Gimon. As it's been far too many times this game, he will drop shot through the roof as Third brings him down. Yet another map that is going to go straight to the wire. TSM at least, though, with a bit of money to spare. Timo's definitely had a game. 26 kills for him. The Darkest also has been standing up.
Unfortunately for Timo, is just not really able to survive on these entries. That's 2 rounds in a row. Off this A pivot, he has just been instantly killed. It's not like he's doing anything wrong per se. It's just the core are set up to destroy him on entry both times. They've been crushing TSM in the first blood game on this side swap.
Same setup for Logan, one that doesn't really need to be fixed. TSM have to take a risk to actually dig him out of that spot. Nerve again, Odin play has been, oh dear, there is a gap. Oh yeah, Timo tries to cross there, and that is just a small miscalculation from Alvin that could cost TSM dearly. might give the score parity back to TSM.
Oh my god.
And they've been down in some of these rounds, but converting this feels impossible. Gimon is in defense side spawn. What the heck was that? He can get the spike too. He just earned his ultimate. Unreal. No.
Now he's just waiting it out, hoping that Logan gets over eager and pushes straight into him towards spawn.
I think you just got to go and plan A, right?
Gotta be honest, it feels like Logan has been pretty locked in on this defensive side.
He did excellent. Got himself a Phantom now as well. Gimon obviously struggles in a fight of that nature. Also, trademark here. Rather, a rendezvous for Logan. Oh, if he gets ahead of this, the barrel's going to show. Can he be quick enough? No.
Oh my god, he had me terrified for a second. Oh my god.
He lands the plane. Most importantly.
Barely.
Yeah.
Barely
he definitely got sideways.
Screeching halt. Oh
sure.
my god.
Oh, deep breaths, folks. QOR are still in this. 11-11, 22 rounds of insanity here on Ascent. Things are now starting to come to a head, but the possibility of overtime is definitely on the table. That is so nasty.
Crazy. Yeah, and then Logan hits that Denzel Washington in flight type landing. Plane upside down. Like, bro, all right. Man he had me worried to the max, but we're good. We're all good.
It's the same.
TSM, they've been trying to avoid this B site because Nerve has just been dominating them here with the Odin. Then you have to deal with Logan as well, but they are just gunning it in there.
Not bad, though. They're able to clear that position from the chamber for what feels like free, and they get out of the side as well. But, oh, that's a spike down. And Timo is dealt with as he tries to make his way up Speedway. Clone shot. Everything is going into the fan. And come on. I mean, he can't be doing it again. Not to be. QOR get themselves to map point, driving us towards Corrode for a decider.
These guys still haven't won a pistol round. This is pretty mad. I can't believe that they're potentially about to pull this off. I mean, TSM are just running into the brick wall right now, which is kind of as foretold with this comp on the side swap. They're trying to get into B. You're dealing with that chamber being pressed up into main, can fight for opening kills. And then when you push him back, you're running into the Odin Sova. You're dealing with multiple trips constantly.
All right, here's the dimensional drift now, pushing off of the B side.
Oh yeah, just straight away. Tons of information right now for
player. I think is really enlightening. Back to safety. I don't think he's one of the two mid players though.
I think he definitely got enough info to realize that this is currently set up for a B split as things stand.
Trademark got cleared. Oh, Darkest not ready for that. The walk back to Timo. Oh, the shorty goes to work, but Alum is there. And Tuzi is able to take the trade for Darkest. And that's QOR now with the players, the chess pieces on the board. Hoping TSM will be forced to tip the king.
I know exactly where.
And now they're priced into this playthrough tree, but the neural theft is helpful. That's why they're in that direction. He needed a body. Slow orb gonna be collided from Tuzi. Gets back onto the site. Space given. As TSM paid for it pretty dearly. Very low health Alum on the box, but 7 is down. Give him onto the rescue again, surely. This arc is so old and tired, and unfortunately he too will have to succumb. All right, folks, let's do it. 5 of the best here in this lower final. QOR outlast TSM on Ascent to take us to Corrode.
I am pretty stunned they were able to pull that off. I mean, it seemed like heading to defense that should be the case, right? Surely they did enough on attack, but then they lose their, what, their 20th consecutive pistol round in the series? How many has it actually been? 8 in a row? Their 8th consecutive pistol round loss in this series. They get bonused, and then they still are able to win on account of some really good play on defense from Logan on that chamber. Alim has a couple crazy rounds towards the end, but that chamber was getting a lot of value. Nerve was playing great with the Odin over on B. Just some, I can't believe it, man. We keep going. We do not stop. We're headed to Corrode. I can't believe they've done it.
We're going to the Twilight Zone, folks. If you've been with us so far, you're here for the long haul.
You don't go anywhere. At this moment, you're probably melted into a
I mean,
puddle on your
if
seat,
you've been with us here so far, you've already been here for the long haul.
Yeah. Let's just see this
You're
one through.
you're headed towards the longest haul. I mean, this is just the infinite game.
Corrode's coming up next. Wyatt has his copy of Tolkien's Hobbit next to him. Should we need it? We got everything we need. Listen to the moose inside of you that's telling you to remain for this final map. And we'll see you after our experts break down Ascent.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Hop on the train, baby! Let's give Envy another race! With 3, and there's your real...
And we have a map 5, ladies and gentlemen. A series so hyped that my camera cannot possibly handle this whatsoever. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on at all anymore. But I mean, I honestly, Dan, didn't think that we were going to even have this conversation to talk about a map 5 because TSM, they were looking so good. They looked like they're going to close it out. But QOR, this bounce back, like, wow.
Yeah, incredible as they went into the defense side. And once again, with no pistols, because I don't know how it's possible. Every single map that we've had so far in this best of 5 has been so close, and that's why those pistols matter so much. But this time around, QOR were able to close it out on the defense. They had a really good plan on how they wanted to play this out with the deadlock towards this A side, as you get the chance to see in the highlights, and also with the way that Logan was playing towards B. It was very well planned. It was, I mean, every single time that I felt like it came down to the wire. The last clutch that we saw on the side of TSM, I believe it was GMD, and after that, it was just QOR really knowing how they wanted to close this out. They look great on this map, and they push us to a map 5. This is what they wanted. They need to make it to the grand final. They need to win the match today to have a chance to make it to Ascension. So for Core, this means everything.
Yeah, definitely a slight fumble from TSM sides too. Occasionally, I mean, you could see they were struggling a bit to see what they could do with, you know, just the double sentinel composition they had run. In the defense, right? Seven doing so absolutely well with keeping those walls up and kind of just deterring these, right, the opposing side of Core to get themselves onto site. But and it all kind of crumbled down in that second half. And what was working before just kind of wasn't working as much as usual. So yeah, I definitely give credit to those first-hand engagements Logan was giving out, as well as just like the entirety of Elim and Darkest doing ultimate duos, right? Like seeing the Annihilation work in cohesion with Elim's ult was kind of cool. So they were being pretty creative on their attacking half.
And looking at this, I mean, TSM, they did such a good job in pushing the score line and getting that lead. It was so close. Like Timotino, what a performance coming out, especially like those 9 first kills. That was absolutely crazy. But Core did a good job in being able to weather that storm. Darkest in the early half of things did really, really well, but wanted to talk a little bit more about Logan and the impact here. Because Dan, especially looking at the tail end of that match, a couple of these stronghold plays, especially over on B site, like when I look at Core being able to close out, like that's what I'm kind of chalking this up to.
Logan was so good on this B side. He was pretty much always having that same setup, playing very close, waiting for that push. And it doesn't matter if there was a cage trying to allow some of the players to cross, so both of them could fight together. It doesn't matter if it was one player trying to swing. Whatever it was, Logan was ready for it and was so good at finding that first kill. That's why for so many rounds into that second half, we didn't really see TSM trying to contest this B side so much. Logan and having to deal with him, plus the support that he had towards backside, was really, really good. And it's just one of the players that we don't get the chance to see on Chamber as much. We don't get to see him being able to play out the way that he did as much. So it was one of the reasons why they were able to come back and be in the situation. And it's really cool to see from Logan too, even when he had to go all the way from B to get that clutch into that 1v1 and he was able to win it. It's just exactly what you need from them.
Just in time too, honestly, because it was looking a little scary for a Core that once again has to win the series and make it into the grand finals to go to Ascension. So much on the line for them. And now one final map between these two teams to determine who's going to be our second grand finalist. It all comes down to Corrode, and Corrode being the newest map in the pool. This one gets to be really interesting because we are at the point at which we've seen both of these teams on the map, but it's been very different looks. TSM have swapped the comp up, and when you're looking at the side of Core, maps that have been really, really close. So Gompers, I don't know what to expect here, or even if they run the same comp, like what's going to change? Like this, what?
Yeah, I'll be honest, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm potentially wrong, but I feel like there might be a slight change with Core. I don't know. I mean, they've run the Fade, Omen, Neon, KO Chamber sort of comp, but I feel like here especially we've seen a meta kind of grow into the Viper, right? And the double controller, and that seems to be working so well. It's almost radioactive. So I don't know. It's such a weird difference with Corrode, where it obviously also depends on the play style, but I do feel like TSM have been so good at keeping site holds and being so dominant on their defensive side that it feels almost like we do need a little bit more control on the side of Core. But it's like, I mean, 17, 15, 13, 10, 13, 11, like these games are so close. There's no up and down. It's just like middle ground right now.
It's so cool to see, especially as we go into the last map, as you were saying. This map of Corrode that has been a test for a lot of the Challengers teams. And something that I'm very interested on is what the duelists are going to look like, because we haven't gotten the chance so far to see that Neon head-to-head between them. So just having that possibility, just based on the last compositions that they were playing as of recent, it's the perfect way to close it out. I feel like the Neon v Neon, the players that we've been highlighting, Timo and Elim going against each other would be great. I honestly do like this Core composition, especially if Logan is able to stay in this chamber with the way that he was playing on this map. I feel like he's super confident. He's really calm. He's able to stay and hold those angles for quite some time, because TSM's attacks sometimes were not as fast as you want to. So you get desperate, you switch positions, you rotate. But Logan is very patient. So if he's able to hold down mid with this chamber, and then on top of that, you have an Elim and Darkus with the KO that are able to work together to get it more aggressive. Core can be set up for success and maybe win a pistol.
Yeah, the fact that I was hoping for a map 5 for a variety of reasons, but to see if we could finally get a core pistol win or if we were going to go 0 for 10 was definitely top of my list. Though I will say super impressive for core to have score lines this close and take these 2 maps without getting the pistol wins. But I think when we are looking at a Corrode where TSM's most recent showing has been so strong, and for core we are looking at those overtimes, I feel like this stand is kind of like the now or never.
Absolutely, for both of these teams is a now or never, but mainly on the side of core, again, they need to make it to the grand finals to make it to Ascension. So just winning today will guarantee they make it to Ascension. TSM is already qualified, so they're in a more comfortable position, but still trying to get obviously that win of the stage and how incredible they've been. Regardless, something that I wanted to highlight just on an extra point is that Elim right now in the series has 94 kills. I think he could potentially break records for the most kills in a best of 5. So just saying.
And considering that Elim is going then on his best agent being the Neon, and last time we got to see him on Corrode did have a really strong performance. I love that call out. That is a great one right there. And when everything's on the line as well for the team to then potentially hit that record is just absolutely incredible. But again, TSM, their most recent showing on Corrode has looked super strong. And when you're looking at the comp as well, tools to maybe try and shut that down or make this visibility a little bit more difficult. I'm curious with how this one's going to be playing out. But let's head into the agent select, because I'm not anticipating any agent switches here, right? But Gompers, I'd like to get this official confirmation on the day. Looking into it, yep, it's the Neon v Neon. This is roughly what we expected, yeah?
Yeah, they've stuck to it. They're very, very committal with this comp. And I mean, seeing Logan on Chamber and the way they played on their defensive half, I don't really see how this could go too wrong for them as long as they play kind of the way they did last map, to be quite honest with you, right? Very proactive on the defense, which they might have to be, especially since there's not going to be a lot of mid control that they can take over with the lack of that Viper. So for me, kind of just keeping that space towards mid and making sure, right, they're working with Darkest here, because KO is going to be such a detrimental factor to shutting things down. And it really is just going to be who can get there first between Darkest and Seven, to be honest.
It's important for both of these teams to keep the momentum. They've had very close maps since map 1 to the map 4 that we just got the chance to watch. Usually when teams are scrimming, they're scrimming 3-4 maps a day. 5 is already pushing it, and that is when the exhaustion starts to come in, when you see the players that have a little bit more energy, a little bit more experience in these best of 5, get the chance to shine. But something that we know for sure is that we barely ever see a best of 5 that is this close, this back and forth, both, and no matter what map, they're going double digits. They're pushing into overtime. They're closing at 13-11. So whoever wins this is going to be just a fight of resilience to win this map of Corrode.
It's been a best of 5 series that's been pushed to its absolute limits. TSM to be one step closer to trying to take the stage after their reformation as they look to go into Ascension strong. For Core, their opportunity to make it to Ascension after being the dark horses of the split. It all comes down to the final map. Let's get into it and head to Corrode with your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much. It is confirmed, an absolute gigabanger between TSM and Core, and honestly, for a lot of the right reasons at a lot of times. Heading off to Corrode here, the final map and the final boss for my sanity as it struggles and slowly ebbs away. TSM, of course, starting on defense on this particular map, obviously going with the heavy scan presence, but it'll be Fade for Nerve instead. KO starting to get a lot more run on this map.
Yeah, we got the double KO. Some real NRG appreciators on these two teams, evidently, but with their own little twist on each side. I mean, both running the Neon instead of the Waylay. We got the Sova, we got the Fade. Both are good on this map. And we all know Chamber is good on this map as well. So a lot of the very relevant meta agents just in combinations that we don't always see. So pretty cool. I mean, it's all going to come down to this for Core, their chance to make it to Ascension on the line in this final map. They have not won a single pistol round in a best of 5 that has gone the distance, and yet every single map has been come down to only 2 rounds, except for one which was 3 rounds. So it's insane that they've even made it here, honestly, just based off that alone. But hey, if there were ever a time to win a pistol, surely it's when they have the B site for free on Corrode. I just want them to take some space towards spawn. Get into that spawn. Take some space.
Alum here ready for the push-up mid, but it's ultimately traded. He's got to be happy enough with that because
that's
the early
fine. 1
warning.
for 1. I like it. I like the positioning right now from Core.
Out in the open, flash into the site, dinged out as well. Recon getting a lot of info. Timo wants to try and push up, but he's hit pretty darn hard. There was even a 0 point that came in midway through. So 3 players suppressed as they try and make this hit. But TSM on the retake, starting to gain some ground. Darkest is done. Done his dash indeed. Haunt there in the way. Here we go. Core with a pistol, surely. But Alvin has made it a 1 versus 1. He and Logan both seeing better days, but Logan knows he can fall back behind this. The Viper wall, useful. And Alvin does not have the correct lineup on the spike. Alvin, no time to get off of it. And you better believe it, folks. Core have won a pistol.
They did it. Oh my God. I mean, surely that's a good sign for them on this map, right?
I mean, hey, the extra layer of controlling util for TSM is good. And no, Viper will bought a little bit of time, but Core getting pretty decisive. On the hill over towards the B side,
they did what they needed to do. I wanted them to take that space towards spawn, stack up in there. They do exactly. I mean, and you know what? I have the same reaction. I feel the same.
Plenty to get excited about. Now it's a move towards A, and the gamble for TSM will be on this side of the map. But obviously, between the Fade and KO, there's a ton of ability to get information. 0 point was already used off the rip, though. Horn at the ready. Prowler will check left side of yard and will allow Alum to get in.
Surely, Mitch, they don't win their first pistol in the series and then just walk into a gamble stack and get ecoed. That would never happen.
Get a pop up, and there's the 0 point. Now you're starting to wonder, do we try and access mid? Do we try and consider somewhere else? Obviously, much harder for the defenders to retake through mid onto this A site. They're going to give it up, and depending on timing, Alvin might see some form of cross here in mid. So we give the rest of the team time to rotate back through Crane. Yep, timing's good, and he sticks around. Okay. Alvin opts to take the fight. Tries his luck and gets himself a 1 for 1. Still puts Core, though, in the favorable situation, and TSM slowly wending their way towards the B site, but they're not going to be here in time, and their prospects of anything defensively are pretty slim.
Spike planted.
Logan's really started to heat up at the tail end of this series. Switching over to that chamber for Ascent. Got a lot of high impact kills on defense. Playing it again here, already starting off hot.
Late 0 point there. TSM, their players spotted out. Now it's all but impossible. They're probably thinking a little more about the exits than anything else.
More now.
Off that pistol. Self-flashing. Little labored, wasn't it? But Vora still will be forced on back. Kill claimed by Alum. And 2 rounds stacked up here by Core to start Corrode.
Yeah, happy to get the kills. Darkest with that stinger. Low investment. Also was already collecting a fair amount of orbs. Wanted to commit to get some more eco kills. Get closer to that null command. So far, so good for Core. They've done it. They started off a game in the lead. They didn't get eco'd.
Honestly, it feels like an omen for TSM. Obviously, they got a full buy now. Curious to see, it's just this same sort of Viper wall to help that retake. Should there be a fallback to be main? Alvin trying to slow things up, but I mean, yeah, that snakebite is circumvented. There's a TP across it as well. Core do not want to linger around in these chokes. So TSM are going to go fast as well. They're trying to take a fight, but the stingers are well appointed at this particular range. Alvin picks his spot well. Out of elbow, finds himself 1, and 7 gets in the mix as Logan will be left alone. Cut down. TSM decisive retake there. They don't give Core time to settle in.
That was a very fast flood. Able to just pop right out of those smokes, which is one of the nice things about having the flashes on this map. Seems like maybe we're just entering kind of a natural counter to the fact that this was initially, excuse me, a double controller map, that you just have your flash initiator now to be able to pop out of all these smokes and various walls and things, you know, sort of the natural adaptation.
There's a smoke towards mid here. TSM, they really want to assert themselves and get control of it. That's Alan brought down into the fast lane. Didn't cover him.
I don't even think he got pinged up. Was he not? I thought it, I mean, maybe we'll see in the replay, but regardless, going to be challenging for QOR to try and get into one of these sites with an execute, lacking the space creation of the Neon.
Maybe even the fast lane is not quite in time. There's a push that has to be made through the dark cover, but this is now caused QOR to disperse a little bit now, just to try their luck on either side of the map. It's the posting up of the chamber on A. Maybe expecting a walk up from TSM, which they may well get as a 0 point. They threw at A main, doesn't show anything. Alvin has seen these two players on the core side just show themselves briefly, so will expend some util. Here with the 0 point. QOR now looking to drift back elsewhere, but they haven't made huge inroads. It's Logan having to walk up here towards Yard. Rotators pulled across, though, from this A side.
30 seconds left.
It's only 30 seconds, and just now QOR trying to rush up into A main. There's been a rotate from Timitino towards this A site. I think this is going to be very difficult for QOR. They're going to have to pick up the pace. And if Logan goes down here early, might be all she wrote. Well, great first kill.
Yeah, that's the opener. Kimon hit with the paranoia as well. He couldn't do a darn thing about it. Alvin spoiled for choice in terms of targets. And TSM, it's the long game for QOR. That gets them in onto that A site and allows them to find some success. 7 cashed up enough for a buy in the next, so may look to keep a lid on this economy. Tuzi offers one up, and he'll take it. QOR knocked down to 2, but continuing to stack the cash.
That was a really, really important kill for Logan to get that 1v1 against Timitino. He really is on point for the end of this series when it matters most for QOR. And then that paranoia connecting onto GMD, Darkest wraps the other side, and you can see the other TSM players, they were just a couple seconds too late to flood in and assist their site anchors, so they end up just essentially exposing themselves by pushing through that spawn door, multiple players staring at them.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, that's the tour de force earned, because Logan's able to be 5-0 after the first couple of rounds.
And just wants to use it here because the economy for QOR is not that great. This would be an important round for them in regard to that aspect of the game if they can hold on to a lot of these rifles. And TSM could make this dangerous with the Bucky, Sheriffs, etc.
Oh, he crashed into it too. Felt like Alvin might have been in a decent position, but we'll pick his advantage. And off we go. QOR to the B site. And 7 embedded here, but nothing with a Bucky to work with, so has to hope the game comes to him, and it always tends to. Darkest up on the site, pinged out a little bit low.
Whoa. Wait, there must have been some spam. Yeah, some spam as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a Bucky rifle do like that much damage, but...
Slide through from Alum, though. It's only going to be good for the one.
I think a little too aggro, maybe, but feeling pressured to make something happen. Crucial shot from Logan. That's a stabilizing kill.
Okay, Timo. Damn, man. That value off the Stinger is real. And Kimon comes in. That's under... Yeah, I mean, I'd be up to. Under null command, TSM able just to take these fights. Those Stingers get them great value. And a bona fide thrifty round win here at number 5 to get TSM their second.
That was a really light play from QOR to try to get, you know, back around that bend towards spawn on B. It's just the one flash from Darkest doesn't even connect onto 7. He gets the kill onto Tuzi, and there's no one there for the trade. Kind of feels like a situation where you need to either fully commit to taking that space with someone else as a unit, or really don't do it at all.
So far, though, like for all the controller util has been in play, QOR have been able to get to these sites. Alvin, for most of the previous rounds, I think owing probably to weaponry, doesn't hold the line in B main, plays way further back. This time kind of punished for it. Logan's up to 8 kills, so their tour de force kind of got them there, but tech pause has to be called. for God knows what reason. We'll let you know when we know. Wyatt has his copy of the Hobbit nearby, though, so we can, we can bust that out.
Can start my reading at well, anytime we need it, really. I did, well, like, I skipped quite a bit ahead. Page 194.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to hear about the hurrying water of the Forest River?
The hurrying water.
How it swept all the company of casks and tubs away to the north bank, in which it had eaten out a wide bay. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, actually, keep going. We got 1 minute. We got mic issues here on one of the teams.
Mic issues. So, I mean, I'd perhaps like to get somewhere more exciting than just a description of the scenery of Middle Earth.
All right, that don't do it for you? I'm kind of about it. I can, well,
oh,
I can get behind it. Well, we got a game to play. You got to commit to the
back? Oh, nice. We're back. Wait, we're back so quickly.
Yeah, just
I was looking for something more exciting, you know, Gandalf, the dragons, etc.
Yeah, you kind of missed out on the spice there, but it's Tolkien. It's a bit of a, you know, meandering tale. Alvin wasting no time, nothing stately about his gaze. Probably just runs him down inside the pit. QOR just serve it up to him in this round. Not a great buy, of course, for them, and with a Viper's pit in their way, they roll the dice. And unfortunately, it's bust.
You can see GMD was getting hyped up on the player cam there.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this
last
point,
spot
like
in the finals,
you're injecting energy, right? At this point, you have to want to stand up as one of the more veteran players. This is we inject energy with the Wandering River. Up on your feet. Doesn't matter if it's just you in front of your PC. QOR were very hyped up winning that last map as well. This is definitely where you start to spend the last reserves of your energy, and it's that raw determination that gets you there. We've got ops in play for both sides. And of course, this wouldn't be a TSM versus QOR buy round without Odin's to work with. And Logan has been that much better so far with scope weaponry.
That is the problem about facing down a main on defense. You don't beat the attackers, so the timing to Sarkis clear this. He does, but he's alone. It's just a dry peek. No util, nothing. And GMD's adjustment to that off angle gets him a very simple second kill.
And all that advantage that QOR kind of get off the back of Logan is gone. Mid control lost. Spike out in the open.
Just nothing with Darkest, no flash, no prowler. Oh man, you can't be giving your life away that easily, but you certainly can't be giving it away when you have the spike that easily. Really disastrous.
I guess with some degree of A main control, they just wanted a fast hit with some sort of split. So TSM, a little more of an up-tempo take on this round. Running into a side that isn't just Alvin, I guess, means it's a little bit tougher for QOR to fight on their feet. So we got TP across over towards the A side. Tuesday at least able to secure this kind of plan, and that's a decent way of circumventing a lack of mid control. So QOR still in this round. Logan with the op to work with now. Nightfall also will catch onto, at the very least, the KO.
GMD threw that smoke to cover up the angle that Logan is watching, so doesn't really have an opportunity with the operator on the cross. Nerve taking a ton of damage.
I think that's a pretty big boom for TSM, that fragment. Overperformed for them. Nerve yet didn't have the health to hang around. The Odins are in play. There's two of them. And QOR cannot stand against that reckless spray of shrapnel. TSM have that lead after QOR finally were able to convert and take a pistol round. Looks like they're starting to get a grip for this.
They do a great job on that retake, just being able to circumvent that Nightfall. They still cross over through Yard from that mid connector into the site just in time before GMD's one smoke fades. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just overwhelming with the Odins at this point. Having double Odin over towards the A side is just, it's GG. It's wraps. It's over.
As paper mache as it is, and QOR had to box themselves by definition onto A. Couldn't get any yard control, really. It's the way the cookie crumbles. 7 rounds of play. Fast push over towards this A side, but the overdrive is shut down, and Tuzi's fortunate there. Able to TP away before that shot would come in, but still, work to be done on the QOR side. They have some real estate, but when it comes to defending it, it's a tough ask. The Bucky performing much more like you'd expect. An extreme range kill there for Timo. His overdrive, it's a little better.
The overdrive is just actually busted to the maximum against like eco round, you know, half by round weapons. Enjoy your sheriff against the overdrive. Like, just the most unbelievable mismatch you can have in the game.
Yeah, Timo knows those are the kind of round he can just rip it and make sure he secures it. Having so many bodies still in the game after means that that economy is basically capped out.
Oh, it's insane for TSM right now. Timitino, he lost an engagement like this in A main, but the timings are a little bit different for the angles you can get onto for B. Logan flashed onto the angle, but Timitino just timings it.
Flash timing was perfect. He was full blind at the moment of the swing. Perhaps the timing was too good from QOR is what ends up queuing Timo for the shot. Now at least they're on the line on mid, right? TSM have to sort of play off of it to some degree. And it gets smoked off, so 7 now won't be able to have an impact and also won't know that the drift is back in this B direction. Timo is going to be waiting though. You already found that first pick. Here's the fast lane. Obscure vision a little bit. Still, Alum very low after that. I don't know what hit him, but I tell you what, he is limping onto the side. That's the spike loose. Alum has got to extricate himself and recover that objective. Tuzi goes quite low too. QOR beaten up, but even in numbers and in a post plant.
Nerve is going to have to do something with this out, and he has to be the pivotal player in this post plant. There's no util at all for QOR to work with. Nerve doesn't have that haunt refreshed. I mean, Alim might just die to spam here from 7.
Alim not showing himself for a second. He knows that the Odin is hunting. No barrel shown, even though he's looking upwards, just in case there's a jump over. And that's just a double swing there. Decent from Alum to recover that, but had to show himself. And so will go down. Tuzi eventually gets cleared off. He's hoping to be mobile and hoping to get a timing, but completely speculative, and it's just a risk you take. TSM, what a string of rounds that they've been able to put together here. They'll be buying for the rest of the half at this rate. Kept the op, kept the Odin. And the energy that Gimon was trying to give them clearly paying off. 7's 11 and 4.
At some point there in main, Nerve, the healthy player with the Odin, just got fully paranoid and was absolutely fried.
Gotta be a timeout here for QOR, I get it. Couple of looks that they've seen from TSM have been a little bit hard to overcome, but this early action that Logan had has been superseded. Timo is locked in on that shot. He's even got a second, of course, and it just feels like it's inevitable when an Odin's walking up on the retake in a even or advantage situation, even if none of the Sova util revealed anything. There was a player stranded out in B main, so Gimon's late flank actually gives the impetus to TSM to roll through and get that defuse.
Yeah, you know, in that post plant, QOR just, perhaps because of the low HP, not feeling confident or willing to take space anywhere. So they kind of just relegate themselves to these passive positions in sight. But then when a retake comes in with the Odin and there's still some level of utility from TSM, being congested in the site to any extent, they are just completely doomed. There's really no way out of that situation for them. This buy is going to be pretty dreadful for QOR. Should be easy for TSM to get up to 7 rounds right now, unless something goes totally haywire.
Smoke top mid. So what are QOR working on? More than likely thinking about the next. No ultimates of note, really, or any at all at their disposal in a round like this. Check towards Yard. That is a Prowler dealt with quickly by Gimon.
I'll find you.
Haunt goes over, instantly broken. QOR hoping that that will do enough to keep TSM's attention on A as they group up for this big B hit.
In we go. It's time for it. Spam here through the smoke is going to be Alvino that finds the opener. And now things have slowed up a little bit. QOR, oh, they're looking awkward. Sat out in the open, not a whole lot to do. Headhunter questing through the smoke, but there's nothing to find for Logan. A little bit ash and disappointment, apparently.
"30 seconds left."
Unfortunately, on these attacks from QOR, they have had no success at denying the anchoring player from elbow. We're seeing this on consecutive rounds. We get to the point of view of whether it's Timitino or on that round it's Alvin Boy. Whatever player is stood at B elbow, they are just farming them for free. They're getting away with so many kills, so much damage just being sprayed through smokes.
Yeah, we're just seeing the pain of the double controller meets the Odin composition. And there's a snake bite at the feet of QOR as well, I think, which is obviously makes them highly susceptible to that spam down. And now TSM can be reactive with this null command to make it even harder for QOR to actually execute properly on these sites.
Post it up, but not fast enough. Takes a bit of damage as well. There's a dink through the wall from Darkus, kind of on the move. Vora feels inclined to get some information towards mid, given they were just forced off that angle.
Okay, Logan rewarded for that patience. There ultimately is a walk up by Alvin. The B side, though, is not completely softened up. Vora is ready for a mid split, well and truly.
Yeah, that was a nice little play from QOR. You know, getting posted up far top mid. It makes an anchor on TSM feel like they need to take space towards main, and that's where the op was waiting, so they're just baited into that sight line. Man, TSM, they're just feeling info starved. They're wanting to jiggle peek things now as well. Logan is tearing them apart.
He's getting everything he wants across the map, Logan. TSM getting a little bit nervous here, and it's just too quiet for them, apparently. Now, obviously, they're chilling. Like I mentioned, buying for the rest of the half is great. But they've let QOR get into the game by getting a little bit confident, giving the hot foot, and moving off their marks.
QOR really do a great job there of just convincing TSM to walk into that operator. That play towards B main, you know, controlling mid and showing all of that emphasis there just makes Alvin Boy feel like you should take a position towards B main. It makes sense, but that is just a bait, so he walks right into Logan with the op. And then from there, they're just peeking through mid, trying to get more info.
And to some degree, a little house money being played here, even if the economy of QOR is sort of far from established. And no, they've really only got one more crack at this anyway, so
Last round
4 rounds on the attack side. Now, okay, it really depends on comp, but typically can be seen as a bit of an attacker-sided map at times. 7, yeah, just, I mean, guys, Odd and Odin just can't really get involved in that engagement. We're probably hoping for something a little closer. Last round of the half here.
Logan is doing the most right now for QOR to keep them in this half.
And honestly, I mean, it doesn't so much go off the boil in those middle rounds. Timo's got an operator in hand, so he just found himself actually fighting on fair footing, and it's tough. Timo, hard play to keep quiet.
Logan has 2 ops right now.
Yeah, well, if you got to spend it, we are in round 12. Don't have to reload, you know what I mean? That's how the 1% live.
Alvin's in trouble, gets hit with that null command. Doesn't have access to mollies for any level of delay.
Cross map smoke at least will give him a pocket to play in, but he has to show himself there. So the Prowler will spot him out. Onto the site we go. Alum up an elbow here. Alvin's still alive and playing his life perfectly. Alum down, only 2 left to work with for QOR. And they are getting cut to the quick. 7 is waiting for him. M1 held down for the boys. And that's TSM almost certainly having an 8-round half. Not unlike we saw, what was it, the previous map? I want to say it was Ascent, so don't get too ahead of yourselves.
Yeah, it was the exact same, unless, listen, Nerve, Haunt's about to come back online. He's getting the Nightfall with the plant. There is a way that he can do this.
Yep. We haven't lost so much innocence that we don't believe it's possible. Need a little whimsy in this series that honestly has been loaded with it.
I'd be stunned if he doesn't at least make you believe for half a second here that it's possible. Surely,
the kind
right?
of player Nerve is. Okay, Okay, he doesn't want to get caught out of the sight. I get it. He wants to be in there fighting. Timo
well.
definitely doesn't expect it, but
my bad.
well, that was whimsical for a different reason, I guess.
Would have been a curse. A small amount of a curse just then.
No, we're here for the magic. We're here for moments like that, unfortunately. Nerve wasn't able to produce one of those for us. And so TSM wake themselves from their stupor after a difficult first 4 rounds of play. 6 in a row, capping off the round with their, or a half, excuse me, with their 8. And so now, once more, the question gets aimed at QOR. Can we at least have a 20% pistol round win rate in this
pistol
series?
round number 2 coming up, perhaps?
Give it to me. I am here for it. And it would be huge. I mean, obviously, the inverse of that would be extremely bad. TSM, of course, can start to break this map up a little bit more with those controller util. So an A side wall looks like it's being laid down here for Alvin. So that is something QOR we're going to have to contend with, a denial of info.
And with this comp, they're going to have that additional aggressive element of the chamber for defense, but won't have those walls for kind of mid-round, mid-control. But, well, you know, I'll take that over a wall on most occasions, so long as I continue to get more shots like that.
Logan is something else. Given QOR a decent chance in this round. Now, they've been forced to drift across the map here and go over towards B because that's where TSM land. And it is very lightly populated. In fact, it's empty of defenders. Now, also, Seven's got this cute little spot here where he doesn't want to tuck the corner fully. And QOR have to kind of check every angle here. Alan has done so perfectly, but he... Okay, shoulder peeks, doesn't see anything, and then commits to it. Still wins out the fight, by the way, which is a little bit insane. And now down to 3 are TSM. Alvin will be smoked up there in tower. Gimondo always looking for a timing, and you better believe he's got one. That's the headhunter down.
Darkness. No. Danger for a moment, but I think we're fine, right? There's no way GMD can win this out. No. No. He's paranoid. We're fine. We're fine.
Whew. Certainly feel like that one could have gone into the Twilight Zone yet again. But TSM, drop another pistol. QOR, got to be feeling good about this. We talked about it already. The fact that they've been so competitive across these maps, obviously we're losing those pistols is also owing to having insane thrifties in round 2s on occasion. But look at, I mean, I see
that shot is disgusting.
It's like the hitbox of the Neon is not quite lined up with the animation in that moment, but it all happens so quickly. It doesn't matter. That fast play into the A side is shut down.
Disgusting.
All right, strap yourselves in. This is TSM with really no investment whatsoever. Fine with them, I would just, walk it up. And so they do. Tuesday, though, sees it and is able to get away. No one actually lines him up.
Yeah, doesn't even feel like he needs to use the paranoia, so can save that for the retake, which is pretty nice. And Seven gets caught trying to get something accomplished during the post plant.
Timo gets an opportunity there as just a lack of bullets in the chamber. Now up
nice
we go.
Little flash. Maybe throw that little defuse over to Nerve, get him close to that Nightfall. Or an overdrive, sure, whatever. Yeah. they're even on orbs.
We saw Timotino on a pretty sick play off of A defensively. Just do some eco bashing, but it was still impressive enough. And QOR will take those rounds. They'll take the gun rounds, they'll take the eco rounds quite happily. Not a whole lot to say about this round, I think, as it was just classics purchased up for TSM.
Yeah, Tuzi just plays it safe, backs up, keeps the paranoia, gets back in. Which is honestly, there's a lot of just little decisions that Tuzi makes like that I've been impressed with. And I know it's such a small thing, but realizing that he could just get out, he doesn't actually even need to flash for himself, and then just goes back in, baits them in, takes the fights. He's played really smart today.
Oh, what a fight to take, and the flash is perfect, but there is still a response. Looks like Timo hit a relay bolt, and somehow Alam is still able to pull himself out. That really, I think, could be owed to the great setup that he was given. Perfect flash bloomed over the top court 3.
Was a really cool set play. Vora takes a little bit of damage. Nothing too significant, but immediately look at this core. They just want to play elsewhere. They don't want to ease up on TSM. Yeah, they are continuing to just be active in this round, pushing down mid now.
Fast lane at least gets Timo into mid, but he is spotted out. Alan can only speculate to one. Doesn't have the Guardian, so not exactly equipped to spam.
That just gives his position away.
Darkest is turned into Swiss cheese. And confirmed that there's no second player trying to play off of his contact. Nerve gets back into the site, but is hit with a flash now. Timo around the corner. Not quite an Alam-esque shoulder pick. He's committed there and falls as a result. But there's always another player there to pick up the slack.
God. Yeah, and just feels like he has to swing out, do something, because Seven just starts holding down mouse 1 and immediately deals 100 damage to him through the wall. Just blind spamming. Oh man, the Odin is just running the game of Valorant right now, especially with this map pool that we have.
And this map, more than anything, this is set up, by the way, for spam into the site. Ivora here goes for the recon. Even a ping there on Tuzi. Not able to be followed up on. Getting this defuse is going to feel pretty impossible, I think. There's Alvin steps up. He'll be a bit further forward. Tuzi thinks about taking the corner, but now they'll be right there. And they'll clean him on up. Time's up, QOR. TSM now stacking up these attack side rounds. With all the setup that QOR have been trying to make some set plays on defense, which, let's be real, I want to see more of those. Now, especially they've got some guns in their hand, but and conversion off the pistol round feels like a distant memory.
That was just the bonus round, to be fair to QOR, so they're going to be on their full buy now. Got the Odin in the hands of Nerve, of course. Want to give that to your scan initiator ASAP. Very fast up mid, or TSM. Timotino, look at this. He's right on Nerve's tail. He catches him.
Yep. That's the map. That's the A-Link play, right? Seen that time and again. And Nerve is the one with the Odin. Big investment in that player. No scan initiator for the later part of the round either. And no duelist to speak of. Alam is out of the game, and Timo is feeling it. Healthy enough at 36 here to swing on this. Never mind. Well, let's hope Alvin can salvage that, and he does. Darkest will fall soon after. And it's blistering pace that TSM hit that A site with. Timo 16 and 11, doing the thing.
It looked like Nerve was just on the run and didn't expect that Timotino would have caught him that fast over towards Link. Even had an idea of where Logan would be at. He tries to get away, but as soon as he teleports to site, they're still right on him. That is some really insane pace from TSM.
Of all the maps that I sort of don't expect to be close, this is not one of them. I think that I thought that the float map for either of these guys would look a little bit shakier. Logan's got to be that guy again. This time, an uncharacteristic miss, but isn't punished for it. However, a push for a yard is going to come thick and fast. Already response though. Nerve trying to get up there on that A side, at least hold the line, but he's going to be pinged out straight away. Tries to back out of it. Alam and Darkest on the wrong side of that smoke there. But TSM can actually play a bit further forward and avoid being boxed in, but I love that flash. Unfortunately, the Arsenal isn't there to back it up. And so it'll be Tuzi and Logan. Make it one. They're trying to God knows what. Some economic damage would be great because TSM are starting to snowball.
And it's about to be absolutely out of control. TSM economically, this entire game, it's just been completely out of control. It was the same case on that first half. I feel like QOR did everything there fine. They just didn't have the equipment to be able to deal with TSM on that round. Like the timing on the flash out of the smoke to fight through Link, that was all great, but ultimately, what was that, a Sheriff and a Stinger? You're not going to get more than one kill there, realistically. You're getting re-swung on by a Vandal and an Odin.
Still feeling himself. Is Gimon. Honestly, just over the course of the day, he's played so well over the course of this series. Really impressive.
He's such a consistent player. TSM, it's just this fast pace seemingly again, but they will be temporarily stuffed in the choke by that Nightfall. They definitely don't want to over-aggress, commit too crazy there. Look at GMD, he's teleported all the way into the defender's spawn, though. They have a Prowler trying to, like, clear it out. Look at the Prowlers over on the A side. Yeah, they definitely don't go that far.
And this is just as well, because TSM have not been able to take any map control outside of this, so having at least something to have QOR checking their 6 would be good. Alim, timing? No. Alvin sees him. And the null command now gets active. This is going to allow TSM to walk up on this B side and make it harder for QOR with their limited control of util.
They got two to anchor.
Tuzi though, oh, nicely done. Deals with Timo. He had the overdrive going and everything, but low after that. Snakebite thrown at Link here from mid. And once again, TSM just take the gauntlets off, throw them at core, and get their hands dirty in and on this site. Darkest a bright spot for them. A tower controller is going to be there. Vora also could be played off of now. Nicely done by Darkest. Gimon has to do it again, and unfortunately, it's not to be.
Darkest coming up with a really crazy round after a slow game. He is much needed by the core team to start stepping up. Logan's going to get an operator. Darkest picks up an Odin. So they've got a good buy heading into this next round. That was absolutely must win. And honestly, it all starts with Tuzi somehow winning that 1v1 against Timatino, sliding in with the overdrive. That was a super high impact kill for him to have found.
It's a 4-round gap that's been opened up though. Darkest. A lot of kill involvement. So you can see 13 assists, a lot of play off those flashes. Has now got that null command in hand. Could be good in a pinch here to stave off TSM, who've been playing with that level of pace. And look at this setup here over towards A-Link. Core do not want to allow Timo to do what he did a couple of rounds ago. Get in that way. So we'll spam. Darkest won't find much off of that. Trying to control mid, or at least trying to signal strength here from top mid. And yet still, TSM are undeterred.
You have Logan pushed up with that op over in A main, so Core can focus their attention elsewhere, which at the moment is certainly going to be towards mid.
TSM have the luxury of just waiting on this Viper Wall refresh, and then they can scale up even further into the map. Now, the potential of a B split definitely unlocked. Core though have a decent idea of this, and they're actually moving an extra player into top mid. They've got really strong A main control here, owing to the position of Logan with the op, so they're not too worried about a play through a Link. He's paranoid. Mr. Darkest, he says, well, you goofed up, I'll take it. Traded out instantly though, and here's TSM now looking to fight in mid. Remember, they've got Timatino so far forward top mid, he could catch people out. But TSM now have access to the B side, or even to wrap onto A. The world is their oyster.
Oh, that paranoia connects up to everyone, but Tuzi is caught in the middle of the site with a Guardian.
He got out. That's huge, but Nerve, unfortunately, he's got no one to play off him. Tuzi isn't quite ready, and also just can't see the players coming out. That would have been nice to have found a second there as the Omen, but it's on Logan, who doesn't feel incentivized to try and get involved in this round at all. He's going to sit back on it, because he's going to have to get someone a gun.
No, he just has to save the economy for Core in what might be their final round in this Challengers playoffs. Is going to be pretty bad. Tragic buy coming up. Logan's going to have to make something happen. It's pretty unfortunate that that Core setup top mid got dismantled. I don't even know how that happened, to be honest. The Darkest had a good peek while that Viper wall was up to get the first blood. It looked like he had Nerve playing behind him as well, like just you know, around the corner and mid window, but somehow wasn't able to find the trade. The player and Link just died isolated. That is so unfortunate. Yeah, it
had
really
to do it
is.
here in this game. Winthrop looking on, realizing that one more round for TSM means that they're going to Ascension, man.
Which is we have a collegiate team going to Ascension. Is pretty crazy.
That's what's on the line in this round number 20. That save of Logan has at least allowed for a Phantom to be brought up, and it's gone over to Alum, of course.
Yeah, they've put together a pretty reasonable buy here, all things considered. What is the game plan, though? Logan opting towards a main, as he did on that previous round. Going to be forced off the angle by the drone.
I thought that was going to happen yet again. Same thing happened with the Headhunter in early rounds. This time, though, not so serendipitous. Nerve here. No reason but to stand and fight. He's down to 8. There's Alum. That's the Phantom. Brought up by the save, and I think he's paid back with interest.
Yeah, they do a great job, Core, of just crunching the players coming out of A main there. They were putting emphasis on that mid control again, kind of set up, you know, like 1-3-1-ish, but, you know, had enough bodies towards Link, including Alum, that they just get in so quickly. Darkest throws a deep flash, gets out of the smoke. Alum's rotated in as well. Well done.
All right.
TSM, they still have more than enough cash for a buy, though. And they still have some great ultimates for a post plant as well. They can get that spike down and use the pit. That's going to be really dangerous for QOR.
Just got to get there, but there's Logan yet again. Probably on the same line, if I'm not mistaken. And he's just been able to rinse and repeat really similar openings because it's very hard to punish him. And that's the allure of Chamber right now.
Alum is hearing a hell of a lot towards Link. TSM players just jumping around and now working up mid where Tuzi is just jiggling with his Guardian, so he's going to know if they cross.
And glancing blow. Logan also emerged from that early encounter, having taken a bit of damage, but that's all TSM really have to hang their hat on right now. They've still got the main majority of their work ahead of them. They're into B, and they should have a confirmation here. Yeah, there's a suppression on Darkest. In the site, plant stuck, and the post-plant pit you talked about. The ultimates they got available. TSM hoping to leverage them to end the series here. This is rough for QOR. They're going to fight into this pit. Alum has a Phantom in hand and looked pretty darn good with that last round. Is Alvin down? Pit's gone, folks. What a pick to find. Darkest with the spam in, and Alum's now going to step up. Paranoia comes out of the elbow direction, but Gimon could be a thorn in the side. Sees Alum. No way! Gimon! Is it enough to do it? 7 here, up against Tuzi, can back off the side, flash on in there, keep him nice and busy. And this guy's been around long enough now, he's not going to give it to him for free. QOR capitulates in our 5th map, and TSM secured their berth in our Stage 3 Grand Final. By extension, Winthrop have made it to Ascension.
That was an absolutely that was just an insane last play from GMD. Feels right, the duo to close things out for TSM are their original two that have just been playing together for so long now and have been so consistent as the core of this team. GMD and Seven have just looked excellent for so long, and now this formation of the roster that they have for this stage just really coming to fruition in this playoff run. They've got that spot in the grand finals tomorrow to go up against Envy. That's going to be a sick game, but yeah, also commiserations to QOR, who are an unlikely name, I think, to have been found at the very end of this bracket, finishing in 3rd place, narrowly losing today. I mean, all first 4 maps could have gone either way. They were so sick. Alan was fantastic. Logan really had an excellent last couple maps as well. Super impressed by those guys. It sucks to see them go out in this fashion, but still, you know, all things considered, a very impressive run from them.
Absolutely. And I know it's going to be a bitter taste to swallow here for QOR, but this is another brick in the bridge they're trying to build over to Tier 1 Valorant, and they put a great show on, considering they're a team that, you know, entered champions and have pretty shocking results to start with, not really able to stand up. They've developed drastically over the course of their time here, but today they have not done enough to secure that chance at Ascension to get into the final. So I'm pretty hyped up for that game tomorrow. TSM versus Envy is going to be a fun one. 2 household names in esports duking it out. But for now, that's all from myself, Uber, and Wyatt. We're going to take a break and head to our desk. We're going to wrap things up, hopefully with some words from the victor too.
far back from it. The GMP has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
A series taking the distance all the way to map number 5 of Corrode. Getting into the map, didn't know which way this one was going to go at all, but TSM, this is where they truly show their strengths, take the map win and the series in as well, moving into the grand finals. I mean, Dan, looking back at not just this map, but this series, this was so incredibly done, especially too when you reflect on how TSM started this stage to then where they are now. We've seen such growth from this team, and this is well done by them.
Absolutely. All the changes that they had to go through and the roster and all the doubts that people had. And once again, they proved everybody wrong. They made it to the grand finals. And it was a difficult match for both of these teams, both of them back and forth. It was a really long series for people watching. So imagine just having to play this and having to keep up that energy even to close it out. This map to close it out also played so different too, because TSM, they lost both of the pistols and they had to turn things around. They look so good. They look so dominant. And now it is interesting because it's a TSM that make it to the grand finals right before Ascension for now the second year in a row. They did it last year when everybody was doubting them, and they do it once again. The only team that we've seen making it to that grand final right before Ascension 2 times was M80. And so you see how a new team is able to come up with that, that core of 7 and GMD, build around them, and then solve these problems that they had throughout the series, throughout the stage, make it all the way to the end, and also secure the Winthrop University, make it to Ascension. I have so many questions about that, by the way. Do they have class? Do they have exams? Do they have permission to go to Ascension? Because it's about 2 weeks, so it's quite long. And but no matter what, I'm sure the Winthrop guys are also celebrating this win for the side of TSM, and TSM absolutely deserve it. It's hard when it's so close for core, but I mean, it could have gone either way.
I know Moves was watch partying, so I think the celebration goes as far from TSM all the way to Winthrop for sure. But yeah, I mean, honestly, such a phenomenal job from TSM, kind of really pulling in with honestly everything. I think their Corrode match was just spectacular, and the energy didn't even stop there. And I know it gets tiring after a certain point to go so consistently with these long games, especially in a best of 5 where you're there to the 5th map. You could see in their cameras every single round mattered, and when they won one, it was the energy was absolutely insane. They were feeling it, and I felt like that really did contribute to their game today. They didn't have that many first kills, but they didn't need it. They really clutched up when it mattered, and it was their game.
It was those conversions as well of the 4v5. I see most of the first kills of the last map won the way of core, but TSM into these late rounds and into some of the ideas that they have to make sure that their retake was never comfortable on the side of core were so effective. And core, once again, it's sad to say goodbye to them, but they give me the vibe that Oxygen was giving me last year, of that team that had a lot of potential, had great players, had great maps, everything was going well for them. And then even if they didn't make it to Ascension, a lot of these players got picked up individually by the tier 1 teams. So this is kind of the way that I'm seeing core right now. I feel like, yes, it's hard, but they really showed and proved themselves individually. And that's, at the end of the day, a lot of what you can ask from them. And for TSM, of course, it's a lot of celebration of not only knowing that they had already made Ascension, but moving forward and moving to the grand final.
I mean, Core's already had a member of the team picked up for tier 1 when you're looking at the departure of Kess and having to then slot Nerve in midway through the stage to then still have the run that they've had. I think that just speaks volumes to Core as not just a team, but to every individual as well, which is just crazy. So super sad for Core considering how close this series was, because I think this could have been a very deserving team of going on that Ascension run. But it is what it is on the day, right? And for TSM to be able to bounce back in the way that they've had and be able to take this to this map 5 to be able to win like that, I think it's just so impressive. And now going on forward, they have a grand finals to play. And yeah, we know 2 of these, all 3 teams, but for TSM and Envy, that's going to be fighting for the 1st and 2nd seed. And I'm super excited for that showdown as well, all things considered. But we have an interview to move on to, and I am super excited to talk to the star duelist of the team, as we have Timotino on the line. Big congratulations on this series win. Like, those all 5 maps, but now you're in the grand finals of Stage 3 Challengers. Timotino, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great right now. I'm just so happy that we managed to pull through map 5. I mean, it was an insane series. We messed up a bunch of rounds. We played insane rounds, and we figured out we managed to pull ahead. I'm so happy.
Talk to me about that series, because we had said that this was going to be a close matchup going into it. I didn't anticipate how close it was going to be, considering how the 4 maps were double digits from both teams. First map with the triple overtime. Like, how do you stay just so on the ball throughout the series and not have that performance drop off? Like, because you were still fragging up until the very end.
I mean, it's definitely hard to like stay consistent. You definitely need to like manage when you eat, when you take caffeine, all that stuff. In a BO5, it's way like harder to manage than a BO3 because you play so many more maps, especially when it goes to map 5 like this, where it's like played 5 maps and you have to stay locked in the whole time. It's really hard. But I'm just so happy that my first BO5 ever is against my old teammates from QOR. I love these guys so much. They're really my closest friends. But I'm sad we took Ascension from them, but I'm so happy we get to play grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit more about going up against QOR, because we see you now on TSM, but the first 2 stages you played with QOR, and so like, how bittersweet is that? Because it was a great series, but
yeah, I mean, I love them so much. Like I said, they're literally my brothers, and it feels really wrong to have to kick them out, especially when I'm already in Ascension. Like, it just feels bad, but at the same time, like, you got to do what you got to do. Like, I need to win the series, and I need to win it all. So it feels bittersweet, but I'm happy we won.
you talk about needing to win it all. Yeah, you're in the grand finals now. You guys have a date with Envy, the team that knocked you down into the lower bracket and is considered one of the best, if not the best team in Challengers. So how are you feeling going into that best of 5 tomorrow?
I mean, I'm feeling great. Envy are an insane team. They play insanely well, but we have a lot of momentum coming in. We just played I don't know how many BO3s before. I think 3 and then 1 BO5. I mean, we have so much momentum, and as a team, we're feeling so confident. So I don't feel like they're going to be a problem.
Ooh, okay. I like the confidence here. I like the confidence. Last but not least, I want to talk about your year as a player here, because being able to see you play competitively officially and from where you started this year into now, I think is truly inspiring. You're like one of the best duelists. There's been a lot of praise for you, even amongst coaches, amongst other players. And I want to know how you're feeling about that, especially too with your opportunity to prove yourself in Ascension coming up.
I mean, honestly, I don't really care about that stuff. I genuinely just love playing this game. I love learning, and that's what makes me great. I don't really care. People could say I'm the worst duelist or the best duelist. I couldn't care less, to be honest. I just want to play. I just want to prove. I just want to show that I'm good, and that's it.
I mean, the passion comes through in the gameplay, because you're frying out there today. Timotino, congratulations. I'll let you rest because you guys got a best of 5 again tomorrow, but congrats and best of luck tomorrow, okay?
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk for us. So much energy considering he just ended a best of 5. Like, I feel like I'm drinking to my coffee and like holding on to it for dear life over here. And like, Dan, he's all smiles, but so deserved, especially too, like for TSM, this is all deserved, but Timotino as well. Like I said, the beginning of the year to now is just, it's nice to see.
It's so sweet. I mean, you can tell how much this means to him, not only, making it to the grand final and proving himself as a player, but, playing the game that he loves so much that he was talking about, but also playing against his old team, which is, it's something that is, as he was saying, a little bit bittersweet because of how much they know each other. I feel like in the Challenger scenes, a lot of the players know each other, love each other, want to support each other. But at the end of the day, only 3 of them can make it to Ascension, and that's just the way that it has to go. Timotino, I'm super excited to see in the grand finals tomorrow. We highlighted today that he's the #1 rated player, and going against Sarah tomorrow and Nexter, I can't wait.
Yeah, looking at the journey that TSM has taken, again, it was an Envy that knocked them down into that lower bracket to be starting off this playoff run. But Timotino talking about that momentum through all these matches that they've played and won through. And Gompers, I mean, yeah, you look at that journey, they've had so many more matches. And I feel like this is going to be a different version of TSM that we see going up against for that rematch tomorrow.
they have been through the trenches, bro. Like, it has been so incredibly difficult for them thus far. And the fact that not only did they go through, like you had said in the beginning, submarining through, and having the stakes be, if you lose, you're out. If you lose, you're out. If you lose, you're out. And now being, if you lose, you're out. But now we're on the 5th map and the stakes are even higher. I feel like they've gone through it all, to be honest. And they felt just like the satisfaction of having that victory and finally being able to move forward. So I definitely think it's the best time. I could see why the energy was there. I think TSM absolutely deserved this win. I mean, regardless, right? They were going to be there, like they said, but now they can finally prove, like, they're not going to be there because they don't deserve it. They're going to be there because they do. And I think that's why I'm so excited for that TSM versus NV game.
Especially too, when you look back at TSM last year, there's a lot of discussion about, you know, their run and everything else and the other teams that could have been there. But looking at this year and the run they've had in these performances, I feel like this is just so wholeheartedly deserved. And I'm excited to see them perform not just at Ascension, but for that best of 5 grand finals up against NV tomorrow. As for right now, that is it for us today. It has been a long day, so guys, get your rest. I hope our players get all rested up for tomorrow. It's going to be a absolute great grand finals. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow. And if you're just queuing up ranked anyways, well then good luck in your ranked game. Get some rest at some point, please.
Alvin is a little bit too slow. Seven's tucked in here by a slow wall. Can't even get in one. And Digimon, the person who put the pin up in the first place, is to fight within it. And a 1 versus God knows how many. Over the defuse here, and QOR have locked it up, folks. TSM.
Let's go!
Come on. Acro set up. QOR very much kicked out of the map here. TSM are going to convert on this unless Logan can do the unthinkable. Steel Garden, 10 health. Timo loses his nerve, backs up off the corner. He's up against a Vandal and he knows it. Hoping to buy a little bit of time for himself now. Play that corner with the shorty. Logan has to get on the plant though, the defuse rather, and Timo will...
Yep, and then we tap the orb. I see him back there.
Paranoia to try and slow the defenders down. The retake's going to come one way or another. Fear for it, run for it, dread for it. It's going to be here. And there it is, TSM. That is a decisive way to take the map that honestly was hanging in the balance on multiple occasions. It's just a great defense side from them after only getting...
Nice! Come on, baby, let's go! Good game, guys.
Now they're priced into this playthrough tree, but the neural effect is helpful. That's why they're in that direction. He needed a body. Slow wall going to be collided from Tuesday. Gets back onto the site. Space given. TSM pay for it pretty dearly. Very low health Alum on the box, but 7 is down. Him onto the rescue again, surely. This arc is so old and tired, and unfortunately he too will have to succumb.
Let's go!
Last round is Alvin down. Pit's gone, folks. What a pick to find. Darkest with the spam in, and Alvin's now going to step up. Paranoia comes out of the elbow direction, but Dimon could be a thorn in the side. Sees Alvin. No way! Dimon! Is it enough to do it? 7 here, up against 2. He can back off the side, flash on in there. Keep him nice and busy. And this guy's been around long enough now. He's not going to give it to him. Alvin is...
Bye.